And we're live. Good evening, everyone. It's the usual 5-minute fiddle around now while we round up people and make sure things are linked and all that kind of thing. Let me start by getting the watch page open so I can see you all. Pretending, of course, that someone is listening. Oh, already 3 people are. Hi, mate. Oh, no, maybe not. 4. Oh, I love it. Ute. How are you, ugly slime ball? What was the lie you were telling about me earlier? Some fucking piece of ancient history you were coming out with. What was the shit that I saw? Good, good. It should be. I'm glad your main account is banned here. I think that's a wise decision that someone made. Oh, God, they're all here, look. It's funny how you two turn up first, isn't it? The Flat Earth community's most antisocial community members. YouTube and John Watson. Well, Jamie doesn't let people on, does he? Why is he letting people on? Hey man, how are you? Good to see you. Oh. Hey, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up?
Well, I'm glad you're able to troll me with music. Oh, you're speaking. How you doing, mate?
Pretty good. You obviously heard that, right?
Yeah, what? The music?
The music?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I was just testing my audio. That's not copyrighted or anything, so you're good.
Oh, don't worry about this channel.
True.
I always think of this one as sacrificable, you know.
Yeah, it's
although
me. They all are in there.
Probably got more subs than my actual channel.
Oh, it does. Yeah, it probably does, huh?
I don't know how many subs it's got actually. Where do you see that? Where to see that? Can anyone tell me how many subs I've got? You guys can probably see it easier than I can. Subscriptions. Hang on, what does this say? Oh, I don't know. All right, that's my subscriptions. Anyway, what you been up to, mate?
Nothing much. I kind of caught some of that, a little bit of Dell, earlier, and did want to bring up a couple things because it was just that preposterous, I guess.
Yeah, it seems that the new Dell tactic is that and I quote, his platform is open for anyone to prove the globe, as long as you first agree that the Earth is flat. I think that once you've agreed that the Earth is flat, you're then allowed to go on and prove the globe.
Yeah, that's
a prerequisite now that you admit the Earth is flat. It seems.
You know what? Yeah, you're spilling the beans. I'm getting my Simultrollcast up right now, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, you're good. No, you're good, actually, because that's one of the things that I have noticed as well. That's why I like to come on and talk to people like you. Is I'm glad that there are other people that see that. You know, they don't just, it doesn't just get lost by the wayside, so to speak, I guess.
It's very much about the structure of the arguments, isn't it? I think we spend a lot of time addressing the content when we should just address the structure and just say, well, you know, this argument fails because of this. I mean, I probably shouldn't. I won't say any more.
No worries. Are you getting feedback right now?
No, no, no. I was
Okay,
going to say there was another thing I noticed as well that he said at one point that I thought was quite telling.
Yeah, yeah. Mostly when Thor's was there, I was just like,
Yeah.
what in the hell?
At one point, he said hearsay and videos. Apparently, videos are no longer acceptable as evidence.
Well, unless they come from
pretty
the
much
flat Earth.
the end of flat Earth, then. Yeah. I don't think they've ever written anything down, have they? Oh, well, there's Eric Dubay's book, I guess.
Yeah, true. Well, I'm going to go ahead and start this bad boy. I'm just really getting a recording so I can throw it on my channel because it seems to, you know, kind of like what I said last night to John and P is, you know, it gets lost in translation when we do have these long hangouts and, you know, there's so many probably good points that were made and it's not really, it's not focused, you know.
It's unwatchable, isn't it? Because it's 8 hours long. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm starting right now.
Cool. The audience may be interested to know that this is YouTube's first simultrollcast.
Yes. You know how we roll. You know how us globe shills roll in the flat Earth, you know, because that's what we're about. Anyway, I'm here with my buddy Jen.
The audience may be interested to know that this is YouTube's first. Now I'm getting feedback.
Yes. Yeah, you know how absolutely is. You know how us globe shills roll. There we go. Yeah, like I said, I'm here with Jem Panda, globe shill, and somebody that has tried to talk with our friend here, Dogmatic Dell, with not much resolve. And it almost seems as though, as I've kind of called it in the past couple weeks, is that we're seeing an infinite regress where it's not getting better by any means. It's beyond, I mean, mostly with, you know, the crop up of some of these, you know, You've Been Exposed channels and people like that. It's really gotten degraded quite heavily from within. But you know, yeah, I really, it's funny because I get so lucky. I don't know if I'm lucky or what, but I don't watch all of these Gish Gallop sessions that they have, but I do pop on from time to time, and I hop on and listen to his monologue usually, and it's usually pretty good. But today was unusually telling for Mr. Dell here. Today, you know, he's really basically, in my opinion, reverted back to just completely one argument. And yeah, and now it's almost as if you have to agree to that argument as if he wants you to beg the question to, you know, to begin with. And it's just really a not a very good tactic. What do you think, Jimmy?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's doing exactly that. You know, he wants to take everyone through his script, which should really worry him, I think, to start with. You know, this is a tactic that you know, Dell was, you know, I've heard him talk about how he was involved in the sort of creationist argument and that kind of thing, the atheist argument. You know, he'll be familiar with Christians that use this scripted tactic, and he wants to take everyone through that same process. And you know, the way he formulated it today was that, you know, you had to agree to, you know, his interpretation of the physics of water, and unless you do that, he isn't prepared to continue to have a conversation with you, which is just you know, it's just a way of ruling out any possibility of challenge to your views. And, you know, the other thing I noticed as well, which is quite telling, and I've seen this a few times now with a few different people, but there's these, you know, very physical reactions to challenge, where, you know, he's got his head in his hands and, you know, he's got a big frown, and it's very, you know, do you know what I mean? Have you noticed that?
Yeah, today especially, and like I said, I probably watched a good, I'll say about 15 or 20 minutes, but really it was the monologue, a little bit of it, and then I just popped on and saw, oh wow, Thor's is on. I should listen to this. This should be interesting. And basically, he tried to divert anything and everything that Thor's wanted to say, and
Right.
it was just really pathetic because in my opinion, this guy, it's not even my opinion, he's like demanding that people come on with proof of the
Right.
globe, and then now we have prerequisites to agree that water on a very small level is level, and it's like, okay, yeah, sure, Dell, but you know, does it explain the whole Earth, which you know we believe to be about 25,000 miles in circumference? So
Right.
it's just a very false comparison, and to think that, you know, oh, scalability and all this stuff. I mean, and we'll get into it here in a second, but he gets into natural science, and I just think
Right.
it's ironic and hypocritical and hilarious that he speaks of natural
Right.
science.
Because you know, a fundamental principle of natural science, and I've been trying to hawk this idea around quite a bit recently, is the idea of falsification of something can't be true if it can't be falsified. And you should, you know, if you're doing science, you should be setting out to falsify your hypothesis, not to prove it. And that's what all the flat earthers are doing. That's what the, you know, this guy who doesn't apparently, according to Globebusters, doesn't have a dog in the fight, but very much does, who's got the $14,000 to do experiments or whatever. You know, he's trying to prove himself right. And yeah, you know, that's the same with Dell. He's ruling out any possibility of falsification. He isn't allowing his ideas to be challenged in any way. He's crippling the conversation. Antonio Subirats is another one that does the same thing, or that he uses kind of wordplay to try and just to try and frustrate the conversation. And I don't know. I don't know how they think they can drive this idea forward in this way without engaging people and without having proper conversations and not trying to you know, set up all these rules in advance to make it impossible for people to, you know, I mean, he already has the advantage in that he has you know, usually a band of people there, or quite often, but almost always that teen will butt in when he feels like it. You know, and he already has the advantage that people are going there to prove the globe. He isn't, you know, he isn't prepared to answer any questions about flat Earth because he doesn't believe, you know, he doesn't know anything about the flat Earth. You know, so he's it's all set up for him to win. You know what I mean? And well, I mean, I don't think any intelligent person would think that he has. I think you know, anyone with half a brain would just see through it all. But you know, he obviously doesn't.
Yeah, I agree. Really, at the end of the day, what we're seeing is just denial, and I really don't care if people want to deny the official story on the objective shape of the Earth or astronomy or anything like that. But
Right.
when you start walking around and pretending like it's truth, and going to absolute layman's in the street and pretending like this is like corroborating your whole theory about the Earth being flat by talking to people, like I've said before, most globers don't understand. They can't really justify their belief in any way. And so, you know,
Right.
to go and know that and walk up to a layman and be like, you know, I mean, what are you proving with that? I told him before, go up to somebody that actually knows the subject, and at
Or
least
or
go
ask
ahead.
somebody, for instance, how you know, how electricity works. You know, how does your light bulb work? I mean,
Yeah.
how many of us could answer that? And we use them every day. But you know, most of us, you know, we aren't able to explain all the ins and outs of how electricity is generated and how it travels down lines and how much of it goes missing. And do you know what I mean? There's a whole fucking myriad of things to know, isn't there, about things like that? And you know, I think it's the same with the shape of the Earth. And they, you know, one of their things is, oh well, they, you know, why don't they teach this? You know, why don't they tell us the 8 miles per 8? What is it? 8 mile, 8 whatever per mile squared. Like 8 inches per mile squared. I couldn't get it out for some reason. Why don't they teach us that? Well, you know what I mean. This is an argument that was over and done with over 2,000 years ago. There's no reason to teach people that sort of thing, you know, and we can move on from that. We can say, we know it's a globe. Here's a nice picture of it from NASA. You know.
Yeah, and that kind of brings up a point, actually, that there are obviously different standards of evidence, and that's kind of the whole deal here, is that, you know, I've even tried to explain it, you've tried to explain it, Jed's tried to explain it to him, that he shouldn't be even saying proof, first of all, because then it gets into this whole philosophical bullshit. What people can come on and do is show evidence. Just like, you know, I really don't think, he obviously doesn't understand moon phases to begin with. He doesn't, you know, because if you think that the heliocentric model is debunked, but you don't know the absolute ins and outs of it, then you can't debunk something that you're not fully aware of by any means. And that's what we see, is we just see tons of misconceptions, and this clown show, you know, continues to ensue. So I want to play this here monologue and see what you have to think about it.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
This platform here focuses purely on natural science, the separation of the sciences and bringing people to the understanding of what they are, that being natural, formal and social science, and how they are identified and separated. We focus here on claims that are made about reality, and those claims must come into the realms of natural science, that being observable, measurable, testable and repeatable. We focus on natural physics, things like water, liquid and its behaviour upon Earth. This abundant element, if you like, is a great measuring tool of telling us the possibilities of where we live. Now, that one point alone rules out the possibility of you living on the exterior of any shape.
Alrighty, what do you think about that? Did you, I'll just go ahead and say, did you notice how he said we focus here on natural science, and then he went into what he basically showed today, that he focuses on basically water as his, you know, quote unquote natural science.
Right.
And really, you know, he goes on to say, you know, repeatable, testable, all this kind of stuff. Basically, like we said before, that he starts explaining the scientific method. And so natural science is a branch of science concerned with the description, prediction, and understanding of natural phenomenon based on observational and empirical evidence. So this is exactly what I try to focus on with these people, is what we can observe here on Earth, such as obstruction of, you know, buildings or mountains, or of, you know, the sun or the moon. I mean, it's quite obvious. And there are things like, you know, the celestial sphere that is basically built on latitude. So, you know, things like, I come on and say, you know, the angular diameter of the sun, it doesn't change throughout the day, and the moon as well throughout the night, or whenever it comes through. So, you know, he then says that I'm a liar and a sophist, and what I'm doing is actually doing what is called natural science, in that his natural science to him stops at water being flat, and that is his main, basically, presuppositional argument. And this is the thing, is that when you have a faulty premise like this, then you're going to get faulty results all the time. So he has this one water argument that I've tried to outline before, and he continues with it. So what we see is denial. He doesn't understand, he can't conceive how water is level, but at the same time it's a very large sphere, so it's level to each vector of the water, you know.
I think, again, even within that water argument, there's some trickery going on that he's inserted himself, because he uses this phrase, bodies of water. And he uses that to rule out things like, you know, drops or concavity, what do they call it? Meniscus, surface tension in a glass or something like that. So he uses that to get rid of anything small where we see water curving, but he doesn't define what is a body of water. You know what? You know, when does it become a body? When does it qualify as a body of water? And I think he uses it, and of course he hasn't tested that. All he's got to go on is what he can physically see, which I imagine probably, you know, if he's got a kind of fairly, you know, unless he's been a sailor or something, you know, it's going to be a fairly limited, you know, probably, you know, 3 or 4 miles of water. I mean, he hasn't made any tests to see if he's correct at any kind of a larger scale. But one thing he knows for certain is he's wrong at a smaller scale. You know, he knows that water can form spherical drops. You know, it can sit on a leaf or something like that in the rain. So he knows that his water theory doesn't work there, doesn't it? So do you know what I mean? He's sort of set it up so that whatever you come up with, it won't qualify as a body of water, you know, until it's too big for you to be able to make comment on, you know.
I would almost say that it's almost a clever way to debate, but really anyone with, like you said before, eyes to see or a half a brain,
yeah,
can see that that's just, you can't debate that logically, and he can, because it's his platform, right? So he's got full control of how long this happens, and who he wants to just, you know, completely, you know, put his head down and say basically to leave, you know, without, oh, so I can give you evidence, oh, leave, you know, basically. And, you know, I've heard it all before. Well, then why are you on here asking for proof? You know, when somebody brings you evidence in a video form, you say, oh, did you do that yourself or whatever? So the criteria in which he sets up his show is impossible. You can't win, and that's why I say just don't even go on, because he's just going to fester in his own little flat earth nonsensory. And let's keep going with this here.
Yeah, I mean, I found, you know, because watching him, I find it so frustrating when he's coming out with this stuff. But since I did my video about him, I feel so much less frustrated. I feel like, you know, I've answered him, you know, you know, the good thing is, because his arguments never change, there's no need for me to make any more videos. I don't need to spend time on that, because he's just the same old shit, you know. I've already, you know, more than covered everything he's ever likely to come out with.
True.
True.
Most
some peace on the matter. You know what I mean? Making a video about it. So
I was gonna say most flat earthers are a little more clever. They'll throw in like gyro, or they'll throw in something where obviously this gyro thing has been recycled. I mean, we've already been through this, but let me get on with this here. See if there's anything more interesting here.
So, people like myself who believed, much like many of you, that we lived on a globe, took it for granted through childhood and most of our adult life. We then decided to have a look at it to see if it, you know, was really true. And many people like myself found that it was not true. Okay, and these institutions like NASA and any of the other ones who produce images of the Earth being a round blue testicle are liars. The reason we know they are liars is because the images do not match observable reality.
All right, so I'm sure you'll have something to say about that.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, that's the big fault, I think, with all those flat Earth arguments about NASA imagery. You know, he said there it doesn't match observable reality. Well, which observable reality is that where he's seen something that he can compare to NASA images? You know, he hasn't been to space, and he claims every image from space is fake. So he has no, he doesn't know what observable reality is of you know, of the Earth from space, and so he has no means of declaring it, you know, anything.
Let's be truthful, Jim. Let's be truthful. He dances around it, but we both know that he believes in videos and in flat Earth content. We both know that he believes in Eric Dubay. I think it's hilarious that when we have that conversation and I pop on, he's literally listening to Eric Dubay about, like, you know, how to, you know, destroy their argument or something.
Yeah. It sounded like he was getting a coaching session, didn't it?
Seriously, man.
From I know. I mean, fucking hell. People accuse us of being like, you know, a team and having, you know, people in charge and shit. But fuck.
Yeah. True. And Dubay is obviously very easy to debunk. I really don't think that he even. I really don't think that he believes that there's even a South Celestial Pole or different stars than that which you can see, you know, further in the northern hemisphere. But let's see if we find anything else here.
Okay.
Now, I know that is hard for people to get because they somehow think that images have a huge sway, but really they don't. You know, that is all that exists in the way of proof for us living on a nature-defying blue testicle, flying through the infinite vacuum of space. That is childish cartoon nonsense. People like myself who have broken free from that cult belief are now.
So actually, in my opinion, he's actually broken, quote unquote, broken free into his own cult belief, into denying all of that evidence. And I mean, just even him making that whole situation, making that into basically a cartoon, where, you know, oh yeah, this is, he just completely degrades the whole conversation here, completely degrades the conversation. Doesn't, you know, like they don't he has no idea about Cavendish. Most of these people don't understand that it's been reproduced. Not only that, you know, kids in like high school do it, and there's videos of it, and no flat earthers ever tried it or tried to debunk it. So, you know, when they say, oh, you know, it's kind of like John LeBon saying, oh, some dude in the 1700s in a shed, you know, oh yeah, that's all we got to go on, man. It's never been reproduced. It's never been perfected. There's no other ways like laser interferometry or even satellites. Basically, they can use that data and calculate this kind of shit. So yeah, it's ridiculous.
Well, listen, it's funny you should say that, because this week, you know, I'm making this moon video thing, and this week the thing I've been working on is this laser range finding that they do. I'm sure you know about it, don't you? Where they place these mirrors on the moon with prisms in them that will basically reflect a laser light directly back where it came from. That's what the prisms do. And it's interesting because we know that they've used this to measure distance to the moon, and kind of up till now, that's all I knew. You know, I know that they can make very accurate measurements of the distance to the moon, but you know, as I've been learning about it, it turns out that really all these experiments that they're doing, where they're making these measurements, they're all about understanding gravity, and getting a greater understanding of gravity. And they had a great explanation on one of the things I was reading. Let me just, if you don't mind, I'll read you a little bit of this. It's only a few paragraphs. Where is it? Just got to find the right bit. Here it is, right. While being the most evident force of nature, gravity is in fact the weakest of the fundamental forces, and consequently the most poorly tested by modern experiments. Einstein's general relativity, currently our best description of gravity, is fundamentally incompatible with quantum mechanics and is likely to be replaced by a more complete theory in the future. A modified theory would, for example, predict small deviations in the solar system that, if seen, could have profound consequences for understanding the universe as a whole. By mapping the shape of the lunar orbit, lunar laser range finding is able to distinguish between competing theories of gravity. And they go on to talk about how precise it is. But some of the experiments that they do, I've got a few of the titles of the experiments. So just let me run through a few of these because they're quite good. You've got a continental drift rate and direction for earthquake research. Gravitational potential parameters of the Earth and the Moon. Relativistic description of angular momentum of torque and the Moon. Newtonian description of non-spherical shape of the Earth and the Moon. Parameterization of Einstein's theory to test time variability of the gravitational constant. So these are the things they're doing, and it's really interesting to see, because what they're saying is that you know, that some of the problems with Cavendish, as you pointed out, you know, people say, well, it's wind or it's electromagnetism. Well, you know, and of course the big problem we have with gravity is you know, you need a large mass to be able to test it. Well, the Earth and the Moon are two large masses, and they sit in a very, very clean laboratory where there is no wind, and there are none of these other things to affect them like there are on Earth. And so these are great experiments of gravity, and these you know, these range finding experiments prove gravity, you know, every day. They're not an experiment you and I can do, but they prove it over and over again, and you know, way beyond it in a way that Cavendish could.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, that is something definitely I don't even know. I didn't know about all those.
No, I didn't.
So there are obviously different ways to test this, and it does usually these things on the intricate level are you know, used by very expensive and very well qualified people, expensive equipment rather. So it's kind of like out of our reach. It's kind of unprovable to a lot of these kind of folk. But
I think that's true, yeah. And I mean, you know, I always have that problem, as you know, with their philosophy, because I mean, what I will say is the results of these things are published publicly. You probably could go and arrange to see these things. There are certainly plenty of students who are involved with them, you know, but obviously it's not, you know, it's not accessible to everyone, just like, I don't know, you know, the back of a kitchen isn't accessible to me if I go in a restaurant, you know, do you know what I mean? It's,
yeah. Let me get through
that field to be in a situation where you're going to be able to, you know, get in the sort of observatory that has a high-powered laser and be involved with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of like making a Lamborghini engine. Like, I mean, it's you know, only a few people
let anyone wandering off the street and have a go if they feel like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, very, very specialized things. But let me get through a little bit more.
Sure,
of this
yeah. That was a bit of a long monologue.
No, you're good. Actually, there's a lot of information that I just documented that, you know, people can look up or not. They can just disbelieve everything. I really don't care.
Flat to me is something totally different, obviously.
Flat is level, just a plane.
No, that's what I say. It's a level plane. Whatever it is must be contained in the water. We know that because the place is covered in water. We know how water behaves. We have tested it. We have applied it. We know it to be fact, everyday life that everybody can test and experience for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what the problem is.
Oh, the problem is that what we observe here on Earth, water, doesn't contradict the full model, right? We don't expect to see a curvature, major curvature in real experiences. Even if gravity is true, we don't expect it to curve water in a pool or in a river, right? In a significant way, you have to have specific instruments on a great distance to measure the very self curve of the Earth.
So where's your measurements?
Oh, I can shoot down. There's the Chicago skyline measurements. Just the really general observations of boats over the horizon.
Mate, yeah, I don't want to be ignorant, but you're not offering anything, right? You're now jumping to images and fucking, you know, I'm bringing real science to you. I'm bringing real science to you that you can go away and test yourself. You have stayed.
All right. So if there is a little bit more context to that whole conversation, I just wanted to. I popped on at a good time there. It's very obvious that he doesn't. He was in a bad mood or something. First of all, tonight, but he just doesn't want to hear it. And this guy's like, yeah, I got some evidence. Oh, you want calculations? Yeah, sure, we got this. And oh, now it's your evidence. And
Right.
then even if he had his observations and his own evidence, he would then make up some other something to completely deny it. So
Yeah, I mean, he said, I'm bringing real science to you. Well, what? I mean, we sprayed some water on a flattened football in his back garden, and that's it.
yep.
He's not done any science. He constantly makes this claim that he's into natural science and all that. But what science has he ever done? All he ever does is say all of science is wrong, and all the people involved in it are either lying or being fooled. And I think, as you say, I think he was in a bad mood because I don't know if you saw the very start of the show, but he starts off by talking about what did he say? What I can't remember.
IPS. He started doing some
It's
weird.
IPS, isn't it? But he calls
Yeah.
it something else, doesn't he? Itchy Bottom Society or something.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was. But they've obviously been bitchy. They apparently they'd said that he was difficult to understand or something.
That's funny.
I didn't hear that myself, but
He really, it's funny. I mean, like I've outlined before, this is the point, is that he has to have his own chat. He's never been on anybody else's chat. He has to control the situation. Not only that, now he's clamping down. Now he's got one argument, and today he just showed us that he wants to basically have you have a prerequisite to agree that water is flat on a very small level before you have any conversation with him. And what Thors was trying to really outline is that none of that is nothing that we wouldn't see on the model that was prescribed to us.
Right.
Water is level and flat at its vectors. So,
and this was a route that I don't know if you saw Miles Davis. That guy Miles Davis. Did you see him? He had a couple of goes a few weeks ago, and that was kind of the route that he was going down. And I thought he had it the best because he was sort of taking Dell in a way. He was sort of saying, well, what would you expect to see if there was on a ball? But of course it's very difficult. Dell won't put up with that for long. Because you're not allowed to use your imagination or hypothesize anything or any, he'll rule all of that out as well, So, but I thought Miles had him on the ropes. I thought he's done the best so far.
This is strictly the dogmatic Dell delusional dogma show where it's just
right.
It's gotten worse. It's gotten worse, and I really didn't think that it would be that way. But just watching this, probably 20 minutes in all that I did today, I see that and I actually emailed that No Curve guy like, hey, it was actually like a week or two ago. What do you guys like really? You got to sit down and like, what can someone bring to the table that will actually prove this thing? Because this is the whole supposed basis of the show, people coming on and proving the globe or whatever. So is there anything realistic that anybody could come on besides taking you up in a rocket that would prove this thing to you or actually get you to look at the evidence, such as star trails and angular size of the heavens and it's denial at the end of the day. And he can stew and he can fester in his little flat earth land, but I continue to try to help him, and I know he listens to my stuff, so that's why I'm recording this for you, Dell, and I'll put it on my channel because you gotta I understand that you've reduced your argumentation. It doesn't make the argument right. It makes actually extremely much more flawed. And, he tap dances around. I don't know if you heard before, but he tap dances around. But he does say, I think it's a level plane, basically. He says level plane. So, I mean, you can't say that. Oh, I never said it's flat, and you can't do this tippy toe bullshit that he does. Yeah, I mean, he's really one of the worst like debate tacticianers I've ever seen in my life. Like literally, everything that he says and does is just an absolute hypocrisy. And until he figures out the error in his ways, his presuppositional beliefs about water and misunderstandings about the heliocentric model, then he will continue to do this.
Right. And of course, a claim he often makes is that it's not a debate. And that's a mistake we're all making. And it's objective reality. And he apparently has got some sort of, way to know what objective reality is without there being any possibility of error. And so there is no debate. And I did try and explain the idea to him that yes, there is an objective reality, and he has an interpretation of what that is, and I have an interpretation of what that is. And they are not compatible, and that is where the debate lies. But I don't think you really got the idea.
Yeah, I mean, just really, if you're a quote unquote supposed truth seeker, and you quite literally have one argument that has to do with water being flat, and then you scale it up and you say this is impossible. It's 100% not a globe. Water doesn't, do anything. I mean, it literally is inductive reasoning. It's like. Yeah. Like, dude, he listens to me, he hears me, he hears other people. He's got to understand that you have to bring more to the table. You have to be able to understand, to explain things like the star trails and things like the obstruction of the sun, this giant ball of light that travels supposedly thousands of miles and then is obstructed from bottom up 5 to 10 minutes. It has to be explained on the flat Earth, and these are all evidences towards the sphere. And he just neglects it completely.
I don't know if you noticed Validation Boy went in there early. Did you see that?
I didn't. When I was scrubbing through it, dude, I saw that. I gotta go listen to that shit.
Yeah, well, you can imagine. I bet you can guess what he said, because they talked about stars at one point. So I'm sure you can imagine what Validation Boy came up with on stars. They're intangible, and we don't know they're intangible, and no one could touch the edge of the sky, he said. Well, I think if you stick your hand out, you're touching the edge of the sky, really. I mean, where does the sky end? I think the sky ends at the ground, really. So, but he says, and he was, and Dell was loving all that, of course, reaffirming it. Oh, yes, that's what. We don't know what they are, the luminaries, and that fucking winds me up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the whole it's intangible, or that we don't know what it is, or that we don't know the composition of it. I'm saying, hey guys, it has nothing to do with anything. I'm just saying the observation in and of itself is what purports to a spinning sphere in some kind of with a celestial sphere somehow on top of it. Like it literally comports. Not only the sky that comports with it, but then you travel around the actual Earth and see that it comports in a whole nother way as well. So these things are natural science. These things are repeatable, testable, observable. So if you went out tomorrow and you saw, oh look, I see this and I see these star trails, and you sit out there and you see it, and then you do it again and it does it again, the same thing, and then you go out and it does something else. Well, we have a problem. But the thing is, it does it fucking basically the same thing all of the time, basically.
Right. And the same with the declination of Polaris. I mean, as you travel, or inclination. As you travel, as you travel south, it will be the same every single time you do it. It is repeatable, it is testable, it is observable, and the idea that you could have any explanation for the shape of the Earth that did not include that. If you said, well, the Earth's flat, we know it's flat because of this, this, and this. We sent out our ships, you know, we found this ring around the Earth. You know, we know it's flat, but the sky, we don't know anything about that. You know what I mean? You would not have an explanation. You know, it wouldn't work. People would say, well, you must be wrong about the other stuff because of what we see in the sky. And I just don't think you could advance the idea by saying, no, we're right. Just forget about the sky for now. We're working on that, you know.
Jim, I don't know what's more telling, the actions of Dogmatic Dell in general, or the people, the avid listeners and followers and people that love his work, their actions as well, where they just completely blindly follow this. And I think that some flat earthers know better on some of these arguments, but well, I guess now it's only one argument, so I guess, you know, and that brings up another thing where you go on and you say, well, what about, you know, free falling water? You know, what shape does that take? You know, from rain droplets, or if you're in the Vomit Comet, or obviously what they're doing in what they call space. It seems as though it takes the shape of a sphere, right? I mean, so everything else in the sky is a sphere. You know, all of the lunar eclipses are, you know, no matter what a flat earther says, they're predicted, and they're known a long time ahead, and they can try to say that, you know, this is wrong or that is wrong, but at the same time, while they're anomaly hunting, they're not proving their model at all. So we have one that has basically 100% predictability versus something that we just say that the water is level. So, I mean, could you imagine a world where everybody just goes around and we have this inductive logic where we think, well, you know, I took a bath today and it didn't curve into a ball, so these assholes are saying it's a sphere Earth. Like, yeah, I mean, no, I mean, if everybody thought that way, we would be in the Stone Age, and that's why he probably looks the way that he does, because he should have been back there, man. He should have been back there. He should have been a Ravage. He should have been eating on meat because he's a huge dude. But I will say that none of my things that I say have anything to do with Jim at all. But anyway, thanks for chatting, Jim. I'll hop on the other side. I'll start inviting people if they want to hop on.
Oh yeah, cool.
And yeah, I just wanted to say a few things, and because, you know, I see that behavior, and hopefully he'll, you know, maybe have 2 arguments next week. So we can, you know, we can hope for the best, Jim. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks, man. See you in a minute.
All right, now.
So you have to, oh, you don't have to leave, do you? Oh, you do. Apparently he has to leave. So now I've got no one to talk to. So it's just me. Oh, it's good time to say hello to everyone in the chat. So let's do that. Whipping up to the top of the chat. Gosh, so many people. Reptilian Overlord was first. Twitwit. Oh no, that's probably not true actually. Reptilian Overlord, Twitwit, hello. Laurie Gales here. Jovan Trendmaker is with us. Al K, how you doing, mate? Cigar Face, John Watson got banned. Good. Test Vision High, Tinfoil Hatter. Drunken Gem is with us. Drunken Gem. Cyanide 2020 is with us. Who else? Baslica Matt. I'm not quite sure if I've said that correctly, but something along those lines. I guess it's Matt. And who else? Oh, P Mars, of course. Are you coming in, P Mars? Come on, you're a top troll. Come and join us. Captain Bullshit, how you doing, mate? And Charlotte. Hi, Charlotte. The lovely Charlotte. Cigar Face. Did I do Cigar Face already? Who else have we got? I've got to get down the bottom here. Oh, Mr. B. Welcome, Mr. B. And Chad Moulding. Hello, Chad. And I saw Nathan. I thought I saw Nathan in here. Am I still a long way up? Cathexit. Oh, I like that. Cathexit. That's very good. Laurie, I've done Laurie, haven't I? Hi, Laurie girl. Terraplaner. Terraplaner. Earth is as flat as a pancake. What have you processing using theories? Stop complaining, guys. The globe died the day NASA decided to try to fake our world. Ah, that's sweet. And I'm getting there, guys. I'm getting there. Where are we? Hopefully, somebody's talking to me. Hold on. Nope. Where do we get to? Right. Flamingo. Hi, Flamingo. Carl Stenbeck. Hi, Carl. How's the detective work going? Ace McLeod. Now, what did you call me? What did you say? What's the last thing you said to me this week, Ace? Stabs you in the eye with an icicle. So, yeah, that concluded that conversation. Nathan Oakley, good evening, of course. And Milo Lugo. That's everyone. Now all I need is somebody in the hangout. I need someone to come and talk to me, guys. So who will join? Come on, guys. I can't just... Tim's back. Thank God. I'm monologuing here, mate, and it's fucking hard work.
I added a bunch of people, so
Try to say something intelligent. But yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting as well. I've noticed with You've Been Exposed, because it's like almost the same thing going on over there. You know, you've got one guy who's running it all. If anyone goes in there who he doesn't really, I mean, like twice I've been in there, and I think this has happened to you a number of times as well. He just ends the hangout, starts a new one. You know, I mean, literally runs away. You know.
Yeah, then they claim victory. That's the most hilarious part about it.
And I was just listening to them before we started, and it's just this festival of ignorance. It's just astounding, you know. And they're all just wallowing in it. I mean, just Ace McLeod, you're just guilty. I've heard you in there bullying that near base guy. You're patronizing him with your stupidity.
He just got kicked off.
Who, Near did?
Yeah.
Oh, God. I wish that guy would check his bloody G+, though. I've been sending him stuff about the Apollo 2 TV-1 test, which was a week-long vacuum chamber test that took place of the Apollo spacecraft and spacesuits with a crew for a whole week. And those idiots are claiming a spacesuit can't last in a vacuum for more than a minute because they're under the impression that space is trying to rip everything apart for some reason. I have no idea why. I think they've watched Aliens or something. Anyway, welcome, P. Mars.
It's that Total Recall, man. They're thinking of fucking Arnold up in Mars, dude.
Right, yeah, his eyes were popping out, right. Right, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was good talking to John last night. He's been creeping around the Dogmatic Dell channel that I have. I was kind of surprised.
Did you see what VB said about him?
What's that?
Did you see VB was saying that like LeBron tried to go and do his own little thing with dinosaurs or whatever, and he realized that flat Earth is where it's the popular cool kids are at or whatever. So he had to,
oh my god,
he had to like come back
you have to really wonder if that kid is fucking trolling, dude.
To the flat Earth subject because that's the best subject.
He had a video this week that there was about missiles being faked, and he couldn't understand how missiles
yeah
or something. Did you see that?
I didn't watch it.
Am I missing something? But has he like never set off a firework? I mean,
when last night I jokingly said that missiles can't be fake because one of them hit the Pentagon on 9/11 or whatever.
But of course, you know that's true. But
because we know that's true. That there's no way a plane did. So I don't know. Why would you say missiles are fake? I don't get it.
No, well, it's part of his whole. World War II didn't happen.
World War II didn't.
The Bible was written last week. That kind of thing.
What the fuck?
maybe I'm mischaracterizing his position somewhat, but he certainly doesn't think that V2 rockets happened, does he? I think he's still clinging on to the idea that all space exploration is fake. It's kind of pretty well ingrained with you people in the truth.
Welcome to LeBon Earth. I think one of the critical videos that you need to watch with John LeBon is his assumptions video. You got to scroll back and check it out. I think there's like 8 assumptions that he or like gravity and all these different things. So
right, he
basically and he keeps saying LeBon cosmology. Welcome to LeBon Earth, and I was like, do you mean cosmogony? I mean your cosmology.
He's talking about like starting a cult where people think for themselves and don't follow gurus or something.
That'd be excellent.
He'll be the guru of this group, will he?
That's what he's like. No, but I'm not the guru. But he's so like LeBron Earth and LeBron whatever. Yeah, he's definitely a wannabe guru. I think with his granddaddy hoaxer bullshit website.
John LeSlong is a good truther, dude. He's a good dude, man. He'll shock you though. He's got the intelligence and the wit of a very, very high level, but at the same time he'll fucking throw in some curveballs and just really show you that he has a conspiratorial bias. And then when I've challenged him on specs before about his logic. I believe I have it on my channel, but I think he starts to get some things. He starts to try to adapt a little bit. That's another thing in the whole court that's held with Issa. That whole thing is hilarious with that Anthony guy. I mean, he pretends that he's objective and that he's out for the truth and all this shit, but anything that's said, he just converts into his own little paradigm or his own little pipe dream or whatever.
Yeah,
and that's what they're doing. They're openly like trying to get better arguments and using our arguments and trying to craft ones against them.
Yeah, I have to say, I quite enjoy talking to that guy, actually.
Oh my God. No.
I find him quite easy to talk to,
No.
I just do. I mean, he's not been horrible to me or anything. And there isn't a lot of that going on these days. So I can only take him how I find him, and for me, he's been pretty cool, really. I mean, he does come out with some, what I consider to be horrendous bullshit.
But a hit piece on me.
But I thought we did quite well last night, actually, because they were sort of congratulating themselves that they'd won, and then I went in there, and about half an hour later, they was, oh well, no, I don't think we've won anymore.
Dude, he posted a video today. It's like a half hour, I think, clip of that, where he said he beat 3 ballers.
Oh right. Oh well.
He mentioned you and me. He said that he used our own evidence against us, and he was just acting like he won. And he also did 3 days ago. I was looking at his videos. He did a hit piece on me because I joined the panel, and when I joined the panel, he had this like comment of me calling him a moron or something. And he's like, what do you think? What about this comment, P. Mars? What do you have to say about this? And then Antonio Subarats ordered me to read my own comment, and I'm not going to fucking do anything that motherfucker says, obviously. So I just said, what the fuck? I'm not reading that. You guys are morons. And he made this whole video about how I was reluctant. He called me reluctant because I didn't just obey Antonio Subarats, I guess.
Right.
He called me a reluctant. He fucking set me off, and I said a bunch of N-words on his comment section today. So now he has, now next time he can present a real, like, bad comment that I made to embarrass me. So I gave him some ammunition.
Well, we have Patty in the chat. I would like to say a shout out to the beautiful lady named Patricia Steer. Quite obvious. Here? Yeah, great woman. Maybe we have a disagreement on the topic, one topic out of a million, about the shape of the earth, but as far as veganism and stuff like that, we would probably agree. And that's kind of why I've kind of tried to push and talk to people like Jeranism and say, we shouldn't be pushing this kind of divisive us versus them kind of mentality, because there are a lot of good truth seekers out there that don't believe in the flat earth and do believe in a lot of things that flat earthers might purport to believe in, and they get shunned away. So I think it's important that we don't call them trolls, and we don't call them try to degrade the situation because of their belief. And might I add, it's a well-justified belief for people like me that believe in the sphere. So that being said, what do you guys think?
Well, I would like to welcome Patricia to our chat. And she says, hello, Tim Osman. I'm in this chat as a bridge.
Do you want me to add Nathan Oakley?
That's mysterious. I added Nathan.
Oh, you did?
But I think he might be going to bed, actually. It is 2 a.m.
Oh, my gosh. The call.
I thought you said good night.
He wasn't in the call, and I just added him. He called me on about another hangout.
Oh, gosh. I don't know what hangout I added him to, then.
I think... Yeah, maybe I don't know.
Hey, Spurs! We got Spursy coming in. You've got to be in it, man.
Oh,
Spurs has got evidence that we didn't go to the moon, apparently.
What's up, Nate?
Yeah. Hey, Nat.
There we go. I'm in the right conversation now.
Sorry, mate. I don't know. Who did I send you to? Whose conversation was that? Wasn't ED?
I don't know.
Sorry, mate.
I only wanted to ask a quick question. It's the same question I asked last time I dropped in, which was, have you seen Good Times for All make the curve appear on a flat surface? Have you watched that yet or not?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I have seen that, yeah. I think there's a number of problems with it, really. I mean, I think we don't know for certain quite how flat the floor is. And, I think that could be an issue. I think there's a reflection coming off it, because you can see this sort of row of sort of lights. I think it's the overhead lights which are in a row reflecting.
And yeah, it's refraction and Coriolis and gravity, Nathan. And you're just silly to not think
I think there's a few things going on there, and I think it's difficult really to say. I don't think he's replicating curve as we see it.
No, it just brings more questions, like the angular diameter of the sun and its ability to be obstructed by the Earth very, very congruently, very symmetrically. So, hey, Nate, what do you think about what I said? You're actually not very divisive, actually, in the whole truth or troll flat Earth community. But I was wondering, do you think that it's important that maybe we shouldn't, completely cast out everybody that doesn't believe in the flat Earth? And maybe because like I said, I think that there are a lot of people that are cast out by the wayside that do have good ideas and do believe a lot of the things that the flat Earth conspiracy theorists believe, like 9/11 and things like this. But do you agree there's kind of an us versus them mentality here in this whole situation?
Yeah, I completely agree.
do you think it's kind of being purported by there's a boogeyman sometimes named Tim Osmond and we got to find him and hang him by his toes and these kinds of actions? Or I mean, your hangouts are super chill now. Like they're super chill. But some of them obviously are just complete drama fest and accusations are thrown about people being different sexes and just absolute garbage being said. But um, I guess I'm saying like maybe we could be more objective, all of us, and me especially, in that we are kind of technically fighting the same people. The captors, the people that put us in this debt-based society, and make us go to these petrol wars and stuff. So, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of crap, isn't there? I mean, it breaks my heart. I've got to be honest. People that it's akin to the religious Bible bashers, and it's hearing people speculating and holding belief systems, and that's fine if they can actually admit that is what they are. But when you have people saying no, this is fact, it's like, no, you've done nothing but speculate for the last 10 minutes, and that's fine. That's good fun. Initially I quite enjoyed the trans investigations when it was done by Jungle Surfer and Russian Vids,
Dave
because
J. Oh,
well,
yeah.
it was preposterous, wasn't it? And that's quite a good laugh. But when you get people like John Humanity saying, "This is how it is," go watch my documentary and you'll see how I have arbitrarily assigned characteristics to people, and based on that I'll say this person's in utero transsexual. It's preposterous, and it's like the no trees thing all over again. It ruins people's credibility. And further to what you're saying, what you first said, yeah, I do think that the detractors drive the argument forward. So I'm absolutely against banning the detractors, because it strengthens your argument, it strengthens your debating ability. There's a whole number of things that it does. You have to excuse me. Believe it or not, it's like 2:30 a.m. and someone's ringing my front doorbell.
Cool, man. Cool, man.
Yeah, well, on that transvestigation thing, I mean, I think what I would add at this point is that I think I think I know this community pretty well, and I don't know anyone who is evidently transsexual, but I don't, I don't care. I think that certain people, I'm not going to repeat it and add fuel to that fire, but certain people who have been accused of being transsexual, I think is utterly preposterous. It's ridiculous, bitchy, childish behavior. And I think, but even if it was true, does that belong in this community? I would say, and I would say obviously not. If someone's part of this community, whatever they are, wherever they are with regard to their sexuality, it doesn't make any difference. We don't pillory them for where they are in terms of their gender. That's something else. And if they're part of the community and they're not doing anything else that's obnoxious, then there's no reason.
Look. At the heart of it, though, man. At the heart of it, what we're talking about is somebody that is a quite obvious walking projection, a psychological projector, a person that is basically quite definitely a narcissist, possibly a psychopath, that goes around and calls everybody else a psychopath, which is what basically he read out when he was reading out about psychopath.
Right, so, and to set himself up as like the flat earth shrink, they can diagnose us all.
I'm actually I was told today that he's requesting money for a gyro, and then he added that he needs money for world-class training to fight a known troll. So I'm quite definitely going to call it off. I told him at the whole conception of that whole madness, that whole joke that ensued, that I'm not going to have people pay you anything for this. If you want to come down, I would get, I would definitely spend a good amount of money.
Pay, and he said very emphatically, I will pay my own way. He was very emphatic about that. So I think that it's being thoroughly dishonest. And, the idea that, a week ago or whenever it was, he could afford a ticket to America, and now he can't afford a ticket to the fucking local university, apparently, without some help.
Wow.
Because that's what the essence of his video was. He's got this gyroscope and it proves the flat earth, apparently, and he's going to hawk it around universities now. But he needs financial help with that.
What is the answer to that? I mean, isn't it basically that it's the same frame of reference?
I think that with the gyroscope that he's got, they've got a very nice video saying how great and precise their gyroscopes are, but it's just not up to the job. When they use these things to measure the Earth's rotation precession, they sometimes they use, like, they're in a vacuum, and they're very large gyroscopes that they use, with a lot of mass. So I just don't think that what he's got is up to the job, and it has to be very precisely balanced, and there's a whole load of things that can go wrong. And I think I think that's why he's chosen that argument, because I think it's very easy to make it look like look, there's no precession, which is just caused by a not very good gyroscope.
Yeah, it's kind of like, when people were running around saying that the moonlight was colder than the shade or whatever, just completely, using.
Can I add something to that?
Go ahead.
It's only because I've got first-hand experience of it. When the lunar eclipse came, I was photographing it as it came, and it took an eternity, man. I thought it'd be over quickly. It took a long time, and when it reached totality, the temperature sharply dropped. Now, this is just anecdotal. This is just my experience photographing it, but it was noteworthy because it got to the point where my fingers froze, and they were functioning perfectly up until the point that the eclipse came. And I had to go and get my wife. I had to literally go and get her. I was like, I can't take the final shot. I couldn't get the money shot. She took it through my telescope because I physically couldn't do it. I couldn't operate the camera because the temperature dropped so much. Now, the moonlight experiments, it's 6 or 1.5 dozen of the other. 50% of the people seem to say it does. 50% of the people say it doesn't. So I've not done the experiment. Either of you two did it, just out of interest?
No, I think the big problem with it is, and it's a problem with a lot of these sort of experiments, is it's very susceptible to a reporting bias, in that if you do the experiment and you get a null result or a negative result, you probably won't bother making a video about it. So you'll only make a video if you do it and, oh, look, the temperature dropped. Then it's worth making a video about it. But if you do the test and that doesn't happen, that video probably isn't going to make it to YouTube. Some people will be honest enough. John LeBon, for instance, he did the whole thing and showed it. But I think most people, that is a problem with that. But I think, and the other problem that I see a lot is that people use these infrared type thermometers, and they point the laser beam part of it at something, and they assume that it's checking the temperature of that laser, where that dot is on the laser beam. But in actual fact, those things, they work like a flashlight, and what's coming out of that is like a flashlight beam, which will get bigger, and the angle of it will change, depending on what you're pointing it at and how far away you are. And that's the problem. People think if they point it at, for instance, with Gerrans, when he points it at the top of a fence post, he thinks he's measuring the temperature of that fence post. Well, he isn't. He's measuring, the air around it, or maybe the grass on the ground behind that, or who knows what he's measuring, but he isn't getting an accurate temperature measurement of the thing he's pointing at. You know, these things are good for measuring, you know, stuff in a saucepan 6 inches away, but you can't really wander around your garden with it and expect to get a good sound result. And I think that's where a lot of people go wrong with it. Sorry about that.
Well, I also would like to add that there are obvious variables in that some of them are putting them on the ground, which, you know, obviously the ground is going to have and hold some kind of a temperature, and there's going to be wind at sometimes. And so if you really wanted to do it correctly, you wouldn't be using a $12 Amazon radar thermometer. You would use something quite a bit more accurate, and you would try to reduce those variables by, say, putting it in a glass box, or doing something, basically what science does to try to prove things objectively. So I think it just fell flat because it was pretty inconclusive, really.
Yeah. I think I don't know. I mean, you know, Nathan asked if I've done the experiments. Well, I haven't done any experiments. But, you know, my standard of evidence is different to yours, Nathan. So I don't need to do experiments because I basically trust people who have done the experiments. But I think you guys do that as well quite a lot, you know. You'd have to.
I've seen it, man. I know people do it with NASA. That really bugs me. And you'll hear people hold up proof of the firmament based on Van Allen belt radiation detection, and you're like, I just take it the same as I do with the other NASA stuff. But I'm sure it probably frustrates you when the same guy will say, "Oh, this stuff from NASA's all bullshit."
Yeah.
And then in the same breath, they'll go, "Well, of course there's a dome. Look at this."
Yeah, I mean, it's two arguments I think that I come across a lot, and one is Van Allen radiation belts stopped us going to the moon, and I think that you know what I mean. If you're going to take, you know, NASA's information that there are radiation belts, then you have to take all the, you know, what type of radiation it is, what the levels of radiation are, and that you can put a spacecraft through it with people in it. You know, if you send it on the right route at the right speed and this sort of thing. So, you know, I think you have to take all of that. And the other one I hear a lot is, well, actually not so much recently, is, you know, the temperature in the thermosphere should melt satellites. And I think that's another one where, you know, you're taking one piece of data and then, you know, ignoring the stuff that surrounds it, so to speak. Well, not you though, Nathan.
Well, I see it's the same as debating about some detail in the Bible. That's the way I see it. You know, I would just ignore the Bible completely at this stage and go, well, I could debate chapter and verse and its meaning, but that's essentially what you guys are doing with NASA. You know, that's the way I view it. It's no different, but you know, it's fair enough. I just cancel TV.
But they're doing something that does comport with our reality, Nathan. Like, we can track and see the ISS. Doesn't mean that there are people on it, I agree. But they're also doing things that we cannot explain. And I'll tell you that green screens and wires and being underwater and being on the Vomit Comet don't do it, because they're doing things that literally we can't do on Earth. And it's not a bunch of CGI trickery. They're having spheres of water and there's no cuts, there's no 45-second cuts. You know, I mean, this is what they're saying, and what they're doing seems to corroborate. But there are anomaly hunters out there that think they've got it all figured out. They'll see what they think is a bubble, even though it travels in a completely straight line, just like we would think to see in space. And we don't see that in water, but they'll just say it's a bubble, and then they'll have that idea, and they'll have completely faulty premises in which they will completely determine their whole axioms and their whole shape of the Earth. And not only that, we also see that people get very kind of nihilistic, almost, in a sense, when you really think that, you know, everything is a conspiracy. You think that the government is out to get you. It's pretty doom and gloom. So in a larger sense, to me, it's just it's a divisive topic. It's it's just no bueno, man, to me.
Fair enough. I mean, like I say, I can't view it any other way other than seeing it like a couple of Bible believers debating about chapter and verse. Looking at NASA is just like sitting and flicking through pages of the Bible and debating about the reality of what you presented. It's not for us to verify, and I see it as pointless. It's good fun to watch the debates, and as I said earlier, it's good that the detractors, you guys, don't agree, because otherwise it'd just be one big circle jerk, everyone agreeing. And you kind of asked me if that's, I don't know, you hinted it in a very nice complimentary Tim Osmond style bipolar troll way, that you think that it's good that I'm not having a gossipy show, but that's not something I particularly want. I'm not interested in that particular aspect of it. I'm more interested in what you guys are doing than talking about whether or not somebody's a tranny or something that's ridiculous and to the point of absurdity, because there's no way of verifying that either. To the point of where they're saying that some of these people are transitioned in utero, and you're like, okay, so I could literally go down to Hollywood, pull down the trousers of one of these F2M trannies, and then they'd just say, well, no, they were transitioned in utero. And you're like, this is nonsense. Quite literally nonsense.
Yeah.
Well, I think like you said before, man, it is comical to a certain extent. Like if you go back, I think it was Dave J or Jungle Surfer, but they went through all of the U.S. presidents and were like, "Yep, he's a female, he's a female. They're all females to them. Like literally every male president they say are females, even Donald Trump." I'm like, wow. Then I see IPS, is saying that it was joking or whatever, but he was saying that Arnold is a tranny or whatever, and I don't know
Yeah,
if he's testing.
He's taking the piss, and
You'd have to hope so, yeah, because that to me is like you're trying to test the waters on how low you can go, because that is like one of the manliest mans, and it's just quite obvious.
But it just seems bizarre because in reality, I mean, I'm not a big TV or media watcher, I'll be honest, but with the limited amount that I get exposed to, I could sit here and make a genuine video about the transsexual agenda and use trannies that were absolutely trannies. There's loads of them. So it seems unnecessary to point the finger at somebody who probably isn't a tranny and say, look, there's a transgender agenda, because that's never going to get any traction. But if you took it seriously, you'd say, okay, I mean, my wife watches, or she did until today, the whatever it's called, the one with Caitlyn Jenner. I've forgotten what the show is called, with the Kardashians. There we go.
Yeah.
Right, and she's watching that, and it's got Bruce Jenner in it, and you could easily point at that in terms of its programming, its effect, and that's very. You can see that it's real, that is genuinely having an effect on people in a very profound way, and that I could easily do an hour-long documentary on that and just pick out. And no one could ever question what I said and call it speculation. It would just be cold, hard facts. This is what you're exposed to. This is how it affects you. And it would be undebatable. So to say, I can't think of one of the examples, Twiggy or whoever, somebody relatively famous from the 60s or 70s. They like to pick obscure people that have aged badly. Why bother? Just pick somebody that is a tranny and make the same points, and I think you'd get a lot more traction because it's true.
Yeah, well, actually, that's kind of what my next point was going to be, is that mostly in this realm where we're at, the conspiratorial realm, the truth is not sexy. So these people quite literally want to be a part of the crowd, first of all. And second of all, they want to be told these kind of conspiratorial basically, I mean, a lot of them are lies. They're lies. And there's a crowd for that. And there isn't truly a crowd, what I call, there's a middle of the road kind of person, where you almost have, like, on the very far left, you have like the atheists and all the people that just go and watch the television and just mindlessly do everything, to just survive, basically. Then you have these conspiratards that are just so down the rabbit hole that they're just, drinking their own urine and which you have some beneficial things to, and I wouldn't throw that evidence out at all. But then in the middle, there are people that are kind of the objective conspiracy theorists, where they're going to say things like the Earth isn't flat. They're going to say things like, "Hey, where's more evidence to conclude that Sandy Hook was no one died, no one got hurt? Where's the evidence for 9/11? No one died, no one got hurt." So there's really not an audience for that. And John LeBon is kind of a good example of that. He has a good amount of subs, but he doesn't get many views when he talks about things that are legitimate topics, like the transgender thing and all this kind of stuff. It's just not as sexy. So we're just in the wrong crowd if we want to be truthful, I guess, truthfully. Like, I mean, Gem Panda is a good example of that. He's got excellent videos that you can go on and learn at least the official story about, the spacesuits, where we see people come out a long time ago saying that, oh, this helmet example of that couldn't pivot and all this shit, but really it with that information of the actual official story, like it does pivot, and this astronaut could move his head. So everything was based on, this is fake, and oh, look, this shouldn't do this. But really, if people were really objective about it, they would go and search out these answers. They wouldn't have these debates, and demand people come on with proof. They would go on and get the official story, like I did 2 years ago. Go in and do your own research about astronomy. Go and do your own research about that. And if you want to deny that at the end of the day, that's up to you. But really, the point is that there's simple observations that do comport with this model that they give us, and there's nothing better. There's nothing better at this point. So, we kind of threw out the baby with the bathwater, in my opinion.
Welcome, Clive.
Yeah, at last, thanks. Yeah, I don't know. I can never work Hangouts out. It's really difficult to get links and stuff. I can't find you on G+.
No, I can't find you. Some people just don't show up for some reason. I don't know why. Kurt Water is another one. I can never see him. He doesn't appear. And,
Oh, well, who cares?
We find a way eventually.
Pierre sorted it out. He knows.
Yeah.
I've got a question then, because I've got to duck out. I'm going to fall asleep soon. No offense.
No, thanks for coming.
So what's the danger? So to let's pick somebody. Russian Vids. So Russian Vids talks about flat Earth, the dome. Talks about he's an auto hoaxer, right? So, but you guys speak out about these people. So what's the danger?
I believe there's a mental illness called conspiracy theorists, basically. And these kind of people bring out the worst in certain individuals, and without him, there might be one in his place, but at the same time, these sometimes you can break somebody's paradigm to where they do become nihilistic, they do become suicidal, they do think that the government's out to get them at every point, and they don't really see the finer things in life, the nuances, things like being in the privilege of being a human being in a first world country. And just by sheer proportion of other people that aren't living as well as us, our problems are really not that bad. And so I find that these people are known liars. They've lied a lot, and they're leading people down the wrong road. And I think that if people want to call themselves truthers, then they should be about the truth and not just say they're about the truth and just talk a bunch of shit that makes them feel good, like the flat Earth.
Right. And I think that if there is a danger, I think it's a small danger. But I think for me, I think it's just important that my version of the truth is out there. I won't be arrogant enough to say the truth. I'll just say my version of things is out there for people to say, to choose from. They can pick a version then, can't they? They can see whose ideas are more compelling. So I think it's important that someone is doing.
I see that as dangerous, though. Sorry to interrupt. I see.
No, go ahead.
I see that as dangerous. So you're saying you want somebody to observe your reality and agree with you in essence. And my message would be, make your own choice, look into it yourself. Don't trust anybody's opinion. Be your own judge. Mm-hmm. You're saying you want your message out there. Oh.
Well, I don't think anybody's really doing that, though. I think if somebody, this community is reliant ultimately upon people creating content, and those people creating content, each of them has a message in some way, and I see lots and lots of things put out there that are, supposedly, 100% proofs of the globe is dead or whatever, all sorts of, NASA lies and this sort of thing. And I see things which I know are incorrect. And so, I put out what I believe to be correct.
Well, and what's demonstrably correct as well.
Right. And I try and make,
I mean, there's truth and there's not truth, really. There's no kind of, well, this is my truth and this is your truth. There are things which are demonstrably facts. There are things which are demonstrably not facts or lies or deceptions. And there are things that you can never know one way or the other.
Well, Clive, there are things called the subjective truth and objective truth. Obviously, the objective truth here is that the Earth is a sphere.
Well, you can talk about gods and religion, and there's no way you can falsify that. But when you're talking about the shape of the Earth and gravity, I mean, these are things which can easily be falsified.
Yeah, but I'm saying that there are a group of people that their subjective truth is that the Earth is flat. That is their truth. That they call it truth.
Yeah, but
that's subjective truth.
I suppose. I guess it's just not truth, isn't it? I mean, the fact that they call it truth doesn't make it truth, even if they.
Well, that's why I'm trying to distinguish between there's a objective truth, which is it's facts. It's what you're talking about. You can't deny it. But they do deny it, and they have their own twist on things, and they believe it's flat. So that's their subjective truth.
Maybe you could call it that. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Subjective truth to me is just an abuse of the word truth, really.
Yes, it is. Yeah, because
no, it's absolutely not. It has its own meaning. You can look up subjective truth, objective.
Truth. I'm not going to get philosophical because it just gives me a headache.
I remember you said that last time. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, I just think I think when I see a good example, I guess, for me personally, is a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Lots and lots of people come up with me with that and have done over the months. Lots of people see it as a seminal piece in debunking the moon landings. And, I believe I've exposed, the deception within it. And I've made a video about it. And that makes me happy.
But I would argue that
I've just described a mental illness.
You're doing the reverse of what you've just said flat earthers do. So you're essentially debunking something that's been put out by the same art house as all the other NASA propaganda. And you're saying, well, I've debunked this because the flat earthers use this particular piece of art house work from NASA as proof that they've faked it all. Well, it's all come from the same source. So you're debunking. So you're saying you don't.
Well, no. I don't think I am. I mean, if you, I think you've seen that video, and I don't really want to get into the arguments of it. But I think I'm saying, I'm saying he hasn't shown you everything. I'm saying he hasn't told you the whole truth, and in doing so, he's told you a lie. And that's what I'm saying. But I'm not denying anyone's right to, everyone has, you can say the Earth's flat, you can believe the Earth's flat. I'm not saying, I'm not denying anyone's right to do that. But I would defend your right to do that. But along with it goes my right to say you're wrong. Shut up.
You're saying you come up against an argument that uses a funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Right.
Now, earlier I said I just see this as you bashing a Bible with the words NASA written on it. But ultimately, you're now taking that counter argument and saying it is NASA footage. It's come from the same source, and you're saying, well, I'm going to debunk that as being nonsense. It's like, well, okay, but you're going to simultaneously hold all their other stuff that's come from the same art house as proof and factual, even though you're debunking the same people's stuff. It's all propaganda. It's all on TV. It's all the same stuff.
Well, I don't think that isn't really the argument that I'm making now, because
I am
about the well, no, but it isn't in my video. It isn't about the content of the footage and whether it's valid or not. It's just the fact that there's a whole piece of footage that was missed, which refutes the arguments that are made about the other two pieces of footage. And you know, if one is true, the other, you know, what is said about the others cannot be true. And
so what you're saying is the priests are holding back a document. That's what you're saying.
The
priests have got another verse that they're not telling us about. Bash the Bible. You do it, Jen.
Well, that's what he did. He made an argument based on what we saw in two pieces of footage, but deliberately missed out. In fact, that was the first and the third pieces of footage. So missed out what he saw in the second, because
it's misleading by omission.
He knew it refuted the claims that he made about the first and the third piece. And it was, you know, but it makes me happy that I put that out there. But I don't deny his right to say to his opinion. But I need to, you know, retain my right to tell him his opinion is incorrect and make reasoned arguments to that, which I hope are compelling.
Are you speaking to Bart Sabral in your phrasing here?
I guess I am. Yeah, I am.
Okay, well, fair enough. I mean, great.
Yeah.
But it's just the same thing as me watching somebody debunk the ISS footage, and I just roll my eyes now. It's like, okay, Tim summed it up earlier, and I agree with him. You know, there is a light in the sky, and do I have an answer for it? And you guys, we're going to have to move beyond the kind of saying, oh, well, you've got no explanation for it, and ha ha ha, we have, because it's like, it seems a bit petty to look at the lame man and go, you've got no explanation for this part of your model, because yeah, you're right, I haven't. And again, I hate to be in so much agreement with Tim Osman. I've done the same as him. I've been beyond the equator and watched the stars do their thing. And you know, it was the first thing I did when I got there. And when I took my wife beyond the equator, it's the first thing I did with her. As soon as it got dark, got out the iPad, showed her what was going on, explained that all the constellations were different and how it was moving differently. And we sat there for hours. It was very romantic. It's not something I'm going to forget in a hurry. You know what I mean? It's an obvious fact of life. And John Le Bon saying this, it's like, you can't deny what's going on. Yeah, you can have the argument that you're not going to get to touch them. You're never going to get to lift that tranny skirt and see if it's got a cock. That's stars beyond your reach. Unfortunately, we have to accept that. But it doesn't mean that they're not there. It doesn't mean that they're not moving. It doesn't mean we can't physically watch them. And I'm not a denier. You know, I'm not going to deny that they're there doing their thing. And I'm not going to deny I don't have an explanation. But it's unreasonable to say, well, you don't have a reasonable explanation, and we have a reasonable explanation. And I'm not.
How is that unreasonable? That's the contention, though. There's a contention that the Earth is flat, and you guys believe that, and we're saying that, well, there's obvious evidence that would lead one to believe, like you're saying, the star trails, the two celestial points, the equatorial star trails. I mean, it's very obvious.
Sure, beautifully asked, and that's why I highlight that you're pointing out or Jeremy's pointing out, that from the same place there is a deception being perpetrated. So a funny thing happened on the moon. It's been accessed by the public. It's been produced by the same people. It's done on the same cameras. You can argue that it's edited by someone else to deceive. Oh, sure, but it's still created from the same footage, from the same people, perpetrated by the same means, on the same set-top boxes to the same general public. And you're saying that's fake. There's a deception here. Okay, but simultaneously you're going to tell me that all the stuff that NASA produced that you accept as proof is acceptable, when you've just told me that they're perpetrating deceptions in the form of a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. As I say again, I don't accept any of it.
That's not NASA, though, is it? They're not perpetrating.
Oh, right. Is it not? It's all propaganda.
Conspiracy theorists
I just said it's all the same Bible bashing propaganda.
You got to understand that.
I don't think it is.
He's making.
Your belief is real, like it is for the Christians, Jeremy. It's fair enough. You're entitled to your belief.
No, hang on. Are you trying to say that NASA is putting out religious stuff? You comparing NASA to a religion?
No, Jeremy has just established that the same source, the same footage, it's come from the same cameras, has been used in such a manner to perpetrate a deception. Now, I'm playing devil's advocate here. I don't fight for or against.
So what you're basically saying is, if you
all right, I'm finished. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know. I'm just trying to get a hand. You're saying that if you take a newspaper article and cut words out of it and form them into something that says something completely different, that the original article is a source of the deception. I'm really, because I haven't seen this funny thing happen on the way to the moon, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure.
But it sounds to me like it's someone's taken NASA footage and edited it together in a way as to make it say something that was never actually being said.
That's Jeremy's argument, and I would say yes. So what Jeremy has so eloquently done is pointed out that it's very easy to take this footage and perpetrate deception.
So and I agree. Your point?
Well, you're saying that. Well, no, that the other stuff that they present couldn't possibly be part of any deception. That's part of our argument that proves this and that and the other.
Yeah, but the point is that when you take everything together and actually look at it, then it's consistent, and it's not got any holes in it. But if you cut it about in ways which leave out or make it appear out of context and leave out things which you need in order to properly assess it, then you can make it look deceptive.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely, completely.
I mean, I think it seems like you're heading fast for solipsism here, really, Nathan. I mean, I don't know. I mean, because what you seem to be saying is that we aren't able to trust anything from anyone. Is that ultimately the argument that you're making?
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm pointing out that you are very pleased to have debunked something that's presented as mainstream media footage for the public, and you're saying this is a deliberate hoax.
So how could we arrive at a? Sorry to interrupt, but I do understand what you're saying. But how can we reason ourselves to a truth on this specific subject? Because it seems like you're sort of generalizing. You're sort of saying, well, because you've shown that a deception was possible, therefore deception is possible and ultimately probable, I guess. And I just don't think that is the result of my reasoning on it. I don't think you can say that, because if that's what you're saying, then how can you arrive at a truth about anything?
I can, but earlier on you said, well, I want my message to be out there. In other words, you want other people to believe as you believe, whereas I don't give a shit if you believe what I believe.
No, I don't. It's not about them believing as I believe. It's about them seeing all of the evidence and then making an informed decision on it. And what Bart Siebel deliberately did was he deliberately didn't show them all the evidence so that he could make a flawed argument. And all I did was said, look, here's another piece of footage that he didn't show you. And look, this shows that his argument is flawed. And that's it.
You're either interested in truth or you're not, Nathan. What are you interested in? Are you interested in truth or not really?
No, I'm only interested in lies.
Right, so there you go.
But that's a nonsense question. What kind of question is that? It's like saying you're only interested in
Nathan, questioning what our motivation is and what Jim's motivation is. And the motivation is we're interested in truth and facts, and we present truth and facts. You don't appear to be interested in truth and facts. You make false comparisons of the Bible and NASA. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Why? Have you verified? Hold on. So
let Nathan get a full response in, because he's the only person fighting that corner. So let's let him get more than his fair share of the time. Yeah.
So a belief is based on unverified information. So have you verified what NASA present to you?
As far as I'm able, yeah. Yes. What they present is consistent, and it comports with what I understand the capabilities of the technology which they're using to present their information can represent accurately. There's nothing there that I can see which is false or fits in with all this CGI rubbish. It's so apart from going to the moon myself, which is unlikely to happen.
So you're happy to accept the evidence based on what you have, and for you you can be your own judge and say, I accept it. Good for you.
Well, I've just said, yeah, I'm perfectly happy with what I've seen. There's nothing there. No one has been able to show me anything which contradicts what NASA is saying.
Great, that's wonderful.
But it's not a work of fiction. You know, NASA produce God knows how many patents a year. They have people. I mean, I've got a degree in engineering. I'm not a scientist as such, but I do understand the difference between reality and fiction, and how to tell the difference. And I resent seeing having someone compare NASA's output with something like the Bible, which is a work of fiction and has absolutely nothing in it which is provable. You can't even, it's not even falsifiable. It's just, you know, it's just nonsense.
Well, you've just said you can't go to the moon, so how is that any different?
Well, I know that people have been to the moon. You know?
Right. Well, the people who
hold on. Let me just respond to that. I haven't been down in a submarine, but I know people go down in submarines.
Right.
You know.
Okay. Well, the people who quote chapter and verse from the Bible would say the same thing, and they would be equally as offended if I was to say, "Well, that's just a belief system."
There's a total difference. The thing is that the things which science puts forward are falsifiable, which means that anyone with the resources can do the experiments. That's what peer review is. People don't just accept the fact that some guy in a white coat has said, hey, I've discovered this, and they don't just say, hey, he's discovered that, and leave it at that. Other people check it out, and at the end of the day, you cannot go through life. You cannot have a society as advanced technically as we do without being able to trust what other people say. And we have a system which has been proven over decades, if not centuries, to be a useful, viable and trustworthy system.
Okay, and you trust it? And
well, yeah, because it works.
Okay,
the fact that you're sitting on your computer doing what you're doing today proves that it works.
Well, no. Going to the moon would verify that you can go to the moon, and you're saying these men have been and I trust them. Well,
we know we've seen satellites flying over the moon which show the moon landing sites. How did they get that stuff there?
Well, I've gone through this a moment ago. Jeremy has just explained quite eloquently how deceptions are perpetrated.
So everything's a deception to you.
No, you're asking how could they be there, and I'm saying, well, I haven't been there to touch them. I didn't launch them. I haven't been to the moon.
Well, I mean, if you can only see them, if you can only trust what you can see and touch, then you've got a very limited life.
Oh, fair enough. It's your way of seeing things, and you're prepared to trust everything that's presented on a television screen.
No, I'm not prepared to. No, you see, you're just creating a false dichotomy there.
No, you're just in the same. I've just mirrored what you've done to me. I love it. I've just done it right back to you.
Well, yeah, but you're creating a false dichotomy in a straw man.
Right, you just told me that you're essentially accusing me of being a skeptical empiricist.
Can I finish? I've told you that what I see, I investigate, and I don't just say, oh, it's on the TV screen, it must be real. You know, I investigate it. I have other knowledge. I know maths, I know physics, I know certain things about engineering. I'm a photographer, I know about photography, I understand how lenses work. So I know when I'm being showed crap and when I'm not. I don't just see it on the TV screen and say, oh, that's real. You're creating a complete load of crap when you say that.
No, I'm not. You haven't been to the moon.
That doesn't matter. I don't have to go to the moon.
It does matter. That's how you verify things.
I don't have to see an electron to know that electricity works.
Why?
But I think that is the crux of it, really, Nathan. And I you know, for me, that's really the big problem with flat Earth. And I think that's kind of one of the sort of fundamental pillars of it, is this idea that everything has to be sort of personally verified. And what I would say, you know, I don't know whether, you know, is that
question I ask about flat Earth, I ask, what is the percentage of paranoia you need in order to believe the Earth is flat?
That's very productive. Thank you.
Well,
33%.
But what I was saying was, sorry, Dominic, we will get to that. We will get to that because that's an interesting question. But you know, do you apply that standard consistently? I mean, I know you've travelled around quite a lot, so it's perhaps going to be difficult for me to maybe dream up somewhere that you haven't been.
But he's a travelling man. He's been everywhere.
If you, I mean, you say Mount Everest. I mean, have you seen Mount Everest? I have, so that one doesn't work on me.
Fair enough.
But I mean, you accept it exists, and without going there and touching it. And I would say you reasonably accept it exists because there's reasonable evidence to support the fact that it exists. You've seen photographs of it, you've heard accounts of it, you've probably seen, film of it or something. So, I think that we don't always have to go and see and touch something to reasonably believe that it exists.
You just asserted that by seeing video footage of Everest, which I've seen people get to the top, and I look at that footage and go, yep, that looks like somebody climbing to the top of Everest. It could easily be someone climbing to the top of Ben Nevis for all I know. But based on what I see, I can say, yeah, I believe this footage. It looks like the other footage I've seen from Everest, right? Now, the moon footage is a joke.
What do you mean a joke?
What I say? I mean, you've told me all about how you know.
I mean, you're going to sit there and say it's a joke, then you have to provide some
okay, no problem.
But I think that's fair. I think it's fair to say that, but I think in terms of going to the moon, and my video is coming out. I say this like every week. I'm making this video about
this guy. I don't know what his name is.
But there is a body of evidence that supports the idea that we went to the moon. It isn't all from NASA. A lot of it comes from Earth. A lot of it comes from just the man in the street kind of thing. So there is it isn't just about a piece of footage. It's and that is what I would say you would apply to Everest as well. It may be Ben Nevis. It may be Ben Nevis.
If you had a murder, if someone was stabbed, and you had video footage of them being stabbed, would you count that as the strongest evidence? Would you say that's pretty much the proof right there? I mean, we can look at the blood spatter patterns, but really we can just look at the tape and stabbing him, right? Well, the moon landing.
I guess.
Hold on, Jeremy. Let me get. You're always saying, "Don't let me cut me off. Let me get."
No, go ahead.
Right. So, if we've got footage of the actual event taking place, I'm prepared to stand out there on a limb and go, I'm going to use that as the primary evidence. That's pretty much the thing that says they've been, right? And your man Clive has said all about his knowledge of optics. I worked in theatre production and building models and filming stuff, and I've got a pretty good idea what a set and stage looks like and what stage lighting looks like. Clive doesn't like this at all. He doesn't want me to
let him get it out. I'd like to respond to this if I can.
He's rattled off his resume, but I'm halfway through explaining mine. He doesn't like it one bit. So I've built models, I've filmed stuff, I've worked with an equipment that looks similar, or the end result looks similar to what they've produced with moon footage. Now, this is using technology in the 90s when I was at college, and don't get me wrong, it looked pretty poor also. My point being that I can recognize the techniques in the videography of the moon landing and go, what a joke. It's blatantly models.
I mean, I think I often hear this, this appeal to superpowers from flat earthers. You're all experts in Photoshop and you can see stuff in Photoshop that I can't see. And, I understand that you've studied these things, but I don't accept that that's what you're seeing in footage, that from the moon. And I think you would have to point to specific things and say, look, this is something that, that we do in the theatre and things like that. I mean,
no worries, man.
in terms of videography, hold on, let me finish. Almost all of it is filmed on one camera, particularly of Apollo 11. It's all on one camera. This isn't something we do in video, from one angle. This isn't something we do in videography. This, that isn't how you would have been taught about how films and footage is constructed. That would be totally against that. But the other thing I would say is to go back to your first point about the murder, that if had this footage of this person being stabbed, and you could hold that up as that would be very good evidence that that person was stabbed. But what if you had a lot of contradictory evidence to that, of a different kind, that contradicted that? I'm not going to try and dream up things now, but let's say you had a series of things that said, well, there's bloody fingerprints here from a different person. There's a bullet casing here, and there's also a gunshot wound in the person that we didn't see filmed. But if there's contradictory evidence, you would be wrong to ignore it and only consider what you thought was very strong video evidence.
Beautiful. I've led you perfectly. So what you're saying is...
Or can I say that? No, you've had quite a long say. I just want to interject briefly. You go on about the blood spatter. Well, the fact is they brought back samples from the moon. I mean, where did they get those from?
Oh, right. So what you're saying is, rather than going and checking the crime scene yourself...
Yeah, but you just you didn't like it when I interrupted you.
Oh, they've got 4 words out.
The fact is, no, you were going on for about 5 minutes. The fact is that it's not possible for anyone to go to the moon. At the moment. I agree. Yeah, but not. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll rephrase that. Just anyone. It's a major, expensive expedition. There's no reason. There's no reason to disbelieve it. There are people out there, the Russians or the Soviet Union, as they were at the time. If they could have disproved it, they would have in a heartbeat, because it would have led to them embarrassing their major opposition. So there's no way that they would have kept quiet about it if it was a fake, and probably the Chinese as well. Yeah. So they've got no skin in the game.
That's it. Fair enough. You believe them.
I think Clive is more religious than Christians. He believes a lot of things are based on faith. Nathan, I don't think you should let him get away with that.
Well, hold on, Spurs. What I'd like to do, if I may, because I want to get a few people in. It's great.
Before you do, I really wanted to get to the end of my point about my.
I know. That's where I was going, Nathan. So just let me get this in. Let Nathan have the last word on this, and then let's try and move it on a little bit. But okay, go ahead, Nathan. Please say as much as you like.
So you've got this crime scene. So this crime scene, you look at the footage and you go, it looks like it's in a street, but I can recognize that it's actually on a set as opposed to a street, right? And the people who have presented that video go, no. Here you go. Here is a blood sample. And you just accept that blood sample and go, all right, yeah, okay, I'll ignore the footage. Or do you go to the scene yourself and check it out yourself and see whether or not it was filmed on a set? Or, like with the moon landings, do we just say, oh, well, it's very expensive to go, we'll just take their word for it?
And on that note, I'll remind everyone that my big fat moon video is coming soon. Let's say hello to Dominique. Welcome to Spurs. And Dominique asked a question about how paranoid you have to be to believe in the flat earth. And I think that's an interesting question.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Welcome, Dominique. So Spurs, how paranoid do you have to be to believe in a flat earth?
Well, I don't think it's paranoia. I think for most people, they haven't ever thought about it. I think that's happened with most flat earthers. Most, unless you've always had that thought, I don't think people have actually thought about it. So it's not like a conspiracy. You're like, oh my God, the earth is flat. We were just as shocked as anybody else. And so I don't think it's paranoia. I think it's more.
Well, I think it's overall, distrust in anything that science tells you, government tells you, authority tells you, anything, except for the echo chambers on YouTube. So it does appear as though you're paranoid that you can't trust anything, anything in the whole world, except for what you're talking about with these people that you on YouTube. So it does seem like that paranoia is a big part of, because there's no trust.
Definitely, because you have to distrust like satellite telecommunication companies. You have to distrust navigators, geodetic surveyors, astronomers, everything NASA's done and other space companies.
Nations, Christians, Jews. I mean, the list
Footage
goes on
from
and on
high
and on.
altitude balloons and planes.
But I suppose it all derives from if you understand why they would lie. If you can't see for the life of you, like how many people could do it and why they would lie, this will go over your head.
Most normal conspiracies, you only need like a small group of people
because
that are lying.
Dominique talking about paranoia
is like
hold on, P-Mas.
The amount of people lying is insane.
Talking about paranoia here, like which everything, we're nervous about everything. It's not about paranoia, definitely not. It's more, people have been fooled. And
I agree with Spurs. It's not about paranoia. You just have to be dumb as a stump to believe flat Earth for any length of time.
Well,
you
said
Spurs. You just have to be dumb.
But I'd say that's not been my experience. I think that Nathan and Spurs are both testament to that. I wouldn't say either of they are not dumb people. They're very eloquent. They're obviously very well educated. They're not, and I think that's why. Dominiqu's question is interesting because
my experience as Spurs is he may not be dumb, but he certainly manages to be dishonest quite a lot of the time. And I think that's another thing that you have to have if you're going to press flat Earth on people. Because
like I said before, I think why people quickly understand flat Earth is because they understand the bigger picture. Obviously, you guys are just dancing. Hold on, Clyde. That's another question. That's another subject. We're addressing this paranoia, and I'm saying it's not paranoia. I'm saying flat earthers, why they understand. They understand, where this is heading, why they would lie, who is lying, and to try to explain that to the likes of, you, Clive, it would take, a very long time because you would just immediately be saying, no, I can't believe they would lie.
Critical thinking.
You want to know the mechanics of how they would lie.
No, I just want to have the mechanics of how flat Earth would work, and it doesn't work. It doesn't comport with any. There is nothing about flat Earth which comports with the reality that we can see and measure. There's no map for flat Earth. You couldn't use flat Earth maps to navigate by. The sun and the way we observe the sun and the moon operating, they just couldn't do that on a flat Earth. There is no way it can happen.
Yeah, but that's not our problem.
I specifically focus on studying how they lie to us, how the technocrats, the government, control the masses. Like, this is my specialty, is like propaganda. And I can see through flat Earth as bullshit propaganda. It's very, very easy to see through. So that argument doesn't work on people like me and Tim Osmond.
Right, because
or me either, because I am also conspiratorial-minded, and I also have written a lot of things. I study a lot of history, and so yeah, I'm totally not like a brainwashed noob or anything.
Spurs, for instance, and I might be coming in quiet. If Hillary Clinton couldn't keep her emails, private after she had deleted many of them, from the United States, how could multiple agencies keep flat Earth secret with, multiple, millions of employees?
I could answer, but I mean, I think it'd be more palatable coming from, Nathan, because,
No, I asked you the question. Don't derail.
Yeah, I know, but like I said, it's going to go down a deep rabbit hole with the way how I see it. Yes, it's not just as simple as, explaining to you, giving you a quick answer. And, the flat earthers understand also what's happening. Why, you asking these questions about Hillary Clinton, for me, I would say they've released that on purpose. They wanted her to, those emails to be revealed. It wasn't some detective thing like you guys think, oh no, it's been found out. And again, that's going to lead down rabbit holes, and you're going to think, how did that happen? Where's your evidence? And then that's where we're leading to. That's where you're confusing paranoia, government, the plan that they're moving the people in. We understand they're trying to herd the sheep.
You should watch my video on the rabbit hole.
So I don't know.
I'll ask it a little bit simpler. If Hillary Clinton's emails could not be kept secret after she bleached them, how could multiple nations with multiple space agencies keep the flat Earth secret.
But it's not a secret. It's out.
Yeah,
Good answer.
It's out. You're seeing that NASA are failing every time, you know, with their videos on purpose. I mean, I showed somebody today a video on NASA, and they said, "But how did NASA not edit that out?"
You is if it's true and it's been this way, and there's so many servers holding so many emails about this fraud and so many people involved. I mean, how come there hasn't been any whistleblowers?
About what?
I believe that's the question about flat Earth until you know.
Yeah. Why aren't there any?
Have you not listened to Mark
single astronaut, a single astronomer, a single physicist?
Dominique, have you not watched Mark Sargent shows? He has
and whistleblow.
He's had many whistleblowers on the show. Specialists of all
and
kinds.
most of those guys have been discredited with their embellished military careers. Also, have you missed that part, Spurs?
Because while that was happening, Flat Earth was on the rise. I didn't see any of that.
Yeah, you did. Most of his.
Well, I'm just saying, Dominique is asking for whistleblowers, and I'm saying they've come out, they've spoken.
And those whistleblowers who tried to embellish their credentials were caught in a lie.
There was a guy who came on and spoke about the Coriolis, how it doesn't apply, it's not real. I think he had a submarine guy on there.
It is.
He had a torpedo guy on there. He had a tank officer on there. He's had all kinds of guys from the military, and so yeah, Dominique.
I mean, like, you know, whistleblowers at like the level of Hillary Clinton's emails, okay? Because everybody fucking knows what that means, right? You say Hillary Clinton's emails, now everybody knows what that is a reference to. So I mean, whistleblowers at that level, if it's such a conspiracy, if there's so many people involved, if there's so many emails, if there's so many servers, there's so many computers, so many communications, so many plots, so many plans, so many disguises, why aren't there Hillary Clinton, in quotations, emails about flat Earth?
Maybe she doesn't know about it.
Know about what, dear?
Flat Earth. I mean, did she talk about my new car? Maybe she doesn't know about that either. Why would she talk about it?
Who doesn't know about what?
But
I'm not
Dominique
saying that
is talking about she's using Hillary as an example.
I'm using Hillary Clinton's emails as an example for the level of whistleblower that I'm talking about, like with credentials, with like notoriety, with attention, with scandal. I mean, flat Earth is like, you know, it's just like a YouTube thing. It's not, the government isn't dealing with it. There are no astronauts coming out, and there are no courts being held to decide whether or not to try whistleblowers on flat Earth. I mean, you see what I'm saying?
Not really. I mean, why do you expect that? I mean, when and why and that to happen? Are you expecting now because you've just arrived into flat Earth to be this big explosion? It's about waking people up. It's not going to happen.
Spurs, you're so full of crap.
I did not just get here. And
yeah, but all of what you're saying will happen. Once this gains more momentum, you're going to see court hearings. You're going to see the media.
I'm sorry, Spurs. I'm going to have to interrupt you real quick.
I think the question is, why didn't it start with that?
Let's start with that.
Because that's usually how these things, you know, start.
Because the media is protecting its paradigm.
Somebody on the inside comes clean. That's
why would Dominic? I don't think you're thinking again. You're not thinking straight. Why would the system try to destroy its own paradigm so blatantly?
I'm not talking about the system. I'm talking about like one guy, you know, or two guys, or like 10 guys coming clean, you know, just like.
Had those guys, Robotham, you know, in the 1800s, you've had different tests.
Robotham, he isn't a whistleblower, is he?
You know, it's not really my question.
No. She's talking about whistleblowers, but the point is that people have spoken about flat Earth throughout the years. So it hasn't really been something that you should whistleblow. It's either that you've been indoctrinated with information, you're privy like the NASA channel guy, you know, and then he brought it out. Is it a painting or picture? So somebody from NASA did what you were speaking about. It's happened.
Yeah, but you haven't verified at all that he's from NASA. He has never presented any evidence that he worked at NASA at all, has he? So
yeah, but the point was he said he was having a conversation with guys from NASA. So however it came about,
anyone could make up that story, mate. I mean, where's the photos of him with other people that worked at NASA? You know, I mean, you know, if you work somewhere, you know, this story happened apparently on some sort of works outing. You know, you get photos of this stuff these days.
I'm not arguing that. The point is everything.
Where's the evidence? Where's his ID card?
Yeah, everything that Dominic is asking is
letter offering him the job
has either happened or will happen.
Sorry, so that problem. Anyway, I really need a bacon sandwich, so I'm sure you guys can manage without me for a few minutes.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that.
I know I shouldn't.
I've got bacon in the fridge just waiting.
Bacon sandwich at 3 in the morning. How are we going to manage that?
And it's
Bloody hell.
And it's dry cured bacon. It's dry cured bacon. I've got a fresh farmhouse loaf. I've got Lurpak butter.
Yeah, well, I've got a loaf I made in my bread maker, which is more tempting.
I mean, I poo-pooed Dominique's question initially because of who was on the panel, but then Spurs joined, and her question was around paranoia. And Spurs has often gone around accusing people of being shills with absolutely sod all evidence. So based on the fact that Spurs is on the panel, I would say that, yeah, Flat Earth does have a bit of a reputation for people being paranoid. Now, I'm not going to excuse what Spurs does, but I can explain it. You know, when you've suddenly had your eyes open to a massive amount of deception, you guys deny it. I'm not here to debate it with you. I don't want to go around in circles about NASA footage. But I'm just saying, from your side of the fence, you say what they say is real. From my side of the fence and Spurs' side of the fence, we say, I don't believe it is real. And within that, fine, for us, me and Spurs, that is, there is a susceptibility to paranoia. I'm not going to deny that one bit. In the initial stages, I was extremely paranoid, but I would like to hope that a lot of the people who are looking at this subject have grown beyond that, but the majority haven't. And I think it's because it's still a very burgeoning topic in this age. Don't get me wrong. I think Spurs is right. It's never gone away. It's always been talked about. But yeah, there is a huge level of paranoia amongst flat earthers.
Flat Earth's hardly burgeoning. I don't suppose there are more than 1,000 people across the world who actually believe it. There are a lot of people who are jollying along for a laugh and for the ride, and there are certainly people out there willing to take advantage of the I mean, it's a bit like a 419 scam to me. Do you know what a Nigerian 419 scam is? Where they send you a fax or an email saying that they've got millions in a bank and they need someone to look after it, and they'll give you a cut if you let them put it in your bank. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, but that works on the premise that you pay a charge. Right. So if I was to scam you with that, it works
on the premise that you're not expecting to be screwed for money, and I think. And the 419 scams are deliberately worded in a way which eliminates all but the most credulous and gullible. And I think that's what Flat Earth does. It's deliberately designed so that only people with minimal education and an unwillingness to actually think about things critically or actually investigate things properly for themselves or educate themselves to a level of basic maths and physics where they can understand what's going on. It's designed to eliminate all the people who will do that and just gather together the people who won't. And I don't know what the objective is, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe there are people out there who are being scammed and don't realise it yet.
Again, I've just said this. The comparison you're drawing is to say that somebody like myself is getting in touch with people, my viewers, and saying, I can give you
probably make money.
All right, I'm finished again, am I? I'm already finished with my sentence. Jesus Christ. So it implies that I'm saying to my audience, if you give me the transfer fee, I'll make you a millionaire in your analogy, or I'll give you marvelous knowledge about the Earth's shape if you give me money. Well, I'm not asking anybody for money. You know, I've got adverts on my videos and YouTube gives me money, but I've not taken a penny piece off anybody. So I don't really understand your comparison with the 401k scam or whatever you call it, the Nigerian scam, where they literally ask you to transfer the money via Western Union money transfer and have these people frog march on the phone down to a Western Union to transfer a Nigerian money. Well, that's an outrage. I'm not asking anybody to transfer me money at Western Union. It's an outrage to make that comparison.
Yeah, maybe it is an outrage.
Right. I'm still talking, Dominique. If you could just get my point in, I was going to actually pass it over to you anyway. I was going to say that you've immediately jumped on the bandwagon and gone, I totally agree. Yeah, it's absolutely like the Nigerian scam artists. And these people who
that's
have come
not
to...
what I agreed to. That's not what I agreed to at all. What I agreed to was that the idea of flat Earth is to weed out anybody who has like a good understanding of physics, and to reel in all the people who won't do investigations for themselves and don't really have a good education in these matters, who don't critically think. That's what he said. That's what I agreed to. I didn't agree
So
to the fact that it was like a
uneducated,
scam. As a matter
uncritical
of fact, I
thinking.
think you're right. I think that comparing it to that scam is a little outrageous when it comes to you specifically. To other people, not so much. It does apply. But you specifically, for you, I would say is more like when people sell pills that are supposed to make your dick bigger. That's more like what the kind of scam you're doing is more comparison.
So I'm selling dick pills. I've not sold a thing. I have no product, but you're comparing me to a guy selling dick enhancing pills.
Well, I'm just saying, because like you sell your time, you know, you're selling time, people's time.
I'm not selling anything. People come along and watch my videos through their own volition. If they choose not to watch them, then they don't watch them, and it costs them zero. So your comparison is absolute nonsense.
You know, what was I going to say? So yeah, because you guys don't kind of want to deal with facts, you turn it into an opinion-based debate. So it's like, well, you have your opinion and I have my opinion. You're not willing to go to either prove, you know, you are just satisfied. Well, I'm happy with. So, and this is why I think it sounds like a religion. You know, I'm happy with my evidence and how I understand it, but you're not prepared to give us that understanding also. You know, you're just saying, oh, you're uneducated, you don't get it, you don't see what we see, and it's not about that. I think anybody can understand anything. If you can learn it, you know, I can learn it if I can learn something.
Can I finish? So, because like, you know, you're not directly selling a product, right, and getting money for the product that you're selling, but you are selling, you know, ideas like drinking piss and the earth is flat and all these things. And maybe what you're getting instead of money is attention, notoriety, respect. You know, there are other things besides money, you know, that you can gain from scamming people.
Oh, right. I mean, I've been on TV in front of 5 million people. So do you think I need this for notoriety and respect?
Well, you know, I don't pretend to know.
Do you think the basketball players need that?
Let me just get her answer from her. I just want to put her in a place. She thinks I'm uneducated, unable to critically think, and need YouTube for notoriety.
I didn't say any of that at all about you. I did not say that about you at all.
People can rewind and listen to exactly what you've just said. But
no, I didn't say that. I said I agreed with Clive saying that the flat Earth's intention is to weed out people who don't critically think. I agreed when Clive said that the FE has an intention to weed out people who don't critically think. I did not say that you, sir, do not critically think. I have not made any opinion about you beyond the fact that I feel like what you do would be more like selling pills that make your dick grow than a 419 scam. That's all I've said about you so far. And then I said that money isn't the only thing you can gain from scamming people. So
right,
please,
well, I've already demolished your argument that it's like dick pills. I'm still talking the same. Right, so I've demolished your argument that I'm like selling dick pills because I'm literally selling nothing and it costs nothing for people to interact with me. Not one dime, not one penny. So that's that argument out the window. You know,
it costs their time.
Your second, you're also agreeing there's no one else here. I mean, you're saying, I think it's flat earthers. Well, there's only me and Spurs here. So essentially you're agreeing with the point. Who else are you talking to? The audience can't interact. I can. And I say, no, wrong. I'm not uneducated. What are you talking about?
I'm reading the chat right now. I can see the chat.
Wonderful. Well, that's defeated my point. Well done.
What?
How are we all doing?
Oh,
wonderful.
I'm back with my bacon.
I mean, I'm getting stroppy, and I shouldn't. But the reason I'm getting stroppy is because it seems like this happens frequently. People who are in favour of the globe would rather insult the people that they're discussing the matter with. And I'm not calling you an idiot. I'm not saying you haven't had an education. I'm not trying to lord my resume over you. I'm done again. I'm finished talking. I'm not trying to lord my resume over you like Clive is doing, go through the endless things that I've done. You know, that's not what I'm here for. I don't want to put myself into a position of authority over you, as Clive seems to feel he needs to, by quoting off his resume like it's something I need to hear. You know, it's not necessary. I don't need to be told how intelligent you are. We can have a Discord without you telling me, I've got all this, but you don't care. Couldn't give a shit. You know, just have a chat.
I think,
but during that chat, there's no need to call me stupid or tell me that I don't need to
imply that people don't have their own intellect, because they constantly dismiss people's individual intellect by saying they've been indoctrinated. And so I think, in a way, you're implying an insult, and just by debating flat earth from your point of view, because of the paranoia of thinking that everything is a lie, and then you bunch that up into one word, you call it indoctrinated, and then you call me that because I'm telling you the truth about how physics works, so I'm indoctrinated, which is the same thing as basically calling me an idiot in flat earth language.
I haven't called you indoctrinated.
Yes, you have.
All right, okay. So this is the problem. You have this perception that I'm insulting you, that I'm calling you the very things you are calling me.
I didn't call you indoctrinated. I said that the flat earth was a scam, much like selling code. Okay.
See, and there we go again. Again, this is Dominic with the why. Why do people believe in flat earth? It must be a scam. You know, you got Clive. Why do they believe in flat? Oh, they must be, you know, dimwits. They're desperate to find out why. And, you know, I think this is the biggest problem for them. I think flat earthers should invest time in explaining why, you know, they're lying, because a lot of these ballers really don't get it. We're getting various different answers, you know, all over the field. You know, why do they believe? You know, it's strange. Is it a Nigerian scam? You know, we've had this, we've had you know, all different kinds of ideas. So for me, it's nothing. It's they're in shock, and they just cannot understand why.
And then, you know, saying because I'm saying that I see, you know, what you're
Oh yeah,
doing
we've had paranoia.
honest,
Are you
means
guys
I'm
paranoid?
shocked. Is like,
Searching for the why people believe in flat earth. So she said, are you guys paranoid? Is it a scam?
For a way to put words in my mouth.
She just can't get her head around what is the reason. Yes. And that's that's what we see from a lot of ballers, and they resort to Nathan to name calls because they just can't work it out. They're like,
okay,
so
Spurs and Nathan. I was just going to say, let's focus on a point that Dominic's actually made. So she's saying you don't like the fact that, I'm going to put it in brackets or whatever, flat earthers accuse you of being indoctrinated. So how has this accusation been leveled at you, Dominic?
Did you just ask me a question? I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'll repeat it. Yeah. So my understanding is that you take offence or whatever to being called indoctrinated by flat earthers. Is that right?
No, I'm not offended by it. I'm just saying that you do call people who try to explain to you why it's a globe indoctrinated, which is like an insult, and you disregard other people's individual intellect when they try to tell you why they think it's a globe by calling them indoctrinated. That's what I'm saying.
Fair enough.
And that you did call me indoctrinated.
I feel like when you present someone evidence and they deny it, like there's nothing left to do but ad hominem attack at that point. So that's what I do.
Nathan and Spurs, do you subscribe to the idea of buoyancy and density over gravity?
Who wants to go first? You or me, Spurs?
Well, I'm just saying. I was about to say we went over that yesterday with Anthony. So
yeah, I know that was yesterday. This is today. Hello.
Yeah, so I just mean it's beating a dead horse. We understand that gravity doesn't exist, and it's because of the air, the density, caused the balloon to be backwards. Very simply to understand.
And Nathan,
I mean, we have an up and a down, and that is without question. And I don't know, other than hearing anecdotal evidence from flat earthers and knowing that we do have magnetic field on the Earth, I don't know how to explain why we have an up and a down. In terms of why things are stuck to the Earth, i.e. me, yes, density sufficiently explains why I'm stuck to the ground, i.e. not floating off.
You know what that means, though?
Gravity.
It means that you are denser than the air that surrounds you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, just want to make that clear. Yeah, let's carry on. You know what that means, though, don't you, Nathan?
Well, I suppose
people can take that as you're calling yourself stupid.
I'm denser than the air. That's really brilliant. Such a clever play on words, Steve. It's as dry as a nun's fanny, that one.
I don't know whether it was kind of a joke that came about. And they're like, yeah, let's just call it density. And then everyone's just going to listen to it, repeat it to each other. And essentially, we're going to know. They might not get it at first, but it's going to turn out that they're just calling themselves stupid. But I don't know.
I hate to agree with you again, but I've got to do it, Dominique. I think you're right. There's loads of people out there. And I'll give you a case in point. So it's more charged because it was a guy who was anti-flat Earth. But I don't know, 18 months ago, I interviewed a guy called Thomas Sheridan. And the reason I wanted to interview him was because I think a lot of the answers to the questions that have been asked on this panel, wow, why would they want to deceive us, is down to the type of person that is put in charge, the psychopaths of this world. They're like cream, they rise to the top. And their nature is such that lies are the order of the day. Now, you don't have to accept this. I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just saying this is an aspect of the subject that I wanted to expose to people. And the best person in my view to do that was this guy called Thomas Sheridan. I really liked his information and presentation. However, he's absolutely against flat Earth. He doesn't think it's flat. He thinks it's a globe. Good for him. I didn't care. All I was interested in was his information on psychopathy, which is what I interviewed him about. And very quickly, I was quite horrified to find that lots of people who were by my side cheering when I was talking about flat Earth subjects were saying, how dare you interview this person? I was quite shocked. I was like, there's many people that will disagree with me about engine capacity and number of cylinders. Would that mean that I would tell them to get the fuck away from me because they disagree on that particular subject? It's like nonsense. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that every single person on this panel has got really useful information to put out to the world. And, there's a live little thing in the corner that says live. There's people listening. There's people in the chat. And, there's going to be things that sink into a lot of those people. And most of the time on these debates, what we get is a lot of ad hominem attacks, a lot of arguments from incredulity, a lot of circular arguments. And it doesn't really do much, especially when you're constantly going over the same things. And what I'm hoping to do certainly with people like Jem, is find out new stuff. I mean, I got a new bit of information yesterday about genes that I didn't know, in terms of the roots of them. And it's led me on to doing a bit of research, and I've had a bit of fun with it. It's been nice to look at should I phrase it as a conspiratard, to look at the accepted narrative.
It's great to hear about your day, Nathan. I'm happy for you. As much as it's great to hear about your day. Is there a question that you're asking me? Because you started this by saying my name, and now you're just kind of dragging on and on, switching through topics. So I'm wondering, is there an actual question you'd like to ask me?
Wow, that was rude. I was just chatting, Dominique. Man, you're a real bitch, aren't you?
Maybe I am. I don't know. That would be a matter of opinion.
Yeah, I'm entitled to my opinion, and I think you're a real bitch.
Thank you.
No worries. I was just chit-chatting, trying to explain to the general audience that people like yourself... Oh, right, have I finished already? I was trying to get my point to you, across to you, Dominique, and you're already interrupting. No worries, I can just talk indefinitely, Dominique. That's what I do. I'm a bit of a gas bag. So anyway, Dominique, I can just talk over you indefinitely. Talk louder. There's just no need. I was trying to explain to the wider audience that people like you might have something useful to say. Might.
And then you tell me what you had for breakfast yesterday.
No, I didn't. That's Jem Panda saying he wants to get bacon sandwiches. I'm here to explain to the wider audience that people like yourself, Dominic, might have something useful to say. And it's better
I do have some useful things to say, but you just keep going on and on. So you addressed me by name, and I was waiting to hear a question. And I was wondering if you were actually asking me a question, because I'm finding it difficult to follow you. So when it comes time for me to answer, I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to, because I just, you keep switching through topics. So I'm just asking if there's a direct question that you're trying to ask me.
No, I don't care what you have to say, really.
Okay.
So anyway, with the exception of Dominique, I would say that most of the people like yourselves who are, into the heliocentric belief have still got other subjects that are far more interesting to talk about, that are equally worthy of exposure. Further to talking over each other and, saying, is there a question in our midst and things like that, just being rude. It's not necessary.
I've just been out, made a bacon sandwich, eaten a bacon sandwich, fed the cat, let the cat out, and you're still here talking, man. You never stop. And then when anyone interrupts you, you get all upset. Blimey.
I'm not getting upset.
I also agree with
that. Well, let's talk about gravity, because I kind of got the impression you're not big on gravity either, Nathan. Which you can't be if you believe in a flat Earth, because again, if you accept gravity, then flat Earth it falls over completely.
Where does it fall to?
Sorry, why does it fall?
Where does it fall?
Well, it just falls into a ball, because gravity only works.
How can it fall into a ball if it's flat? And where's the ball?
Well, because it
was closed.
It was never flat.
Oh.
Gravity only works on a.
But wait, if it's a stationary flat plane, how can it move if it's stationary? And how can it fall if it's stationary if it can't move?
Well, it falls into nothingness. It disappears. It crumbles to dust.
It can't fall if it's stationary.
Yeah, whatever.
Come on, Clive.
The theory falls. Okay, it's rubbish. It's not possible. You can't have gravity on a flat Earth. That's why they have to deny gravity. So anyway, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Nathan.
All right, you talk to Nathan then.
Thank you.
I just want to show tonight's cakes to the audience.
Beautiful.
Aren't they nice?
Where'd you get those at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Well, you have to buy them earlier in the day, mate.
Oh, right.
You have to plan for these sort of hangouts.
You have to buy them early in the day and then not eat them. And that's
now,
the
these
challenge.
ones at the back, these are like mini Black Forest Gatto. They've got like black cherry inside, fresh cream. And then at the front here, we've got strawberry sundaes. Anyway, I digress. Please continue.
I don't know. I was just asking. I was just trying to ask Nathan about his opinions on gravity when somebody else came in with some nonsense.
Somebody else? You're talking about me?
Yeah, I'm going to bed night, guys.
Somebody else has a name, Clive.
I didn't see your name.
All right.
It comes up when you speak because your icon disappears and your name's left on the black background. So Steve just came in with a load of nonsense. Is that better?
Thank you, Clive. Like you, Clive. You're a good man.
Well, I give what's deserved. You deserve that. So anyway, Nathan likes to talk and he hasn't said much lately. So let's give him a chance. No, he's got no answer. So he believes in gravity, or?
No, I don't believe in gravity. Not as it's been explained to us. No,
so how do things fall again?
Density. So I'm more dense than the air.
And do you understand what density is?
Yes.
What is it?
What do you mean, what is density?
Well, you just told me you understand what density is, so you can explain it to me. If you understand it, you could explain it. You just said you understand what density is, so explain it.
I do.
Well, explain it.
Seems like you're being facetious.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you a simple question. There's nothing facetious. You've made a claim. You understand what density is, and I'm asking you to explain what density is. What's facetious about that? What's density? So you either know what it is, and then you can explain it, or you don't. Which is it?
I understand what density is.
So explain it.
How dense something is. How
how much.
Just explain how much. Yeah, come on, explain it.
How much of something is in terms of how physically close together, and in what you would call your science, the particles, how close they are together.
Well, I suppose that's a roundabout way. Yeah, density is mass per unit volume. It's pretty simple. You might want to write that down next time someone asks you. You'll have the answer ready. So what's density got to do with things falling?
Well, if you have something that's less dense and something that's more dense, the thing that's more dense will pass through the thing that's less dense.
How does it know which way to pass?
I said earlier, there's an up and a down. I simply don't know how to define what causes up and down.
Yeah, well, gravity causes up and down. It's simple. So do you understand gravity now?
Well, I've already said I don't believe in gravity, and I don't have an explanation.
Well, then you can't have buoyancy without gravity, because that's what you're describing. Buoyancy cannot exist without gravity.
Why not?
Because gravity is the force which causes things to know which way to fall. Without a force, nothing moves.
So if I put a football underneath water, it would know instinctively to go down.
It wouldn't. It doesn't know. The only thing that forces a football, we're assuming an inflated football, we won't get silly about this, an inflated football to rise to the surface of the water is the fact that the water is heavier than the football. So the force of gravity pulls the water down, and in doing so, it creates an up force on the football.
Or
without gravity, if you took your football into a big swimming pool with no gravity and put the football underneath the water, it wouldn't move. It would have nowhere to go.
Is that something you can show me?
I think it's been demonstrated on the ISS. I think it may even have been demonstrated.
I know an experiment to demonstrate this, but yeah, it's true. Basically, if there's no force pulling the football down, it won't raise in the water.
And I can verify this for myself.
It's kind of counter. Yes, I have an experiment I can link to you, but it's kind of counterintuitive, but it's true.
So I can replicate as a
yes.
What's the word?
Yeah, you can.
I can get a base and say this is how it would look without gravity.
Yeah, you can use something to replicate gravity.
No. What I want to do.
Well, there is a. I
just want to explain what I want to do. So
I know what you want to do. You want an experiment that is independent of gravity, which shows it. And there is a video somewhere. I can't.
Yeah, I have the video. I'll show a link.
So it's reliant. In the car, it's reliant on the ISS, right?
No. You do it. This guy does an experiment in a car.
In a car?
Yeah. He uses the because gravity is basically acceleration, right?
Well, hold on. No. So we've just had gravity is density and buoyancy. Now we're having gravity is acceleration.
Gravity is not density and buoyancy.
Yeah, it's not buoyant. It's not. It's just
density
required
is
for
a
the
property
equations.
of a material. Buoyancy is a product of density or differentials in density and gravity.
Density is mass in a given volume.
Yeah. And if you have something that's less dense than another material, as you say, like a brick in air or a football underwater, you'll find that the force of gravity.
Yeah, if there was no force going down, like if you had a helium balloon, Nathan, and there was no gravity or i.e. force that pulls things down, the helium balloon would not raise. It's actually the force that pulls things down which pushes the helium balloon up. It's kind of counterintuitive, but that's how it works.
Sure. So in order to prove that, though, I would need to show the converse being true without gravity.
Yeah, this experiment proves it right here with the balloon.
You're not listening. So in order to prove that, you're saying it's a result of gravity. So in order to prove that, I'd need to say, well, I think the example given earlier by Clive was to say that if you had my football underwater and you did that without gravity, then the effect would not be the same. It would not rise up through the water.
Well, would you know which way was up?
That's correct. It wouldn't move in. It wouldn't move at all. It would just sit there.
So can I replicate that?
Yes. This is what this experiment does.
Yeah, this is what we're trying to tell you, but you.
Yeah.
What experiment?
It's the one I linked, the balloon in the car. It replicates what's going
It
on.
still has the force of gravity from Earth.
It doesn't. It doesn't, Nathan. It doesn't. You're not listening.
He's in space.
Why don't you look at it and see instead of just dismissing it out of hand?
In this experiment, they replace gravity. It doesn't use gravity in this experiment. They replace gravity with the acceleration of the car, right? Like when you drive a car forward, Nathan, you feel a force that pushes you into your seat when you accelerate. And when you slam on the brakes, you like slam forward and like hit your head on the steering wheel, right?
Yes, I understand that.
So they use that force of the car acceleration, and they use that in place of gravity to demonstrate this. So this shows it without gravity.
Well, but it's still affected by the gravity of Earth, though, correct?
No, it's not. No.
So he's doing this experiment in space or on Earth?
Dude, gravity pulls down. This experiment goes left and right. So that's
Have you got the link, P?
Sorry, let me just ask it once more.
Okay, Nathan. Gravity goes up and down. This experiment has nothing to do with up and down. This experiment is left and right. Well, you don't understand it. I'm trying to make you understand it. It doesn't have anything to do with gravity.
I'm trying to ask.
Gravity goes up and down. I know. I'm trying to explain. Gravity goes up and down. This experiment has to do with left and right.
Calm down. Take a breath. It's all good.
Let me just say what the video is so the audience know what we're talking about.
It has nothing to do with gravity. You can't argue that he uses gravity in this experiment because he doesn't. Gravity is up and down. This is left and right.
I just want to ask one question. Why am I allowed to ask one question?
Okay.
So you're saying it has nothing to do with gravity. So
yes.
Does the experiment take place within the field of Earth's gravity?
Of course it does.
Right. So that's a variable that they haven't taken out.
They have taken out, Nathan. I'm trying to explain it to you. Oh my God!
Right.
Why do you not understand this, Nathan? Nathan.
So let me just say. The video we're talking about is
possible. PMARS.
It is possible, Nathan. You're just like refusing to understand. Because gravity goes down, Nathan. Right? Gravity pulls things down. Right? Do you understand that?
I'm getting muted. So bye. Thanks for having me.
Who muted him? Don't mute people.
I don't understand why he thinks that.
I don't think anyone muted him, did they? I don't see it in the list.
I don't know. He's an idiot. Like, seriously.
PMARS, stop talking over Nathan for fuck's sake, man.
Hey.
Well, Nathan was saying, hey, Isa.
Hey, Nathan.
Nathan's gone. He got...
I was going to say...
His argument's ridiculous.
The Right Honourable Isa Mahal presiding.
Is gravity on the Earth?
No, but you have to understand PMARS. For those of us who can entertain two ideas, the thing is that gentlemen like yourself, when you come off in such a manner, it's like it reminds me of Winston in 1984 when they're like, "You're gonna love Big Brother," and it's just like when you guys are like, "Can you see the curve?" and it's just like, "Can you just understand? It's gravity. It's gravity." Like you guys sound like like inquisitors.
How is it a curve isn't gravity, man? What are you talking about?
No, I'm just saying like you sound like
Nathan just said, "Does this experiment involve gravity?" And I said, "No, it uses the acceleration of the car to replace gravity. It has nothing to do with gravity."
He was just hand waving.
He tried to do a really lame argument, right? Because he's a lamer, right? That like. Because it's within Earth's gravitational field, gravity affected the experiment. It had nothing to do with gravity, and I explained it to him. And when he still refuses to like understand basic shit, then you get called a moron.
Wait a minute, hold on, PMARS. Wait. Okay, go ahead, and I'm just going to come back.
It's just a minute, or not even that. He was dismissing it without even looking at it, and that was the thing that I found unacceptable. So you can go, Peter or Pete.
All right.
Steve. Steve.
PMARS, what did he say?
He was just saying, I was trying to explain to him that the experiment had to go left and right, not up and down. Up and down is gravity. So like, he was like, oh, because it's within Earth's gravitational field that gravity has an effect on it. The experiment had nothing to do with the force of gravity.
Okay, hold on. Wait. What did he say again? Can you repeat that again?
What? The experiment had nothing to do with the force of gravity.
And
it wasn't measuring the force of gravity. And
the experiment was in.
It took place within gravity, but it had nothing to do with gravity. Because gravity doesn't pull things left and right, does it?
Oh, now we're going to go again. Steve,
Did he say that did he say that the experiment took place within the Earth's gravitational field? Is that what he's
argue semantics?
No, because he said.
No, I'm not going to argue semantics.
Admitted that the gravitational field exists.
I'm talking about an experiment that has nothing to do with gravity.
Steve's saying. I know what Steve's
fuck
saying.
you're bringing gravity
because I
into
think
it.
I can help. Can I just say something? Because I think it can help. Okay, so now the argument that they're posing against this is that the car was on Earth, so it was subject to gravity, right? So, but when you go in the vomit comment, it's still in the gravity of Earth, right? But you still experience weightlessness, right? So we can agree that you can experience non-gravity while still being within Earth's gravity, okay? Based on movement.
I think what Steve was saying,
Does this help?
I just find it clicked as to what Steve was saying. Steve said that Nathan accepted the fact that there was a gravitational field because he said, he was going on about the experiment not being valid because it took place within the Earth's gravitational field. So he by default, I get what Steve's saying now.
He just said it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Clive.
I sort of pointed that out to him that he's saying his gravity, isn't he? But for his objection to be true or sound, then
there has to be a gravitational field. Yeah. Sorry.
But can you just replace the car with a train?
Sure, you could replace it with any vehicle.
I ought to just say that the video that we're talking about, that we're referring to, is Smarter Everyday 113, a baffling balloon behavior. It's worth seeing because it's quite fun.
I was trying to find the link so we could put it up.
Search YouTube for.
Well, I don't want to share it because it's Smarter Every Day, and that's a big channel.
If you search YouTube for helium balloon car, you can find the video, and it just completely crushes this buoyancy density.
But Nathan wouldn't even listen to what the experiment was. He just wanted to hand wave it away, and I think that's what I find dishonest and offensive, basically. But then,
well, no. What the point of the argument, from what I understand it is that you're dealing with this idea of density. What I think Nathan was tired of was the conversation. I think what it was that that test that you showed, as Anthony pointed out yesterday, is about the idea that we're measuring density in regards to a controlled environment. Now you guys fight over this idea of acceleration, inertia, and what is gravity. Which is whatever. I think it's kind of the chicken or the egg to me, though. Which came first? Because even though you guys are going to say, well, of course it's got to be gravity first, but then how can you have
I think the point is, that none of the calculations for buoyancy work without gravity. I mean, it just without gravity. None of the calculations for how far something will rise in a particular medium, depending on the difference in density, none of it works without gravity. Without gravity, you just don't have buoyancy. Buoyancy doesn't make sense.
Well, can you show me the equation that entails the
well, I will search for that now. I'll mute myself and have a little search, and I'll be back.
Cool. If you could just show me where it's well, I just want to know how it's a part of the equation for whether or not measuring buoyancy.
It's not really like a chicken or an egg because it's like buoyancy and gravity, they need each other to exist.
I know, but the idea, what came first? Gravity or buoyancy and density, PMOS?
They kind of define it, because think of density as mass and a volume, and mass is an object's ability to resist.
Yeah, that's a nonsensical question.
Yeah,
so gravity is a force of acceleration.
Buoyancy, the force of buoyancy comes from the force of acceleration. It's just a byproduct of acceleration.
People understood the idea of buoyancy and density long before they considered the notion of gravity.
Sure, and people understood that hot air rises without knowing about density, and they knew that fire produces hot air, which produces a rising column of air, before they knew that fire was a molecular reaction.
I've put the equation for density that I just grabbed it off of Wikipedia. It's in the group chat. It's not the public chat, but it doesn't come out very well because the fonts that they've used don't seem to work in the group chat. So, but basically, density is buoyancy is the difference in densities.
Okay, now hold on. It says buoyancy equals the weight of the fluid displaced by the object of density, when the upward force of buoyancy equals the downward force of gravity.
That's correct.
It doesn't prove. Where is it in the equation though? It doesn't. It says equals
at the end, dude.
G is gravity.
That's how they're coming up with this notion of gravity. It doesn't.
No.
Gravity. Hold on. Gravity is not a part of this equation. It's used as almost like a non sequitur to mean equal to. It says when the upward force of buoyancy equals the downward force of gravity. Like, where is this? I don't know, man. This seems ridiculous. In the sense
but
that,
G is the acceleration due to gravity. Yeah, 9.8 meters per second per second. Without that, there is no buoyancy. If G
no, but they're measuring. Look, but they're measuring.
Oh, there you
the
go.
weight
That's a
of
better examination of it.
Wouldn't they be? Look, they're measuring the weight of the object as it's buoyant, though, right?
Yeah, but do you know what weight?
Determining.
Do you know what weight is?
You're trying to define it in the confines of gravity, and what I'm trying to say, it can be explained in density, but you just won't allow for it in your head.
No, it can't be explained in density. Weight is the force that a mass exerts under the influence of gravity.
Yeah, because for you can't think outside of gravity because you're mind controlled zombie, dude.
Let's do an experiment.
It's all good, dude. It's well
documented. You don't have to abuse me. You don't have to call me names.
Well, you've already been abused enough, right?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. It's water off. Well, if you're just going to abuse me, there's no point. Let's just kind of calm down a bit. Get your guitar, chill out, play my song if that makes you feel better. But no, he's calling me a mindless zombie. He's not going to do anything.
Well, it's not your fault.
Honestly, does that get? Well, again, I'm not going to cry because you call me names, but let me try and explain it to you because
I don't think you could explain fucking jack shit to anybody.
All right, well, you can think of it. Do you understand the difference between mass and weight?
All I'm trying to say, the point I was trying to make, sir, is that the density and this conversation is like the chicken and the egg. The conversation of density was well known before you guys started lumping in gravity.
No, more density's got nothing to do with gravity.
In your limited scope of thinking, I'm sure you can believe that.
In the real world, density has nothing to do with gravity.
No, I know you think that your world is the real world because you're stuck into subjectivism.
Down this route with someone else. Density is the mass per unit volume. That's all density is. If you have a cubic meter of balsa wood and a cubic meter of lead, the lead is far denser because there's a lot more mass in that cubic meter for lead than there is for balsa wood. Do you accept that? That's all density is. There's nothing to do with gravity.
That's right, because there's no reason for gravity to be in any fucking
explanation. The difference
where
gravity comes in is if you try and pick up a lump of balsa wood and you try and pick up a lump of lead, they're very different in weight. And that's
because they're dense. Because they're density.
Nothing to do with
no, dude, check it out. I just came in here to let you know, shout out from the rest of the world. You're mind controlled, dude. All right, Jem, I love you to death. The last year
we're mind controlled, but you're the one who won't listen.
No. I feel you, bro. No. I won't accept your fucking bullshit. All right, so stop with it.
Well, then just be abusive. Then carry on.
I'm carrying it on. I'm out of here, man. Jem Penny,
and insulting.
Yeah, dude, you anxiety medication taking people.
Yeah. I've God bless you. Gin and tonic, so my anxiety is well medicated.
Yeah, no, self-medicate your freaking illusion. Yo, Jem Panda,
there you go. Abuse. You've got no logical answer.
What you gotta say? You came up, reason.
It's very sad that you're unable to reason, and I kind of feel sorry for you.
Hey, bro, I'm sure you feel, dude. I'm sure your mom feels sorry for what happened to fucking.
No, my mum's dead, but she can't do much at the moment. But you know,
forgive me, but God knows.
I'm not even bothered. Why would I worry about what you think? You're obviously not a sentient being.
No, dude, you remind me of one of those people that would be torturing Winston, like, you know, in a fucking 1984 model. You're a fucking slave.
No, well, it's funny. You should look in the mirror because you're the one giving out the abuse. Oh, he's gone. And waves the white flag and runs away. Okay, I'll mute myself and let someone else talk.
Does that mean we won by default?
Oh, I don't know. Apparently.
Okay, I'm just being a smart ass. That's what I am.
If one of us had run away, they'd have won by default.
I don't really feel like we're winning because I feel like this is kind of disappointing.
It's not a win or lose situation, is it? You know, the end of the day.
They're disappointing because you feel like somehow they were failed because they can't grasp this stuff, and then you're trying to explain to them your point of view from your perspective, how they seem and how it is, and then you just get so mad.
Who's Pete Southland?
Don't know.
Pete, speak up.
Flat. Here to defend the flat Earth.
Okay.
You guys are being mean to the flat Earth.
Really?
You guys are bullies.
It's like being mean to Goofy.
Always bullies.
Those bullies crap out of some poor kid.
I'm sorry, I'm going there, Pete. I'll go back to my residential home now.
Okay. We all good now? Everyone's quiet?
Okay, yeah, everyone stop doing silly voices.
Yeah, stop doing silly voices. Yeah.
I just want to know how to do silly
Who
voices.
was that? We're probably going to get sniped now.
That was PMARS. Don't worry about it.
Was it? I was going to say, there's a horrible smell of this around this idea that, you know, it's kind of ISA's attitude of kind of, and Nathan's, it kind of reminds me of stories I heard about, you know, what happened in Cambodia and the killing fields and all that, you know, where they rounded up, you know, everyone with glasses because they thought that meant they were sort of part of the intelligentsia. And it, you know, it's,
I think, yeah, the Khmer Rouge is the thing that I think about with these people because they're just anti-intellectual.
Right. It's like, you know, he seemed angry with you and sort of chalked you down as a certain sort of person because you're able to, you know, quote facts about physics, it seems.
Hey, ISA's back again. You come back to say hi.
Yeah, I come back because I come back because I feel better after cursing you out because you're such a fucking midget. Yo.
Well, that's
I love Jem too much to have left with such a sour taste in the air.
Well, it's okay, man. You're allowed to. I mean, you know,
I like your.
We like, you know, we like a bit of a battle. It's
yeah, I know.
I mean, I'm just interested in why you cursed me out. I mean, I'm just trying to give you facts, and then you call me a moron. I mean, you know, what the hell? What's that all about? If you can refute me with facts, then fine, I'll accept it.
Dude, like I said, I was trying to make the point that it's like this, man. It's like the chicken and the egg, man. It's like we can go back and forth, and you're going to insist on the chicken, and I'm going to speculate on the egg, and you're just going to fucking insist on the chicken. It's all good.
I don't know. Well, you tell me which is the chicken and which is the egg, and let's see if we can take it from there.
I keep it like this, man. We've been measuring density and buoyancy long before we ever had the notion of what was gravity. Hipparchus wasn't worried about, or wasn't talking about gravity.
We knew what floated and what didn't. We didn't know why.
We actually were not able to calculate buoyant force until we knew about gravity.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Let me see that. Let me see some documentation where they needed gravity to find.
Is there an equation that exists that calculates buoyancy without gravity?
I'm talking about that.
When you have to produce the documentation if you're so certain on your point of view there, Issa? If you're so certain that
I'm the one. No, I'm the one questioning stuff. You're the mindless slave. Remember,
Issa, all that you would have to do to prove your point is find an equation that accurately calculates buoyancy that doesn't take into account any kind of acceleration.
I'm just saying that they probably could do it long before you guys and your retarded fucking Greek notions of gravity came along.
So I said,
then show us.
Seriously though, do you think that?
I mean, I could say ice cream is free. I think ice cream is free, but
Well,
unless
no, you would because you're retarded. That's all. Go on.
well, again, you just abuse. You have nothing but abuse. Give us something. Substance.
How about this? How about this? I don't owe you shit, especially after when you came on my show
Hey,
yesterday,
listen,
right?
this is not your hangout, man. So
yeah,
you do.
so I can talk
You
shit. I don't have to be
invited me,
judgy. So I
called
can
me
call
out
you a
and
punk
invited me
bitch
on
if I want to, right?
Yeah,
but it's
I like,
just
you know, I think people should let rip, really. If
That's in violation of the term.
Well,
the
no,
term
yo, I'm in
policies on this
Gemsport. I'm in Gemsport. We're in the darkest alley on the internet, dude. I will fuck you up right here.
yeah, come on, fuck me up, man. Give me some facts.
Why the ad homs though?
Why? Because you're dumb too. What?
Can we talk about? Can we talk about? Can we talk about Best Score now?
No, I just came in here to rip into you guys as a matter of fucking like your
Well, yeah,
merit,
but rip
your,
into us with
your
something
lack
that's
of
ripped
fucking
into
class.
what?
Now we're on,
Just
no,
yourself.
Look, now we're on the shadowy
rip
side
into
of
us
the
with
look,
fucking knowledge, man.
sweetheart, get your fucking manners together. Where's your husband? Look.
Oh,
fucking
my
look.
manners?
That's just
Yo,
sexist.
look.
Wow.
Sexist,
So are
man.
you
Is
a
that what you
chauvinist?
got?
Hey, look, we're on the shady side of the internet. If you can't handle it, fucking put your fucking underwear back on and fucking get the fuck out of here, you faggot fucks.
So
just
are you a
listen, man.
chauvinist as well?
I'm more, yeah. Why would you think I'm
racist,
not?
Dyson?
Why would you think I'm not?
Hostile individual?
Hey,
What's up?
Isa, what do you think
Look,
about
look,
black
look,
people? You haven't
guys,
insulted them, yeah? You've
look at
insulted,
like this.
you've been sexist, you've been homophobic. Why don't you throw in a
Isa,
bit of
you're
racism?
drunk,
Hey,
bitch.
look,
You need
dude,
to
no, brother.
Homophobia, chauvinism.
First off, I couldn't make any sense of what you were saying because you were saying it, and everything you say is fucking dumb. So I'm not even gonna address it, okay? Look, I just came here to the shady side of the internet to let you know that I can come here too, and that you're a fucking dumbass. And
Well,
so
thank
is all
you
your
for
fucking
joining us.
friends over
Thank
here.
you for taking
And
guests.
and
We
dude,
really
straight
do
up, no, straight up.
appreciate
With your little,
getting to see
veiled,
who you really are.
check it out. You and your little classless veiled threats of fucking intellectual fucking stupidity, okay? Please.
No one's threatened you. What planet are you from, man?
Oh, man, I can read through the lines, right?
No one's threatened you. You just
Alright,
come
just
here,
making
you
s-
call,
Hey,
you
just
call
making sure.
people
Just
names,
making.
you abuse
Just
people.
making. Hey, dude.
Is that all
Sorry.
you got?
Are you fucking still breathing, dude? Listen.
Oh,
I
God.
really don't think that you have anything worth saying. I don't think you even belong in this conversation, dude.
Well, I've got to say, actually, I didn't think I'd get quite this much of a laugh tonight. Keep on, Isa. The comedy's great.
All right, we need order. We need order. We need
Hey,
cohesion. We need
what's up,
cohesion
lover?
in the flat Earth. Okay, guys, we need to come together and understand that people do have differing ideas, and not maybe jump to conclusions that that certain people aren't open-minded enough to consider these ideas, and a lot of us are. I was very open-minded to considering the flat Earth idea. But as far as I'm concerned, I feel that there's more evidence, much more evidence, for the sphere. So, and people have the right to believe that, and I find Clive very book smart. I mean, these are the kind of people that you want to definitely chat with if you have a conflicting idea with the status quo, as it were.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I've learned everything I know from flat earthers because I've learned through trying to converse with flat earthers. I didn't know as much as I thought I did. When they talked to me about gravity, how do you prove gravity? I went away and researched it and looked at it and thought, well, maybe they got a point. And I've come away much more convinced and knowledgeable about what gravity is and how it works, and the same with density and buoyancy, all these things. And it's very simple stuff to do. I don't just say, oh, right, NASA's right, I believe everything NASA says. I don't trust governments any more than anyone else does, but not everything is a lie. And if you believe that, you've got a real problem.
Yeah, I just think when we look at it historically, there's a lot to this conversation, and when I see people dismiss it, in a way that like kind of pisses me off, I feel.
Yeah, but we're not just dismissing it, Isa. We're not just saying it's crap.
Clive, you're the epitome of dismissing it. Okay, you're the epitome of like why.
No, I'm producing the stuff you asked for.
No. I feel like
equation for buoyancy, and I did, and then you just called.
Look. I feel like you're like a red coat that's like in my town, and I'm like in a revolutionary, and like I have to come get you.
Man, if I'd been in a red,
I feel like you're like a violation.
Your revolution would have failed.
Look, dude. I feel like you existing is a violation of my rights somehow. Like I feel like that you and this attitude that you presumptuously walk around with is a disrespect to the face of creation.
Yeah,
okay?
fine. There you go.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like it's a disrespect to the conscious collective mind of humanity that people
and
like
that's
you
not really
still
productive,
fucking walk the earth. It's like, it's a
great.
shame. It's
And
only
if
until
people like you ruled the world, we'd have
brother,
gas
I'm saying,
chambers
like,
again,
that your day has come and gone, and that your day is over.
I don't think so.
I know, no, dude. I'm sure that there's a lot that you have not even the smallest amount of capacity to think about.
See,
but I'm
all I
letting
can-
you know.
Yeah.
This
Okay,
consider
but
this
just
is
amazing. I'm not even gonna.
consider this your notice. Okay.
You're on notice.
I just think that you and your little fake intellectual fucking like little gish gallop word salad fucking.
Do you know what I said? What would your
retarded
chances be of surviving on a
people,
desert
man.
island without my gish gash intellectualism?
Dude, I would
You'd be dead in a
probably-
fucking week, man.
Bro,
You've got
I'll
no
tell you what.
shop to go to, no man to come sell you weed, no internet to look at. What would you do on an island?
Brother.
You'd die.
Brother, first off, man, you don't deserve to think you would even know what I could do or wouldn't do. Well, no, I just think that's all that you. I think it's what you deserve, Clive. I think it's what you deserve. That's all. I think you need a little bit in this your life because, fucking your mom folding your socks just fucking your whole life is not going to be enough for us to be able to deal with you. Okay, dude?
Yeah, but
So
you
I'm
can't
just coming
deal.
in to
You
let
can't deal
everyone
with
know.
reality. That's your
No,
problem.
I can't deal with you fake fucks that think you know anything.
What's
and
fake?
fucking, dude, you're
All you
like,
can do is call people names. Is that all
brother,
you
at
want?
this particular place in this particular corner of the internet, yes, I can come in here and call in here, and if you're willing to come here, then we're all willing to go there, right? And you deserve this, dude, because you guys have come in and probably abused other flat earthers and called them stupid at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, but you are stupid. You just proved you're stupid.
Yeah, and that's why, dude, and that's why your intellectual, like your notion of existence is gone. It's dying. We won already. We've won. You lost like 2 years
I mean,
ago.
let's just.
Can we just come on, Isa?
Subconscious. No. Your subconscious can't.
Isa,
So you're flipping out, acting like a little bitch.
Isa,
That's what
come
you
on.
and your people do, man.
Well, let's just for a moment.
Brother,
this thing is over for you. You got your asses
Come on.
handed to you on the fucking scale that you can't even imagine.
Friend.
All the way down to your, like, you have
Relatives.
cognitive dissonance to the point. I hope you can't sleep at night.
Brother.
You guys are all on anxiety medication because of it. You shouldn't be allowed to drive.
Come on, man.
Weirdos.
So let's assume you're right that there is this.
Oh, dude,
plot.
Clive,
Well, I'm
it
just
feels
trying
so
to.
good though, Clive, doesn't it? When you can just go on someone's channel and just talk shit and not
You're
give a
just
fuck.
going to talk over. You just can't accept anything. You talk over people.
I can't accept anything from a mental midget like yourself. You're right, Clive. Because
I'm the mental midget.
You're the antithesis to my founding father.
You're so right, Isa. You're so right. I mean,
Dude,
you just
are
talk over
the
me.
intellect.
Okay, let's try and get.
Oh, felt so good though.
Wait, you were just talking shit for the last 5 minutes,
Fuck
right?
yeah, why not?
He's just trolling us.
Why don't you play your guitar, man?
Nah, that's too easy. we got nitpicking Pete on deck.
Come on, let's have a bit of a white reggae number. Come on.
White reggae, right? What do we got? Somebody playing in the background too?
I can hear somebody. Is it?
Hold on,
Who's playing there?
It sounds like, I don't know. 90s kind of deep house.
Yeah, we got Nitpicky Pete or Nitpicky Clive. Oh, Nitpicky Clive.
Nitpicky Trigger Finger Clive.
It's Nitpicky Clive. Oh, don't talk about the flat earth around Nitpicky Clive, 'cause he really comes alive. Said Nitpicky Clive.
It's improving. It's getting better.
Nitpicky Clive. Along with your attitude, thankfully. Oh, Nitpicky Clive. Talk about flat earth. He comes
My
alive.
attitude can't get any better, Isa. You know that.
Oh, Nitpicky Clive don't like when you talk about buoyancy, because somehow he thinks you got to add gravity to the equation. And we don't really know why Nitpicky Pete, Nitpicky Clive stays around. or how he even managed to stay alive. Music is
Sorry about getting
loud.
my name wrong.
Oh, I said, I wonder how he goes down the street all day. I wonder how he finds his own way. Cause if he don't.
Here going
So we got some hip hop. Nice.
Concept of putting money first, boy. I'm about to hit you with the word.
Nice.
Come on, Dominique.
Dominique.
Yeah, but Dominic, that could get us. That could get the channel taken down if it's copyright.
Isn't that what do you call it? That's isn't that
It's rap.
Yeah, no,
I muted you, Dominic, so you'll need to unmute it.
It's what do you call
Sorry, I was just trolling.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Well, stop that trolling now.
If it's copyright, it'll, you know what I mean. YouTube will automatically find it and kill me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. My fault. My bad.
We're all right. I don't think there was enough there to.
Was that was that B.O.B.? What song is that?
No,
Damn.
it was, the first song I played was Cypress Hill. Second song I played was Drake. It was a Spark Another Owl. Spark Another Owl, and then I played Six God.
Spark
I thought those songs
Flatline.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Isa, round up some more flat earthers then, can you? You must know it.
You know, I was gonna actually try to get. I think it would be. I would love to hear Anthony on here.
Yeah, is he awake? He's awake at these hours.
He's Britain. I don't know. So I guess.
Yeah, he might be in bed. I bet he'll be in bed.
Probably maybe 1 o'clock or something. Maybe 1 o'clock or something like that. You know, he gets up around 6.
Songs I won't play anymore. I didn't realize there was the danger with that.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's okay. It'll be all right.
Yeah, it can be.
Oh, can I just do something? Well, we have nothing really to do. Nothing really.
Go ahead. Hang on. Well, what are you going to do first?
It's something that you requested. It's not playing music or anything. It's just. Let me just do this.
Go ahead.
Get to the payphone in Belleville Park. Nah.
All right, I'm done.
That's good.
Sound like Mark Taylor, like.
I need some pies.
He's going to record that and then use it in you know, carrying out some crime, isn't he?
Get to the payphone in Belleville Park and give me some pies because my name is Mark Taylor.
Where is Mark Taylor? That's a good point. I've not seen the guy.
I'm using my telescope to look at pies in the sky.
More to the point, who is Mark Taylor? I've never heard of him.
Oh well, Mark Taylor is well, he was in Hangouts quite a bit, but he's not a popular guy. so
maybe he's in prison or something.
He's not a popular guy to flat earthers or people.
No, he's in chat a lot, and he's here to mock flat earthers. He says.
Yeah, it's his entertainment, but
it is a kind of entertainment. But sometimes it just becomes more of a headache.
I find Mark Taylor to be a funny, nice guy.
He's very funny, yeah. And he's relentless with the flat earth. Him and Ute are like a sort of old married couple, you know.
I'll have to check out his channel. Or
they're like the first gay couple in England.
I don't think he has much.
They've been fighting.
Uploading.
They've been fighting the system since the 60s. They're like, you don't understand. All right, just kidding. I love them.
Somebody in chat says that he's currently having a diabetic shock, which I hope is not right.
No.
I'm not. Well, yeah, shout out. Forgive me for acting a fool. I like coming in here and fucking flexing. Clive, you're going to be my new friend.
Hey, man, I love you already.
Cool. What do you call it? Let me see. Jem, as always, thank you, brother.
Yeah, it's good to see you, man. It's good.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, if I'm around a little bit, maybe I'll stop back on.
Are you doing a court later?
No, not tonight. What do you call it? But I just got a couple things I'm handling throughout the evening, so I got to make sure I get done. But yes, yes. If anything, I'll be over here tonight. Yeah, and Dominique, I'll see you. And what else we got over there? Can't read the name. Man. Steve.
Haven't got by the time.
Cool. By the time. Nice. What's up, man? All right, y'all. I'm gonna step. I'll be back in a little bit, maybe though.
See you later.
Yeah, man. You probably talk shit about me. I'll probably come back. So watch out. Peace, guys.
All right.
Later. Peace, guys.
See you, man.
Keep it nitpicky, my man. All right, later, y'all.
My name is Jeremy Waterby, and I've been around fire for a while, and yeah, I think the Earth's a ball, and I've got a video coming out in 2 weeks about the moon.
Don't sound like that. Fuck off.
Yeah, it's gonna be, you're gonna be like 80 odd years old. You still didn't put the bloody moon video out, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Seems unduly harsh.
Taking months to do. Jesus. Taking so long. I just finished a section today on laser range finding. Well, I thought it was interesting.
What a laser? What is it? A moon laser finding? What?
Actually, I talked about this earlier, so I'm not going to talk about it again.
Okay, yeah, because you got it in your video and you don't want to.
Wasn't very interesting.
No spoilers. No spoilers. You're expecting to at least get a 9.6 on IMDb. So you want to get. So what you're aiming for?
I'll get that. I imagine I'll get more thumbs down than I do thumbs up. That's
probably. I mean, the majority of the Earth, of the population on the Earth, are flat earthers. You're buggered, I think.
But I mean, if I get more thumbs down than thumbs up, I think that would be a good thing because, it means flat earthers are watching it. And, really, the stuff I make is aimed at them, but generally not watched by them.
Just don't forget to put flat earth in the title somewhere.
Yeah, that's true. I should do that more.
That is the most clickbait thing you can do. The more controversial, the better. You could probably put Holocaust denial in there somewhere.
I just put flat Earth 100% debunked. That's a popular title these days.
It's all about controversial stuff these days.
I don't know how you can debunk something that isn't. It's just so ridiculous that it doesn't even need debunking.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it?
Twitwit shared this article with me today. Flat Earthers experiment goes viral, just not in the way he'd hope.
Oh, God.
This dude, I don't know if you heard of this guy. What's his name? D Marble on YouTube.
Right.
He went from North Carolina to Seattle, and he took a level on the plane, and he filmed it.
What?
And he proved the Earth was flat because
it stayed level all the way.
It stayed level the whole way. And his video, like, he's got a new channel, and I was looking around at his channel, and he hasn't had a lot of flat Earth content until about 3 or 4 months ago. But this video got like 136,000 views. And there's like, there's flat earthers saying it's like, what is this guy? Love this. Something anyone can go on a flight for their own jollies this summer and can create. Thank you for sharing your experiment. Like, that's an experiment. Yeah, I don't know. Like, people are complimenting him, thinking it's like a good evidence. I don't
question. Everything is there as well. He's a good guy in the whole.
What does he say? What does Question Everything say?
Was he up there?
Yeah, QE. Yeah.
Oh, awesome work, Mr. D Marble. It's flat. Enough said. Peace, Joe. Smiley face.
There you go. It's flat.
They just don't care, do they? They just do not care.
Nice work,
Any
dude.
old crap will do as long as someone asserts the flat Earth is.
But don't you think it's amazing? How many views did it get?
136,000. I checked today.
Don't you think that's quite amazing, right? Just get a level, get a camera or a phone, video it, the whole thing, put it on YouTube, or video a bit of it, and then compile it, put it on YouTube.
Just do something.
135,000 views. Dude.
But I mean, is that article saying that everyone watched it to take the piss out of it?
Well, it's saying there's like people that thought it was legit, and that a lot of people. It's about Twitter making fun of them. Is what the article is about. What was one? This is I don't know if there's any Star Trek nerds out there, but this guy tweeted, "I want to explain physics to him, but I'm afraid of violating the Prime Directive."
You know, like the whole idea of a plane, right, is that it's fighting the pressure differential, isn't it? Is that the idea? And so to maintain its altitude, it's the pressure, and once you get to a certain point, it can't go any higher, and you're essentially fighting against the drop with the engines. Having a slightly upward angle to fight the drop.
I think they don't understand that
and that is the angle of attack. So
everything is level based off the center mass of the Earth, not like down.
Yeah.
Yeah, they say. I mean, Cathexis used to say, "There's an up and down in nature." That was how he puts it.
And that's what the center of density is, or gravity, depending on who you ask. The center of density.
There's no up and down in the universe, though.
No. So how's that going to work then? How are you going to try to explain that to them then?
Oh man, we can't explain how to tie their shoelaces to them. They're way beyond.
Space don't exist, so fuck you, Clive.
That's right, man. Come over here and say that.
We don't even know what space is. We can't even observe it. So fuck you.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't exist.
It doesn't, just because there's all
Can't
those.
even touch it. Can't even touch it. And
VB
VB will go on about that ad nauseum about how you can't touch it and how it doesn't exist because you can't touch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's his thing, and that was Nathan's thing. And that, you know, again, I think we should attack that philosophy more because they often always.
I don't really know who Nathan is. This is the first time I've encountered him. I've heard of him. But I've
Nathan Oakley is a nice guy, but he was. I would put him up there with like Patricia Steer and Antonio Subirats.
He's well known. He's
a well known. Yeah.
I found him dishonest. And deliberately deceptive. That was my initial impression of him. You know, trying to create straw men, false dichotomies. He asks questions, and he doesn't like it when you answer them. And if you try and ask him a question, I mean, when I asked him if he understood density, and he said yes, and then I asked him to explain it, he started getting all insulting and abusive because he couldn't answer it.
Well, Clive, is your experiment repeatable?
Well, yeah.
So okay, so we'll talk to Nathan Oakley again and see if we can repeat the same results.
He might be able to remember it. You never know.
He's always been cool with me. I think you know, he was under a lot of fire there, and it does make you sort of pretty defensive.
Well, I don't think it wasn't like the sort of fire you get from people.
I don't think Nathan liked me too much. Obviously, I think, you know, our personalities clashed or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
I think if you just talk over someone and shout them down and call them names, that's ridiculous. But when you're asking them questions and they can't or won't answer them, that's not being under fire.
No, but I think, you know, from the rest of us, I think. But you know, at the end of the day, as you say, you know, there's always some level of dishonesty there, as far as I'm concerned, because they've always got to find some way of wriggling out of this nonsense. And you know what I mean? Ultimately, it involves being dishonest at the very least with yourself, I think.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to come in.
I was in a different hangout, and I witnessed something, you know, with these flat earthers making all kinds of, you know, claims that are just like led me.
Hey, real quick, I just want to say something to Captain Bullshit in the chat. Hey, real quick, while I'm on my tirade, and I didn't say anything about what's your name doing with anything in mom. Hey, real quick, I just want to say fuck Captain Bullshit real quick while I'm at it, and fuck Germanicus Keith too. Yo,
Okay.
peace
All
out.
right.
Word
Fuck you.
up.
Fuck those guys. Those guys. Get
Peace.
fucked.
For interrupting me for that.
All right, peace.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, Dominique. Please say that again. Sorry.
That's okay. You don't have to apologize. It wasn't you at all. Here's the thing: is I was in a hangout earlier, and the flat earthers that were in that hangout were, exhibiting to me that they didn't really have a very good grasp, not only on gravity and the properties and things about gravity, but also as far as precipitation and condensation, evaporation, rocket propulsion, vacuums. It just like the amount of things that they don't really have a grasp on and aren't willing to conceptualize and listen to it's insurmountable. And there was a kid that came onto the hangout, and I feel was trying to show that he had done some research on flat earth and that he understood some of their claims, and that he wanted to explain something that that they have a misconception about. And this kid was verbally assaulted by the host. And then there was this huge meltdown. And then before this, they were inviting Globers to come on and state their piece. And then, basically they were, just discrediting everything and then, kicking him off. And it's basically what they did with this kid, but it was just so much more hostile and so much more vitriol, so much more threatening, and just so much more disgusting. So then after that, they just decided to ban every Glober in the hangout. And, so I was trying to get in on that panel like for an hour, and it was always full. Because I wanted to, try to, explain some of the things. I mean, I have a background in physics, so I feel I should at least have a pretty good grasp on these things, and I should be able to explain it to other people. But I couldn't get in the hangout. And then after I saw the way the child was treated so terribly, and then he was like, basically passive aggressively taunting any more Globers to come in so he could abuse them verbally. And I was like, well, I'm not going in now. You know what I'm saying?
Was this you been exposed?
I don't know. Yes, but I was.
I think she's talking about. Yeah, I know the guy. Lewis is his name. I thought he was 15, but he's actually
Near Base. His name is YouTube.
Yes, from a anime, I believe.
He was just an ED, and I told him not to go in there anymore.
Yeah, well, Tim and I went in there a couple of times at the start, but then we decided, because that channel is so heavily monetized, and because every day he sits there, asking for Globers to go in there, ultimately we're providing his content and funding him, and so we don't go in there anymore.
That's exactly right. He relies.
I wanted to go in because I feel like I should be able to, with my background in physics, I should be able to explain these things.
But they don't want any. Dominic, I've been in that hangout. Dominic, I've been in that hangout 2 or 3 times. They won't let you talk. They'll just start making up straw men. I mean, you heard them today.
Yeah, I witnessed that. Absolutely.
You're saying that NASA has an engine that can fill all of space with an atmosphere, so that it has something to push off of.
This is what I want to discuss, though, because they were trying to claim about that sunspot on the clouds. You know how they had that picture? Because you were there, Clive. I know you were there. And they had that sunspot on the clouds, and they were trying to say that sunspot was so hot it should be melting the clouds and it should be raining. And then they went to the fact that the moon was made out of ice and the sun melts it, and that's why it rains. I mean, where does it end?
But Dominic, you're being very well, I mean, no offense. I don't want to take offense to it, but you're being very, very naive when you think you just go along and just drop your information and expect them to just
Dominic, I mean, I think I think all the Globers in this panel kind of got into this with this naivety before they realized the level of stubborn. I mean, these people didn't come to these conclusions because they were rational and had common sense, and were
definitely not missing that point. I just feel like
that was your first point.
I've never tried to get into hangouts, or I've watched a lot of hangouts, and I've listened to a lot of these people and their points of view, and I've investigated their claims, and I've done a lot of listening and being open-minded when it comes to their point of view, and I've never really tried to have a conversation with anyone to say, we're like, I have listened to you, and this is still what I think. So I was just trying to do that, and I was just like, that's what happened yesterday. I didn't necessarily plan to go on that hangout. I was in the chat. I said a couple of things. I was called out and invited on the chat, and so then I just spoke. But I definitely see what you're saying. I'm not trying to be naive at all. I'm just I don't want to get in. Yeah, I just feel like it's like they call us indoctrinated, and then we call them stupid, and it's like like if we just keep getting trapped in that, we're not going to really progress this. But I also see an unwillingness to have it progress from one side, obviously.
I mean, think about. Think about the fact that these guys clearly have no educational background whatsoever in science and physics and mathematics. And, they go through their lives on their smartphones and getting on jumbo jets and just taking all this technology for granted that they know fuck all about. And they're going to tell you that, oh, well, all this knowledge that is used to construct the modern world is all lies and it's not the way it works. And that, all these engineers that actually design this amazing shit that works, they're too fucking stupid to ever figure out that, oh, there's no gravity. It's just density and buoyancy. And, oh, there's, rockets can't work in space. They got nothing to push off of.
Definitely an outrageous claim to conceive the idea that the base of everything that we do with technology, with architecture and engineering, and they don't even know that gravity doesn't exist. I mean, that is just so absurd. If they were that wrong, how is everything functioning? You know what I'm saying? If they were missing that big of a detail.
It does rely on a real arrogance, doesn't it, to believe that
I definitely
you've sussed it and everyone else is either lying or has been fooled somehow. Really.
Either you're true, you're not able to have like Issa said exactly, from your limited ability or your limited scope of thinking. That's what he said. From your limited scope of thinking. So it's my fault because I'm not thinking enough.
So you said it's all working, Dominique. What's working?
Like planes, trains, buildings, meteorologists.
Buildings don't work.
Excuse me?
Steve has a very dry sense of humor. It takes a little getting used.
Okay, wait. Okay, so go on. What did you say? You said You said it works. Okay, what works?
The math that we use to have buildings and trains.
Okay, but we're talking about rockets and satellites in space. So how does that work then?
Rockets in space work because it's
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you, Dominique. I don't know.
Anything, like when an airplane takes off, it's the same principle as like you slingshot things into the air. The airplane.
Okay, but Dominique, we're not talking about planes. We're talking about satellites and rockets. So.
But both things fly. So that's what I'm getting at.
It's best to ignore
flying doesn't quite cut it, Dominique. I'm afraid. So. I can be a flat earther if you want.
He pretends to be a flat earther every now and then just to be annoying.
He's fucking trolling me is what he's doing.
Yeah.
No, it's not trolling. It's just because you don't like it. You call it trolling. It's not really trolling.
No, it's not that I don't like it. It's that I actually do like it, and I feel challenged by it, and I want to find a way to answer the question.
But the thing is, Dominic, with Steve, though, it's not trolling. It's a flaw in his personality.
No, all I have to do is I just have to basically say that whenever you talk about rockets, I say, well, they don't work.
He was like this before trolling was invented. Before there were,
man. I was ahead of the curve, but the curve isn't there.
Still be like this, even if there were no computers.
I was ahead of the curve, and there is no curvature. So
he's like a natural troll.
Yeah, he was born
troll.
He was born like annoying.
He was born to gaslight people with bullshit and make them want to beat their head against the wall.
Once you sort of once you tune in to Steve, once you reach channel Steve, it starts to be funny. It took me about 6 months to realize.
You have to get to the level. You have to get to my level. It's like I'm getting to 33 already, but I'm at 32 now.
Are you a flat earther then, or you're? I'm so confused at this moment.
I would consider myself a flat earth sympathizer.
I sympathize with them as well.
He pretends to be a flat earther, really rather convincingly from time to time. Although
apologist.
kind of run his course on that, really.
I'm a flat Earth apologist. Well, Pimos, you're a flat Earth apologist, right?
You swallowed Cathexis's dictionary, right?
Yeah, I swallowed Cathexis. Yeah, Cathexis is a good guy. Yeah, we were going to meet up and like get some coconut oil going on, but it didn't seem to turn out that well. So I don't know where he's gone.
We banished him.
That's a pity.
Tim
He was a nice guy.
banished him from the community.
Hey, when's Tim having his big fight with sewer rats?
November.
Well, it's
Watch
it's about to be called off, I think.
No, I can't believe.
Oh, what? Fuck off!
No,
I put £10 on
you know
it.
what
It should be a
Antonio
nice
is
show.
going to do? He's going to go around.
Sorry.
Saying,
Sorry, go ahead.
he's going to go around saying that like Tim chickened out or some bullshit.
Well,
That's
I mean,
what
the thing is, though, it was that Tim stipulated that there was to be no money, money raising to make this happen, and Antonio's gone straight into doing that.
But I've already put £10 on Antonio because the odds were great.
He wants people to send him money so he can train to beat up a Glober.
Yeah, that's obviously he's going to use that to make money. So
How much money?
Wait, who's supposed to? Antonio's supposed to fight a Glober?
He was going to fight Tim Osman.
Going to fight Tim Osman
at the convention. Here's the best part: they were going to debate first.
Yeah,
I've got to say, anyone who can spend more than 30 seconds in the presence of sewer rats without punching him in the face has got to have a master's in self-control.
Yeah, that would be a challenge, wouldn't it? Because he is. He's just the most annoying, obnoxious man.
He makes my skin crawl. He actually, literally, I have to. I'm doing it now. I'm just thinking of. I'm just scratching my. Oh, he just makes me.
But could you just like decide not to fight him? Like you could just say to him, "All right, reenact daytime, nighttime, naked on stage in front of all the people at FEIC, and I won't punch you in the face."
No.
Really?
I'm with Mullins kind of disappearing off the face of the earth, and him being behind the whole Flat Earth convention. I'm really wondering and how realistically this thing's going to come together now.
Antonio said he wanted to fight Tim nude. What the fuck was that about?
I've got money on the Flat Earth.
Legit said that. I documented it.
Flat Earth convention? Any of you going to the convention?
I have considered getting the $17 online thing.
It's not going to happen. It can't happen.
What is the 17? And educate me here. What is the $17
But
thing online?
you can watch it online live at $17.
It's very difficult to educate you on the Flat Earth International Conference.
No, I just want to know like the deets, like what do you pay? Who's going to be there?
And FEIC is fake in text to speech. There you go. That's some more education for you.
Have you been to the website, Dominique, and looked at their talking itinerary?
Should I buy
yes,
it and we're streaming
I
it
have
for free?
looked into it. I was just
Do
like
it.
when I said who's going to be there, I mean of you people, not of who's like on the flyer. I've seen the website and the flyer. Yes.
I think we should
website
restream it, but we'll just make a load of channels to do it on, and we'll just because they're bound to flag the channel. So
what's happening?
We'll restream it. So we'll buy the stream for $17, then we'll restream it on YouTube.
No, I see what's happening.
And we'll do it on about 10 different channels so they can't take them all down.
And to be
By
a
the
few
time they
channels
do
that
it, it's
have
over.
such ridiculous names and nothing to do with Flat Earth.
See, I don't think anybody's moderating that website anymore because if you look at people's profiles, you can see the Globers that are just making fun of them, and their comments have been up there for a month now.
It's not going to happen because Mullins was the man who was organising it and his wife, and he's disappeared. He's had to do a runner from Flat Earth for reasons that he can't say or won't say.
Well, no, it's more that Robbie, what's his name? He's
Davidson.
the main. What's his name? Sorry,
Robbie Davidson.
Yeah, Robbie
but
Davidson. Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know what he has to do with it because Brian Mullen was the sort of main producer, and his wife was doing all the action.
And when he went on Patricia Steer, he said that this was kind of a stressful thing signing this contract for the convention because he's like, this is real money on the line, and you got real, real expenses that you're on the hook for. I think he's the one that's that's basically backing this thing up.
So wait,
But
he's
I don't.
had this burden lying to people. He's had this burden lying to people, and then suddenly, when it comes to taking people's money, it's like, no, I can't do this.
No, not that. No, just the fact that he signed the contracts to get the convention space.
Oh,
but it's
and
only
he's on the hook for it.
In a hotel, they probably got it for free. It's in like a weekend in November. A hotel would probably give you a room like that if you said, look, I want to have my convention. They'd probably give you the function room and, in the hope of filling the hotel with people who are, sleeping, eating and drinking. So I don't think they've risked loads of money. I mean,
George called and tried to book a date near there. And I think it was a fairly substantial fee.
Right.
George called that hotel to figure out how much they must have spent on this.
Who's George?
George is a Glober, an engineer.
Oh, this guy. Oh, the guy who was talking to Barbie before Barbie had a meltdown. Yeah. He's a nice guy.
Well, all the places I worked in that had function space that was sometimes used for conventions and things. We'd often give it away if you thought you were going to, make money over the bar or whatever.
Yeah, Jeremy,
there's no catering. I mean, how much can a room cost?
I don't suppose they're going to be picking. So
there's a guy in the chat who seems to me like that he wants to join. Old boy Mondo. Oh wait, no, his messages got deleted. I think.
He's welcome to join if he.
It looks like a sock. I mean, he doesn't even have a bloody avatar.
Probably just coming to poke.
What shit sock puppet? I mean, come on, at least put a fucking picture on there. I mean, come on, make it more believable.
Yeah, can I ask you about that topic came up? How do you guys get a picture on there? Because I would like to have a picture.
Oh, you do it on your YouTube channel.
No, but
or on your Google
my
account.
picture isn't showing up.
Oh well, if you've just done one, sometimes it takes a little while for it to propagate for some reason.
You might have to leave and reconnect, but
where do you put the picture in it? Then? It's not just your icon for your channel.
Dominic, is it when you go to plus.google.com and you go to your profile? Does it show your picture there?
Yes, it does. It shows my little Q.
When did you put it on?
When I first made my channel.
When was that?
Like years ago.
Oh well, I should have done something by now.
Yeah. Don't know what's going on there. Odd.
Yeah, because I didn't
a default avatar
like everyone else's. So, like, why doesn't my icon appear?
Tim says it's at least 10K a night.
Whoa. Really?
Where the hell are they going to get
10K? I think that's about the number that I remember George saying because he called.
Wait, 10,000? Wait, really?
If they give me some flat Earth evidence, I'll cover half of it.
Well, keep in mind this can hold like hundreds of people. It's not just like some little room to hold your small wedding in. I mean, this thing can hold like hundreds of people.
Right.
Oh, you mean the bloody okay, man? If it was 10K,
isn't it like 1,000 or something like that? I thought the limit of the room was like 1,000. That's
Hey, Jeremy, real quick. Yeah, I just wanted to say I called that, and it matters what room you're getting. I think there's like 3 rooms available.
Right.
There's one that is seats up to 1,000 people, which they would ideally get, but it is like I was quoted at $13,000 a night.
Wow.
This is a 1,000-person ballroom. Those things cost a lot of money, and yeah, I mean, the lady Robbie Davidson's the one that's heading this basically,
right?
With Brian Mullen, and I mean, if you really do the math, if they were to get 1,000 people, which is if journalism has 70,000 subs or whatever, I mean, how 16,000 subs on Globebusters? Why couldn't they fill it? Really, technically. But I mean, they're looking at like, I think I said like 160 grand or something stupid, like in profit. So,
right.
Yeah. So I think that's kind of I don't know if it was their last, grab, their money grab or what, but Robbie Davidson's wife is a PR company person. So, I mean, of course, she probably could have talked him down, saying, "Yeah, I'm going to drag a bunch of people over to your hotel, and maybe $9,000 a night, 8. I don't know." But
and how many days is this thing going on for?
2 days.
2 days, and journalism's going to be on how many times?
I have no idea.
Is it just going to be like 3 hours of journalism?
No, the itinerary is on the website.
Yeah, he does a spot. Then isn't he? Don't they do a live Globebusters, or is it a live something else? I think they're doing a live Globebusters show, aren't they?
Jem, have you looked outside your window?
Yeah, it's light.
I know.
Scary.
It's fucking scary, man.
I was going to have an early night tonight. I think I'd just
I
go straight
Seriously,
out and
I've
take
seen
the
this.
dog
I've,
out.
It's
I've
so
seen
much
the
easier
sun
to
go
stay
down.
late in the winter, isn't it? When you don't notice. Still night time.
It's scary, man. I've seen the sun go down, and I've been here sitting down. And I look outside my window, and the sun's coming back up again. I'm like, no.
I know we've only just started this hangout.
Yeah.
Well, hours left. How far in?
It's got to be fake, man. The sun's moving too fast. Sun's moving too fast. It's got to be fake. It's got to be flat. It's just not right. I mean, when did the sun go down? It went down like about 8 o'clock.
I don't know. I won't let the sun go down on me.
It went, Nick Kershaw. It went down about 8. Something like that.
Anyway, shut up now, because that's not a very interesting conversation.
Oh, what, we're talking about the sun? Is that not interesting for you? You want to talk about the shape of the Earth, do you?
I want to bitch about flat earthers, please.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so basically, Journalism's going to be spending he's going to be doing a 2-hour, 3-hour thing, just looking at videos and saying, "Oh, it's fake. Look at this. It's fake.
What a joke!
What a joke! What a joke! Are you seriously telling us that this is real? Fuck off.
Those are balloons.
If that's good enough for you to believe,
fuck off in the most polite way possible.
I need more than that. Oh god, that guy is so annoying.
Everything balloons and bubbles.
All of his content is NASA stuff, and all he has to do is just say it's fake, and he gets tons of views.
It's like he doesn't know where to stop. I mean, he was looking at videos of those SpaceX Grasshopper rockets that they never even went to space. They just used them to test the landing and the maneuver, using rockets to maneuver at low altitude. So, it only went a few hundred feet in the air, but he thinks that's fake.
It's fake.
I mean, it's
got to be, because it's a video. The videos could be faked, so it's got to be fake.
Yeah, but everything that they believe is a video as well. How come they're not fake?
Right.
I wonder that same thing myself all the time, Clive. I always wonder, how come NASA's video is not okay, but Jaren's video is?
NASA gives me these videos, and I look at them, and then I say that they're fake, and then I just keep looking at other NASA videos and saying they're fake. And this is my content. Oh, it's great.
He said he was looking at these, distances to stars, and he'd got, I don't know, the distance to the nearest star is so many light years, and that's, X million billion miles or whatever. And he goes, that is a joke. And that's it. Then moves on to the next star and its distance, and that's also a joke. And it seemed like, he doesn't like large numbers. That seemed to be his problem. The numbers were just, they're just too big. If it had been, maybe 100 times less distant, maybe that would have been okay.
Large numbers above 8 are fairly intimidating.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, man. You're right.
Yeah, that seemed to be the core of his argument. Is big numbers can't be believed because they're big.
Anyway, Dominique, Were you going to say something?
Can I just point out that the audience?
I said big numbers are okay as long as they're preceded by a $sign. For Jared.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I just want to point out, Joe Schmo has just commented, these guys are beyond lame and gay.
Well, thank you. That's why we are here talking on a Hangout which has like 50 people watching, and you're there in the text chat. Thank you very much.
That's lovely. It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, I have these pictures where you put a drop of water on like a nickel or a dime or a penny, and the drop like curves over the surface of the nickel. And I thought that was good because they always want to see how water doesn't curve, but obviously it does. And you can see it all the time in a drop of water on anything. But there's these really great pictures. You take a drop of water and you take a picture, and you can just see the little drop of water sits on top of the nickel or the dime, and then it curves at the edges so that it can contain itself on the nickel.
The funniest thing of all is that if you spray water on a basketball, then the depth of water that actually does cling to the surface is probably about as deep as most of the average. It may not be as deep as the deepest oceans, but it's as deep as most oceans are, if not deeper.
Right.
And if you make it rotate once per 24 hours, which is exactly what the Earth does, it does not fling off. So all this crap about water doesn't conform to a sphere or whatever, it does.
To an external shape.
Do it.
That's exactly what that does. Water does not.
That's exactly what it does, and it's scalable. So Dell's out.
Yeah, I mean,
I just like to quote them verbatim, because then I feel like it's like part of the argument is, since they're so serious about the semantics of everything, I feel like if you quote them verbatim and then challenge them verbatim, I feel like that should be more of an equal argument that they should be able to accept. But of course, I know, not being naive, I'm just saying that, he says it won't conform to an external shape. Water won't conform to an external shape, and a water droplet doing that on a nickel is evidence of water conforming to an external shape.
Yeah, although I think he would probably reject that on. If you were to present that, you would hear him inject its large bodies of water. He sometimes he uses that qualification sometimes.
I know, but if there's anyone that is like listening to Dell and they need that's a good refute, and I think that's good.
Because I noticed tonight he did actually make the mistake of making the argument that the molecules of water couldn't be in that sort of a shape. He took it down to that level, and there, of course, as you've just shown, he can be shown to be incorrect on that very easily. So
the trouble is, it's shown to be incorrect in everything. And
yeah.
As soon as you're shown to be incorrect, he throws you out of his Hangout, bans you from his chat. Did you see that video of him with that guy playing?
Isn't that like a pattern? That's not just limited to like Dell. That's what we just witnessed happen. You've been exposed. It's exactly what just happened.
Yeah, but they're very similar. I find they're like the Black Dell. I think.
That guy who couldn't accept that how do you spell it? Crepuscular rays and railway lines are the same.
Right. Because he said,
they're going out. They're going out. The railway lines are going in. They're not the same. And it's just like, what are you on, man? Whatever it is, it's not good shit.
I couldn't believe he was saying that. I just couldn't believe it. It was just such.
It's just hilarious.
Oh my
and they don't realise it. And that's so sad. They don't even understand how funny they are.
I know, and I think that's what gets me riled anyway when I listen to them, is that they're so arrogant with it. You know what I mean? And they're all in there, and they all start having a go, and you've got that guy who's going, we don't believe that, innit?
Yeah, but that's the thing. I think they do it deliberately to try and suck people in to get the numbers up, because they rely on viewing figures. And
right.
I think you're right that no one should go there, because they feed off of ball earthers.
Yeah, they do. But I don't want to. I don't want to be telling people not to do that, because
all they have to do is Google anti-crepuscular rays.
Right.
Which is basically whenever they're crepuscular. God, I'm having trouble pronouncing it. Crepuscular rays, if you turn around 180 degrees, there'll be anti-crepuscular rays going the opposite direction, because when you're on a train track, you see the same thing. You know what I mean?
Right. I don't know.
Yeah, but train tracks aren't sunbeams, so they're not the same.
It's like they call on
I control like a flat earther too.
When you show them perspective, they deny its perspective. It's just so funny.
I just find that crepuscular rays argument just too easy to debunk. I just tell them, whenever someone brings up that whole argument, I just say, go out a couple miles to the left and right, and have a stick with the same height. According to you, if you go just a couple miles out to the left and right of the frame, then that stick should have drastically different shadows. As you can see, because the rays are so different, because coming at different angles. And if you do that, you'll find out they don't have different shadows. They have pretty much exactly the same shadows, meaning the rays are very nearly parallel. But yeah, I always tell them that, and
but they'd have to get away from their YouTube screens, and they can't do that. If they disconnect from YouTube, they cease to exist.
They might miss something that happened in a hangout.
I'm a bit like that. The other night there was so many hangouts going on. I've got them all open. I'm trying to find out what trying to not miss anything.
I think Jeranism is live right now.
Oh, is he? Wow.
Yes, I believe he
I'm
is.
just trying to work out what the next big thing is when Flat Earth is finally dead, because it's kind of going fast at the moment.
Yeah. It sort of is and it isn't. There's been this sort of new wave of people, but there's also been some people that have left it,
Yeah, but there's only so much stupid, and they've tried to mop most of it up. But even you've got to be really stupid to stick with Flat Earth. Really, really.
Have any of you guys looked into the 9/11 9/11 clues?
Clues?
No.
No. Yeah.
Why?
No. Well, the video basically outlines how they faked the whole 9/11 attacks and all the video fakery going on. Just thought I'd put it out there and let you know.
Right.
I've been trying to debunk 9/11 for some time.
Is he trolling again?
I think so. I'm not really.
Yeah.
You see, I still don't quite know myself, Dominique. And I've been putting up with him for about a year.
Have you guys looked at the Dodo Earth, the flat Earth thing, and how it looks like a dodo? Because
now he's not trolling, believe it or not. Strange as that may seem.
Have you ever looked like how North America looks like a giant falcon, and then South America looks like a liver, and then no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
so it looks like the falcon was carrying the liver, and then it dropped the liver.
Yeah, I mean that sounds plausible. That's a plausible
theory. Or you could say that North America, like with Canada involved in it, like the whole continent of North America, and then you could say it looks like a dragon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean Canada isn't even a real country anyway, but yeah, I can see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Well, Canada's not, but I just meant the continent. I wasn't really speaking countries.
Oh, okay,
well, continent, like the shape of the continent. If we just like drew a line around it, we could that could look like a dragon with its wings up.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like
yeah.
Cool, right?
Yeah.
That's
so
like cool. So now the Earth's flat, right? Because out of flat Earth.
Flat, man.
It's all like fucking
totally, dude. But anyway, so if you look at the flat Earth map, the current flat Earth map that they have, that we have, it looks like a dodo. If you get pictures of a dodo on Google Images,
it was a Pac-Man. Wasn't it a Pac-Man?
No, it wasn't a Pac-Man. It was a dodo.
Pac-Man's evil, right? That's what we found out last year, right?
Well, I don't know. I subscribe to the Pete Shea theory.
Oh, hold on. Well, do you, Steve? Because can you show me the map that looks like a dodo? Can you? Because I've only heard the claim. I would like to see the map that is dodo-esque.
You've got to declare yourself a dodo or a cockerel.
Okay, hold on, guys. Let me do this for you.
And according to Pete
Shea, dodo it for us?
Steve will fix it for you.
Dodo it for us, okay?
If you listen to Pete Shea, the Masons actually have dodos, and they serve dodo meat up in their secret meetings, because if you eat dodo meat, you become immortal.
Okay.
Oh.
This is a thing.
Ambrosia.
I can type in here. All right.
You guys
Okay.
in the
Now you put dildo. The autocorrect's done it.
Dildo Earth. That's perfect. That's exactly what
Dildo
we're
Earth.
dealing with. Obviously.
So
Look at how
obviously-
many things are shaped like phalluses. Come
And-
on.
and all the links-
Obelisks,
all the links to
rockets.
purple.
It's definitely Dildo Earth. Let's just go with that.
Dildo.
All you dildo.
I got
links are
obelisks, you got
purple. You've
rockets,
been
you
there
got how
before.
many things? How many things? It's definitely Dildo Earth. I mean, think about it. The world is obsessed with fallacies.
Oh well,
Or,
the dick Earth is
fallacies.
quite an old thing now.
No, the dildo bird is extinct, so.
Mic check.
No, I know what the dodo bird is.
I
know
hear
what
you,
it
P.
is.
Mars.
All right.
My
so
mic
here's-
stopped
here's-
working.
The dildo lives on.
your
The
mic's
dildo
working
lives on.
Thought you guys were
Oh, well,
ignoring me. I was asking a
I
stupid
thought you were
question.
quiet. I thought you.
No, you were quiet. We didn't hear any stupid
I was
questions.
asking a stupid question. I thought you guys were ignoring
I
me.
heard
We
some
have a stupid question
questions.
filter. Sorry, people.
Right,
heard
hold on.
it.
I know what a
It's
dodo
not
is.
working.
There's a dodo
Dude, it's
for anyone
totally
that doesn't
dildo Earth.
dodo
Come on,
looks
why are
like
they
Joe.
building obelisks everywhere if it's not because the Earth is shaped like a dildo? I don't understand.
The phallic shaped box. Okay, anyway, so we got
It's
this.
totally. I'm just like I'm
Totally.
so
Yeah,
convinced
look.
now.
Okay, look.
Like totally.
Right, hold on.
So
Let's
convinced.
come on. Where is the dodo in this map? I don't get it.
This one isn't. This one doesn't work that
Is
well.
that a
Hold
map
on.
of a dodo? I think that's a map of a
That's the-
dodo.
They told
I
us
can
the
see
dodo was extinct, so we wouldn't
Okay,
even
listen.
see
I
it.
was watching.
Somebody
Listen, I
get
was what?
PJ.
Okay, this one. Okay, this
Go
one.
and
Listen,
find it.
I was watching it. I was looking at this one day.
Leave me
Look, these are
alone.
the feet. This is the feet here.
Yeah,
Well,
I know.
I don't see a
It's a
pointer.
good map. It's a really good
Do you
map.
see the pointer? Yeah, you
Hold
see
on,
the
hold
pointer.
on. Let me present you to
No,
the
because
general.
you're
Present
not
me to the
presenting a
audience.
picture anymore.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Where are you?
It's all
Where?
wrong.
Which one are you? You're that one. Present to everyone.
Hello.
Okay.
This is me
Hi.
with the mouse. Okay, look. Here are the
Hi.
feet.
How you
Here's the
doing?
body. And we're going up. That's the head. That's
No,
the
because
head.
There's
That's
this
the head
problem because
there.
somebody keeps
That's
cutting
the
the picture
body,
out on
and
me,
that's the
so I can see
feet.
where you're moving the arrow. You got to start over.
Oh,
Start over. Everybody mute yourself. Mute
Takes a
yourself.
lot of
Mute
imagination.
Because that's
yourself,
what's
boy.
happening.
Okay.
He's
Because
presented.
people
He
are
could
muted
stay.
and then
Alright.
they're taking the picture away.
Okay, so here is Pete. This is Pete Shea's idea. This is I looked at this and I was like, holy shit. So basically, you've got to kind of bend. You got to kind of turn the map around, but I can't. I don't have the power to do that right now. And
Okay.
for the sake of simplicity, I'm just going to show you this, and you're just going to have to bend your mind around this.
Okay.
So
Oh no.
these are the feet. This is the
Yeah.
body, the neck, and then the head, and that's the thing. And if we look at the picture of the
Well,
dodo,
see,
Is,
yeah.
is the head
Boom.
not connected to the body? Is the neck?
Oh
missing?
my.
What's the neck?
Yeah. I mean, they're separated.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
How's this,
I don't know
how's
how
this
he
neck
got
connected?
that. This,
Well, I
yeah.
guess
The neck is maybe the
the
neck
flat
is
Earth
under
is
the
extinct.
water.
you drink
like when you're
enough
in the
piss,
bathtub.
eventually you'll start seeing things.
So like it's like a bathtub, and the dodo bird's like under the water a little bit.
Let's see.
So the neck is
The
under the
feet,
water.
the body, and the head. The
Oh
feet,
fuck.
the body, and the
Yeah,
head.
I still, you know what? It doesn't beat dildo Earth for me. I'm gonna go with dildo.
did anyone see? Did anyone see Sly Sparkane's video that just came out? The
About Jeranism.
yeah, and the the mountains. The what's it called?
Carnegie.
Yeah, I watched that.
Awesome video. I thought. What a great job.
I like Sly Sparkane.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Sly Sparkane.
You could see,
I think he's a
see
good
these
guy.
mountains from far, far away. And they go,
8,000 feet or meters.
yeah,
of,
it should be 8,000 feet. Should be hidden, and then when you actually look at a picture of the mountain, it's obvious that 8,000 feet of it is hidden, and all we're seeing is the very top.
Another example of a flat earther using a globe evidence and then saying it's proof of a flat earth. It's pretty funny how they consistently do that.
Actually
Wait, guys,
proves
you
the
know what I
globe.
saw today? You know what I saw today? Just because we're on this topic. Okay, so ODT TV had a live
Oh, yeah.
broadcast going where he's showing a video where he was trying to explain why you can't see shit at the bottom because of refraction.
He's
And
still
he was
got it
showing,
going, by the way.
how the water was sinking the city with light bending. It's
Right.
Did you see that video?
I haven't seen the video.
It's still going. It's a live repeating thing, I think. He's
yeah, he's just.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a live
300
repeating
people
video,
watching that
and it
right now.
just keeps
that-
discrediting what
Yeah.
people see as curvature, how people witness curvature, and now they're trying to change it to say that that's light refraction. So it makes it look like the city fell, and that's why you can't see the bottoms of the buildings. So I don't know, like, what is that, damage control?
Yeah, there's even a Rob Skiba video where he argues that because water or the atmosphere is made up of mostly water, that it creates a magnification lens that creates the obstruction.
I totally watched that. I totally saw the magnifying lens graphic. Yes, I totally get what they've got wrong.
Sounds believable, to be honest.
Oh, good. Yeah. You know what sounds more believable, though? Dildo Earth. You should think about it. Think about how many things.
Well, there's already the dick Earth, and the dildo is essentially just a phallic-shaped object. So
the dick Earth is surrounded by the spermament.
Oh, the spermament! Yes. This is YouTube gold. No, I'm just kidding.
And then you've got the corona ejaculation.
You know that you've been exposed, Hangout. You know, it's the exact format that Drama Alert used to have, you know, with the super chat and the guy who just freaking verbally assaults every single buddy. You know what I mean? It's like, it just reminds me of Drama Alert.
I was going to tell you about the dick Earth sooner, Dominique, but I thought you might find it a bit difficult to swallow.
No, Issa already asked me where my husband is, so I'm already broke into the chauvinism already.
Yeah, sweetheart. Yeah, sweetheart.
You can't take the dick Earth in one go. It has to.
I think it kind of.
It's a repeat offender.
You have to work your way up to it.
I love and respect women.
Yeah.
Talk too much.
It's best not to take the dick Earth without some lubrication.
I mean, Dominic, so it sounds like you've been in the flat Earth thing for a while now.
Yeah,
I've been around a while.
What was your channel? Did you say, Dominic?
It's Channel Q. It's
Channel
like
Q.
Yeah, that's like my nickname. So mostly my channel's not for flat Earth. Like, a while back in the beginning, I kind of made a video for flat Earth, but I have deleted it since because of just becoming more informed. Yeah, so mostly my channel I just make really crappy videos for my band. Because
Channel Q, it's all in, looks like Chinese, could be Korean.
No, my channel's not in Korean. Why?
Oh, hang on, there's two Channel Qs.
Can you link it for us, Dominique?
What's that? What's that?
Can you link it for us? Can you link it for us? Because I can't seem to find it.
They put it in the chat, I think. It's like my icon. If it was,
The Channel Q.
I don't know how to link things. I'm sorry.
Can you unpresent me?
Yeah, with pleasure, because I don't like you much.
Yeah, I don't like you, Jeremy. No, I love you, Jeremy. You're a nice
You
guy.
want to show my silly channel? Like, there's a playlist on there that has like one live concert that my band did, or a couple. Like, there's maybe one video. Like, could I agree to which video you show? You show the lyric video.
I won't show the video. I just wanted to see your channel.
Oh, okay. Well, it's just
What's
simple.
the Q for?
I can't work it out.
Quarters.
That's my nickname. It's my nickname.
Oh, okay.
There's two Channel Qs. One's Chinese and one's a language I can't work out. And then there's the Q, which is all about how to make digital microscopes, and I can't see anything.
Maybe it's freaking it's not a very popular channel.
Is it just called Q?
How would I give you the link? Like, how do I do that? Do I go to my channel and then drop it in the chat? Does that work?
Harass flat earthers.
Is that how it works?
Think about it.
What's up? What's up?
We don't.
What's the title of one of your videos? Maybe that'll help us find it.
Oh my god!
I've seen your chat.
We got Fred Flintstone soundboard.
No, it wouldn't let me drop it in the chat. Okay, so the title of one of my videos would be Conscious Sons by Poison in the Nest, 2015.
Yeah, what happened to that guy, P-Mars?
That guy.
What was that guy's name? I can't remember his
Billy
name.
Sunday. I haven't seen him.
Sunday. Yeah, where did he go?
I love that guy. He was so funny.
Dude, I took that voice and I played it in Earth Discussion.
No,
Like,
wait, whose voice is that?
Billy Sunday watched me do it, and he actually he thought it was funny. He actually laughed at me making fun of him.
Whose voice is
He
that?
said he watched. It's Billy Sunday, a Flat Earth guy. He said he watched it with his wife, and him and his wife laughed at him.
We need a Billy Sunday soundboard. That's what we need.
Yeah,
it's fucking brilliant.
I love that shit.
I daren't argue with that guy because I've heard him crying in 2 Hangouts. So
Well, you can't really argue with. I think it's flat because the Bible says so.
yeah.
That's
And what
what
if you? I think he's one of those people where if you convinced him that it wasn't flat, you know that might not be the best thing for him. You know.
Yeah. Are we gonna let
Some
Jack
people are
walk
just
on?
better off believing it. You know.
So
Hey.
were you able to find my channel yet, or is it still lost?
No, there's about 4 channel queues.
I posted it in the side chat for everybody.
Which
Oh,
side
good.
chat?
Thank you, epistemology. I was too lazy to look.
Oh, it's a channel QP. There you go. That's what it is.
Yeah, and that's just like mostly like
I'm
a
looking
couple of bands I've been in, a couple like live videos, and then like this theater piece. I used to direct theater, and so there's like a little theater piece that I was able to kind of, I don't know. I'm bad at making videos. Please don't critique my video
which
making
site,
abilities.
Dominic, are you an East Coast girl?
Yeah, I'm in New York.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I heard the accent there. I assumed.
Yeah, Jeremy. Are we gonna let this Jacquard guy join?
Oh yeah.
All right. He can if he wants to, but
I've eaten all 4 cakes now.
Oh, you're kidding.
I know.
Dominic, why are the
Maybe.
videos like shot through like a tube TV, like a CRT TV?
Okay, let's. Which video are you watching?
Just like all your music videos, they look like they're shot through a CRT TV.
Okay, see, I don't critique my video making. Okay, so like this is what happens to me because I am not good with whatever these computers can do, and I would like to be. But so like I'm like older, so like my band, that one band is an older band from like when I was in my 20s, and so everything that I did with that band was recorded on VHS. Okay, so then I wanted to put some of it on YouTube. So the best way I could figure out how to was to like record it playing on my TV and then upload the video that way, and then I kind of put some effects on it to make it not look terrible. But you know, it's terrible. I'll agree. Poor video quality.
It seems to worship Satan as well. So like,
What? What's that?
I hate you.
What's the name of your band?
The first band that I was in was called Cosmic Dragon, and the
Okay.
second band I was in that I have video. I've been in a lot of bands, but the only 2 bands that are represented on my channel are Cosmic Dragon. Oh, and Synergy when I was a bass player when I was like real young kid. There's one song from there. So there's Synergy there, and then there's Cosmic Dragon, and then there's Poison in the Nest, which was my most recent band, but that band recently broke up too. So
cool.
Right now I'm like not in a band, but
So that's you
whatever.
singing Poison in the Nest.
Yes, like that video, the first one, the Conscious in the Sun video is probably the best one for you to like, because it's just like a lyric video that I made and it's not that bad. So, you know, and then there's like a playlist that has a bunch of live shows that I did with my band. And there's one on there. If you want to play it, it's a really good video, really good quality, really good sound. Is Poison in the Nest, Garden Variety Secrets, but it's in the playlist. You'd have to go to the playlist and then scroll through the playlist to find the one that says Garden Variety Secrets at Mohawk Place, and then you would with Poison in the Nest, and that's a good song and it's a good quality video.
I posted that
Sorry
for
about-
everybody.
Thank you.
I have to point this out, but this one guy in the chat, he says that best flat Earth argument, I'd say it's zooming in on the horizon and making ships reappear or seeing 80 miles.
Yeah.
Go and don't do it then. Show us. If that's
No,
the
he's
best
right.
one.
He's totally right. Yeah, you can bring things back to view. He's totally right.
Yeah, P900 or suck.
P9000, whatever, big numbers. I
Suck
don't
an
like
oil
them.
tanker
Whatever it is, I don't know.
come over the horizon.
P9. We're just going to call it P9 because I don't like big numbers.
No, it's too much.
I just want to.
Hi, Brenda. Do you want to come in, Brenda? You did a good job earlier, and you've been exposed.
I'm okay with the 900, but what's the P for?
Brenda's here, yeah.
I just want to reply to this retard by saying that start with the P900 as your baseline magnification, and then go to higher magnification via a telescope or something. According to your argument, when you go to the telescope magnification, it should be brought back even more, but it won't be, because what's happening is, because usually when the in order to prove this argument that I just zoomed in, it's being brought back, they always start with a really wide angle camera lens, so much so that you can't even see, the boat's too small to even see in the first place. So why don't you start with a baseline magnification of the highest zoom with the P900, then go to a much higher magnification from a telescope, maybe go to a 2x Barlow or something, and then it won't be brought back because you're a dishonest fuck.
What is a Barlow? These guys don't even know what a Barlow is. Don't even mention Barlows. Right?
I don't know what a Barlow is. What the fuck?
It's an attachment you can basically put to a telescope and it'll magnify. You can get like up to basically 2 times is pretty cheap, and then it's higher in magnification. Just magnifies the image. And then you can put your eyepiece in, and essentially you just have the image that you had through the eyepiece, but it's magnified twice or something.
Yeah, basically you can get the cameras. You sacrifice aperture, but you increase magnification.
Yeah, it's a lens that basically increases the effective focal length of the telescope.
Yeah, I think they call them extenders in photography.
I see.
Yeah, they call Barlows in telescope.
I mean, I think it was Infinite Plane Society or something. They had this. They put this video up about filming things with a P900 and they decided that because at full magnification, things that are sort of 20 miles away look really fuzzy and indistinct, that's the limit of how far you can see.
Well, listen, IPS is was a Freemason. He's a really, really smart guy, so he knows his stuff. So just listen to him. He knows his stuff.
He doesn't seem to understand the fact that it's a crappy, cheap consumer camera with sort of really mediocre optics. And what do you expect?
He doesn't care. He just wants to sell shirts.
Does he? I've not even seen him advertise one.
I know. We should just get an Infinite Plane Society shirt. Because I don't give a fuck. I just want to sell shirts.
Yeah. Everyone's trying to make money off Flat Earth now, aren't they?
But it's such a shame, isn't it? Because they picked such a poxy audience because they're all on benefits or minimum wage jobs. The smarter ones have got minimum wage jobs. Right. The rest of them are like political hillbilly. You have to beg for internet, and then they can't be online anymore because no one else can afford to give them money. It's just so sad, isn't it? If you're going to con somebody, at least try and con somebody who's got something to be conned out of.
Yeah, I mean, like some rich, smart person.
Yeah, that's right. Get out there. Con me. Go for it. I'm here. I'm ready.
The Earth is flat, Clive. Give me your money. I'm going to sell you a shirt right now.
What's your address? Let me send you a check.
Well, that's a good question. Who is the richest, smartest person in Flat Earth? Who is a flat earther?
The person who's making the money off of it.
Who is the richest? Like rich from other means, or just?
You get people like Patricia Spitsteer and John Sudden who try and convey an air of prosperity, but I'm not convinced.
I guess Patricia, yeah, I bet she is pretty wealthy, isn't she?
She doesn't believe in flat Earth. She entertains it for money. That's it.
She flew from Texas to whatever godforsaken corner of Manchester that sewer rats inhabit.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah.
At least he had the airfare. I mean, sewer rats can't even go over to New York to beat the shit out of Tim because he can't swim that far, and he certainly can't afford the plane fare. Someone's put in chat, Dell has a shed with genuine chipboard.
Dell has what?
Dell has a shed with genuine chipboard.
Well, no, I added the genuine chipboard.
Oh, no. I wouldn't put it past him if he had genuine chipboard or not.
I mean, I guess it would be that NBA guy, right?
NBA?
MDF.
Yeah, it's not genuine chipboard, it's MDF.
MDF.
I'm talking about Kyrie Irving from the Cavs.
Right. I doubt he even believes the Earth is flat for reality. I feel like he's just doing it for attention.
If it's not him, it's B.O.B.
Yeah, that thing with Shaq and Kyrie was definitely a troll, man. They were definitely trolling people. You know, because they gave themselves like that. It's an inside joke look. You know what I mean?
Right.
They're like, there's flat, right? Haha.
Because they're Freemasons. The Freemasons are pushing this flat Earth meme, man. To start.
Yeah, you're right, man. Well, it might be. I don't know.
What?
It could be Freemasons.
Freemasons.
Shaq for sure is. I'm sure Kyrie. Like basketball itself was created by Freemasons. It's really Masonic.
Didn't Shaq withdraw his flat Earth claim though when he started getting mocked?
I believe he did.
Yeah, Shaq was trolling.
Do you think when they originally created basketball, their idea was that they were going to dress black people up in dresses and have them throwing balls in hoops? Because that's the whole. They always talk about that, isn't that a thing? It's like having black people wearing dresses is a thing. They find that hilarious or something.
Who said that? Is that Dave Chappelle that said that?
Yeah.
American
Dave Chappelle
football.
has the interview. Dave Chappelle has the interview where he said, "Have you ever noticed that they always have to put, a black man in a dress at some point, and if he's going to be in movies?" He's one.
Yeah, but he and then he says he didn't wear a dress, but he wore a dress in Men in Tights. So I don't get that shit.
Hey, Brenda's joined the chat. I think we ought to let her speak and then all shout her down so that she feels at home in a flat Earth discussion.
Hi, Brenda. I heard you earlier on Been Exposed. I thought you were doing a great job.
No, we're not going to let you talk. I'm glad. Let you talk because it's all madness. We're not going to let you talk. There, you feel at home now.
I'm glad that you laughed before it got so hostile.
You're murdering scum, NASA shill. Shut up.
I was exhausted afterwards. I was just exhausted.
Yeah, that
they call you a murderer.
Waste of time.
I am a murderer.
You're a murderer. There you go. Yeah.
Definitely. I admit it.
So Brenda, are you a school teacher?
No.
No. Okay.
My father was.
Okay. I'm just wondering about your motivations to try to talk to them. I just my curiosity.
I think it makes me understand what I heard you guys talking earlier, or somebody talking earlier, that when Dell goes out and confronts people on the street, does that man on the street interviews, he's talking to people who have no idea, why they believe the things they do. They
ambush.
can't.
He's ambushing people.
And then Dell picks on a guy playing a violin in Oman, and the guy absolutely owns him because he knows all about the fact that the Earth isn't flat and why and that, and he just
shit, really?
You've got to go. He's even put it up in his channel.
He left it in there.
Yeah. It's a trip out to Oman. It's like 10 minutes of saying why the guy he encountered is suffering from cognitive dissonance, and then there's like 10 minutes of the motorbike.
I don't understand why they don't see that they're the ones suffering from the cognitive dissonance and they've given it to themselves.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah, I've tried to talk to Dell, but he's banned me now. I'm perma-banned.
Oh, yeah. I got banned by Dell like in the first 5 minutes of talking.
Yeah, I called him out on his lies, and he banned me. If you're not banned by Dell,
I once got banned.
You're not trying if you're not banned.
I have not been banned by anyone ever.
I once got banned by Dell because I told him that you can see water curving by a raindrop. I tried to explain that water will curve if acted on by any force. In this case, if it's intermolecular force, the water will curve into a raindrop because it's the surface area to volume ratio. I told him that's you can apply the same methodology to a gravity in the sphere. And he called me a sophist and I got banned.
Yeah, he likes the word.
They stole that word though.
He came into my
that word.
He came into my chat and he tried to win the 5K like a week ago, and he was saying like water was flat and level, so I showed him pictures of curved water.
Right. Where's your proof? Where's your proof?
Curved
You should
water.
put that $5,000 in a nice CD account and gain some interest on it while you wait.
There you go.
There's a really good picture that just came out actually that shows the curve of I think it's a bridge.
Well, his $5,000 is as safe as the Randy Foundation $1 million, right?
I just put the link to that Dell video in the group chat for Brenda.
That's great.
And just click on that. But you've got to go through to sort of nearly halfway before you get to the actual
See, I didn't think to watch those because I figured that he would edit out anybody that was able to challenge him.
Well, that's what we all thought, and it's still there, and we're all gobsmacked that it's left there because he got absolutely owned by this guy. He's just a guy playing the violin, just trying to tune up his violin.
And Dell's harassing him about his cognitive dissonance.
And you could see he was getting a bit annoyed with Dell, and but Dell wouldn't shut up. And he just kept going back at him. Yeah, but that's not true. No, you can see the curvature. I've seen it with my own eyes. And Dell's been going on about this. If you can't see it or touch it, then it doesn't exist. And the guy says, yeah, but I've seen it. Oh, well, you haven't? Well, no, I have. I've seen it with my own eyes. I know what I've seen. It's just so funny. Sorry.
I'll be completely honest, but I've been thinking for a while now to create a channel that will eventually get to hopefully gain popularity among the flat earthers, like that You've Been Exposed guy, and gain some money off of it. And then by the end of 1 or 2 months, I'll just sort of expose myself and really trigger all the flat earthers. It would be the greatest troll, in my opinion.
Yeah, I wonder if you'd pull it off. I think it would be.
I think IPS beat you to that.
Yeah, well.
I guess I don't know the backstory of IPS.
Well,
He pretty much got promoted by Globebusters. Got promoted by Globebusters. He just already appeared out of nowhere with a bunch of subs and a high view count. He might be botting, I don't know.
He's written some books on internet marketing. We know that.
Yeah, I bet he's botting. I bet because I think people are attracted to view count like moths to a flame. So he's just
he's really got a
smooth, if it's trending, it's trending.
He's got a smooth presentational style. He's like a salesman.
I think he's like a hypnotist. I think he's like a hypnotist, like a trained hypnotist.
He is, isn't he? Because he's got.
That's what somebody was saying about LSC.
You know what I found about it too is he had this one time where he was doing a live hangout and he had this he had this spinning color wheel, and he was just spinning the whole time he was talking. And I'm like, what is this, deliberate hypnotism? Because the whole time, if you're watching the video and you're listening to his hypnotic voice, and then you're seeing this wheel spinning and spinning and spinning, I'm like, what the hell is this? I go on his channel and see if you can find it. The picture is probably, the thumbnail is probably of the color wheel. And if you play it, it's just that wheel spinning the whole time. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's weird. That's really weird.
It is. I'm not trying to say anybody's bad or anybody's good. I'm just saying things I notice that I find weird or suspicious with what goes on with this particular topic.
Another thing that seems to come up when I get into these hangouts is they think that my my GIF, my icon, they think it's creepy.
Ooh. What is your icon?
I think it's creepy.
Well, are you familiar with Miyazaki?
It's
with
like
Miyazaki,
with a child sitting on the
Spirited Away. Yeah,
Spirited Away.
Okay.
Movie.
It's a Japanese
really
horror
good
film.
animation.
Yeah, that movie
Yeah.
scared me
Japanese
shitless
horror
when I was like 8 or 7 or something.
Oh, I thought this was from The Conjuring.
No, it's from Spirited Away.
Oh, I thought that was the nun from The Conjuring.
I hated that movie because I loved Princess Mononoke. I guess I was probably expecting it to be like Princess Mononoke.
Well, it's different. His movies they have similar themes. Typically, it's a young girl who is coming of age type of storyline where she needs to grow up psychologically and master powerful forces around her.
That's cool.
I mean, that's sort of a recurring theme with Miyazaki.
Yeah, Clive, I just clicked on that video that you had shown me, and I'm not sure if you've seen the comments, but they're attacking this violin guy, and they say this. So one guy says, cognitive dissonance is strong with this one.
Yeah.
So the guy says, he strummed his guitar to make himself feel comfort whilst his ideology was getting smashed. Well bowled, Dell.
Yeah, I know. It's hilarious, isn't it? It's a violin, you wanker.
Lastly, this one guy says, "You're the man, Dell. More people need to take notes, myself included. You are great at leading the conversation when you want it to go."
I think that cello player needs to like go and fucking redo science or something.
Yeah.
I mean, I think what he's doing, is he's reaffirming his own belief when he does this. That's what it's about. It's about making himself feel that he's got this greater knowledge of this subject than other people, and therefore must be right.
Absolutely, it's a total pissing contest. Absolutely, you know, they just you know, they're just like when we were on that show the other day with the balloon argument, and then they were like, we won by default. And it's like, well, is default really winning just because everybody got tired of arguing a point when you're not listening? And it's just, you know, you know, refuting things that are obvious. And it's like, so we back out because we get tired of it. And so then you win. So now the earth is flat just because we couldn't argue about it for 8 hours straight.
What's the balloon argument?
Oh, you were there, weren't you? Where they were arguing about the balloon in the van, and we were trying to explain to him how the acceleration was replacing the gravity.
Oh, that one. Yes.
Yes, and we had a slight argument about that a little bit. Well,
it's just they don't accept it. They can't accept that they don't understand it.
Triggers everybody.
I thought you meant the current belief that NASA, the rockets are actually balloons.
Oh no! I think maybe I meant that actually what happens is the sun melts the ice moon, and that's why it rains.
Yeah,
that's what I heard earlier.
And Brenda, you made the claim that NASA has a rocket that can fill all of the infinite space with atmosphere.
That's right.
Yeah,
I sure did.
Brenda? What are you thinking? Do you know how infinite space is?
It is really big. It is really big.
But NASA pulled it off.
Build that in. You can't
NASA
take
rose up to
something
the
tiny
challenge.
like a rocket and then fill all that in.
Why do they think that space is trying to rip everything apart? Where have they got that idea from?
From science.
Well, I like the guy when he was doing the sound effect, like, oh, as soon as your rocket goes off, the vacuum of space will just be like, it'll just suck up whatever that rocket can put out.
Yeah, they think vacuum sucks. I mean,
But then the other thing with the
definition of the vacuum, because you know they vacuum. That's what
You're trying to tell me that there's a fabric that can do the whole Earth's atmosphere in the fabric?
Yeah, I don't know what I really didn't understand what he was talking about for a while.
It was impossible to work out what he was saying.
You know what, Brenda? That entire time, I kept trying to grab that link and jump in because I was very interested to have that conversation with you and them. And every time the line was full, and I could just never get in. And there were like 8 people on there who never said anything. And I'm like, why can't we get these people out of here? So I can get on, and then you backed out, and then I was like, well, I don't know, because now they're not talking about the same thing, and Brenda's not there.
Well,
and so then, it was like,
exhausted.
and then that kid came on, and they just tore him apart, and then he basically threatened any Globers in the chat to come and join him, and it was like he made these threats, and I'm like, I'm not coming in now.
I mean, it's not an insult to call those people stupid. I mean, it's just an observation of demonstrable fact. They are.
Well, I felt that when Brenda said the word, when she said it's difficult to explain these things to laymen, I believe that that was very.
Well,
nice.
Brenda, you were so nice in there. You were saying, I'm not. He's like, you trying to say I'm stupid, and then you're like, no, I'm not saying you're stupid. I just think you're misinformed. Oh, so you're saying I'm stupid?
No,
yeah, you're pretty much dumb as
epistemology.
fuck.
That's all you
What
have
else
to
do you want to know?
Epistemology. This is all you have to do. Just say, if they say you're saying I'm stupid, you just say, no, I just think the air is that you're denser than the air that surrounds you. And that's it.
Well, you got to use a little.
That's a good one.
A little something.
That's it.
So they don't kick you.
They subscribe to the air to them being denser than the air that surrounds them. So that's what you say, and then you just leave them there to think about it for a while. They actually wait. I don't think they'd think about it, so they don't think
What are you doing? You're trolling. What are you?
It's not trolling. I'm not.
You came here to troll me. That's why you're here to troll me.
It's very annoying, though, isn't it? When he disrupts.
Wait. Before we even talk, you need to accept my model. Okay. Now my model is that water does not conform. Now, do you accept what I'm saying about the properties of water? Because before we can even talk, and before I'll even see your evidence, I need to know that you know that water, how the properties of water behave. Do you agree?
If I take a tennis ball and put it in water,
do you know how the properties of water behave?
I'm just doing like a little parody of something I saw earlier today. That's all
right.
I'm doing.
Yeah.
And you know that people just can't survive in space, even in a spacesuit, because they never test the spacesuits. They haven't tested them.
Why don't they
just test them in
take
water?
that spacesuit and just fling it up in the air with no body, just the
Yeah.
spacesuit? I mean,
Just
they
the
didn't do
spacesuit.
that. They didn't do that. I mean,
I
I
know,
have a
it's
brilliant
crazy,
memory
man.
for remembering this shit. People
Yes,
say.
I remember that now too, and
Yeah.
I, for the life of me, had really no reply to that. I don't think.
Yeah.
It's like,
so what do rockets push on them when they go in
It's
space?
like why would we waste a spacesuit like that by just flinging
Are
it
they
out into
are they are
space
they
by itself?
creating mass which they're then pushing on? Is that what they're doing? What is
They
it?
were very confused about how the propulsion could happen when it didn't have anything to push off against. They don't.
But
they
are
don't
you
understand.
then ejecting mass to push off in space? Is that what you're doing?
Basically,
well, you see,
yeah.
you have to fill up space first before you.
Yeah,
can
you have
push
to
off.
fill up
Okay.
every little niche and every
You gotta
little
fill the
cranny.
universe.
You gotta get in between all like the sun, the rays that come out of the sun. You gotta get around all
Yeah,
the
no
crepuscular rays.
dust bunnies or nooks
you
and
gotta,
crannies can be left out.
Yeah, you gotta make sure that when you're vacuuming, you get all the dust bunnies.
Okay, so what you're pushing what out behind the rocket? Are you pushing liquid oxygen out and then you're igniting it, which is then you've already got the liquid oxygen there, so you're pushing off the liquid oxygen that is being ignited.
For the record, by the way, one of those clowns on You've Been Exposed, he brought up the garden hose, and he was making the claim that he was doing this experiment with a garden hose, that the garden hose didn't move until the water hit the wall.
Yeah, well, turn the pressure up on the water. Let's get a fire hose. Let's get some firemen out here. Let's get a hose on a fire hydrant. Let's turn it all the way up and let's see how much that hose dances, okay? That hose is going to dance like a charmed snake, bitch. Like a charmed snake. I'm sorry.
Once we were asked these people, just if they say that, oh, you're being, it's that fact that you're being pushed off against the air that's making you move. Just get like a ball on a skateboard that weighs 5 kilograms and
Brenda
throw it.
tried that. She told him to sit in a chair and hold the bowling ball and throw the bowling ball away.
But then get a much like denser ball with the same volume, so it has a greater mass, and then push and then throw it away from you on the skateboard.
All they kept saying to her is, "Do you know how big rockets are? Do you know how big rockets are? How heavy it is? You can't just push it." So.
Oh, I see.
And I told him about when the first time I went in there, I talked to him about throwing something off a chair like that, and that Ed guy is convinced that because the chair is on the ground, then it's pushing off the ground, and that's the same thing.
Oh wow! Apparently. Wow.
Even though I know.
The whole thing, all it is just exploiting scientific kind of discoveries that are difficult to get your head around at first, and as soon as it gets difficult to get your head around, when you're explaining it, as soon as it gets to the point where it's like, whoa, wait a minute, this is extremely difficult for me to understand, that's where they exploit it, and then they won't go any further, and they'll just say, look, it's fake, it's bullshit, look at this, they're telling us this. Like, we're not going to explain it any further, we're just going to say this is what they've said, and that's it.
Yes, and then when they do that, they provide us with a perfect example of cognitive dissonance. Well, that's what they do, and then that's a perfect demonstration of cognitive dissonance. Is when it gets to a point to where you're frustrated because you can't wrap your mind around it, then you just start calling people names and kicking them out. You know what I mean? That's cognitive dissonance.
That one, I don't know the names of the individuals, but the one guy with the 2 monitors set up and everything, he really freaks out pretty easy.
Yeah, Dread. He's
Dread.
Yeah, the other guy with the other guy in the white room who kind of sits over the camera. His name is Ed, I believe.
Ed, yeah.
And then there's the Bro Sanchez, and he's got just a picture of himself. I believe.
I'm pretty sure Ed is Dread's brother or friend or son or something.
Really stupid sounding.
Speaking of,
it's all just dumb people, man. They're all dumb. They're all dumb. It's a dumb
I
channel.
call them dumb because I feel like something was lost along the way.
There's a difference between being uninformed and dumb. These people are dumb. All right, he's uninformed. I think he's a nice guy. I love the guy, just uninformed. But then there's just dumb dumbs that are just dumb. But then there's the uninformed people. We need to make that kind of.
You know, you don't need the government for anything. I mean, if you want food, you just grow it, right?
Well, yeah. I mean,
that's Dem. I
you
think
can go off grid. I mean, we live in America. You can go off grid. Do it.
I mean, if you want something, just go out there and do it.
Right? Yeah, that was just crazy, wasn't it? Oh my god.
I've got to.
You know what you do? You know what you do, Brenda? Is you just figure out what you want to do, and then you write it down, and then you go do it.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you come up with an idea, and then you write it down, and then you just go do it. You don't need a government.
Yes.
You just go to Walmart.
See, I
write
remember,
down an
I
idea,
remember.
and then you go to Walmart.
Yes, you
That's
have a
what
good.
do.
You have a good memory.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, yes, you do.
I'm going to point this out, but in Clive's video, there's this one guy who brings up. He says the guy with the violin keeps bringing up very good points, and the only response is that's what they tell. That's what they tell us. If it's all about density, then why doesn't liquid fall through me when I put it on my head? Why don't I sink through the foam? Does it only work with liquids and gases? Derp. So fuck it word replies. He's a well-known flat earther, and keep in mind these people accuse me of being a sophist, and this is his reply. He says this: lead would make a dent in your head if it was lifted high enough, giving it potential energy and then dropped on your head. Does that make gravity a force? No. And this is what I find really ironic. He says giving it potential energy and then dropped on your head, does that make gravity a force? And potential energy is defined as mgh.
Wait, no. But anyway, where is it falling towards? Where is it falling to? How does it know where it's falling to? Is it just falling towards any fucking thing? Where is it falling towards?
He actually brings that up. He says it means that the energy expelled to lift the lead becomes potential energy and kinetic energy, which is mgh.
They might as well just go buoyancy, density, and magnetism, and then say that your body exerts a magnetic force.
He then says it's all about equilibrium, mate. Disrupt the equilibrium, and things do best to return to the equilibrium.
What the fuck is an equilibrium?
That's when you get forces, and it doesn't have to be because the Earth is a certain
I tried to ask him what he meant by that. I wanted him to define that to me because I wanted to understand what that was.
He brings up potential energy and kinetic energy. And
what is the kinetic energy? What is the potential energy?
He's obviously remembering that science lesson, isn't he?
Dude, what I find so hilarious, he's quoting exactly what the physics textbook tell us with the gravity, and they have the equations written out with potential energy being mgh and kinetic energy being half mv squared or whatever. And he's quoting those exact same lines, but he's just leaving gravity out.
Often I find this when you really challenge them on this gravity thing or the density buoyancy, and it is you find out it's just gravity renamed.
But they'll happily talk about black holes, though.
Okay, you can't believe in gravity. It's the elevator to hell. It takes you right down to hell.
But they'll happily say that they don't.
The Masons, they like that G. They like that G. That G. That G for gravity.
Obligatory if you don't believe
elevator
in gravity.
To hell.
See, what you do is you get your cell phone out. You get your cell phone out, and then you show that it's level. And then you get on a plane, and you go somewhere else, and it won't be level, and that proves wrong.
And then you draw a map of your ex-girlfriend to prove that she's a man. Don't forget that step.
Okay.
Don't forget the goat sacrifice along the way, because you're obviously.
Was it gravity that attracted?
Your orange frisbees. You need orange frisbees, and you need a lot of 33s. You need 3s on your shoes.
Was it Antonio's big head?
You need 3s somewhere, everywhere.
What was it? Was it Antonio's big head that gravitated towards Patricia's big cock? Was that what it was?
It could have been. But gravity, like I said,
gravity doesn't
exist. The elevator
so.
to hell. So gravity is the elevator to hell. So it definitely would lead to like some sort of deviant. Definitely, yes.
And if everywhere on the Earth is downwards, then obviously it must have been the density and the mass and the buoyancy that kind of made them go down towards each other.
Yeah, those things conspired.
But the Earth's
they're
flat.
just lying to the world. Buoyancy and density have conspired, and they've lied to the world. They've just completely lied to the world. It's just a big
Oh,
conspiracy.
fucking
Gravity's
buoyancy
the elevator to
and
hell.
gravity.
Yeah, buoyancy and
You
density
can't believe in
have
gravity.
conspired
As soon as you
together
believe
to
in gravity,
eliminate
you're right to hell. You go right straight to
Yeah.
fucking hell because it's just a downward path, dude. It's down fucking word. Sorry. Trolling again.
Why is this idiot in the chat so determined to find out why Antarctica is colder than the Arctic?
You know, I saw that, and I think either
don't
we
even
could
know.
say
How
because
do
of
you
the
know
tilt-
whether it's colder?
because
I
of
was
the
gonna
tilt of
say-
the Earth, or because heat rises. One of those two.
Is it colder? Where does he get his? Where,
How
where
do they
I
know?
don't know.
How do
do
they
you
know
get
where
the
it's colder?
information
Was it the
from?
scientists that have told them that it's colder, or was it just some guy that came along and was like, "Yeah, it's colder"?
Did he just come back from Antarctica and
Yeah, he must
Arctic
have been
and-
there and measured the temperature.
He must have
How
just
would he
been down
know?
there with a thermometer.
Because
He
you
had his
can't
thermometer.
You can't know
You
if you
know.
haven't been there.
Yeah, you can't
He had
discern whether
his-
it's cold or not.
He had his
because you
thermometer. He had
haven't
his book on
observed it,
how to become
experienced it.
indoctrinated, because you know they have that indoctrinating manual that they all read from, how to become indoctrinated. And he went
I
down
mean,
to the Arctic,
the
or down to
unindoctrinated.
Antarctica with his thermometer and his indoctrination manual, and he came back and he's like, "Look, why is it warmer here, colder there? I need to know this from you guys on YouTube."
And
why is he
I'm
asking
trolling
us?
again. I'm such a bitch.
And then
Where
don't
is
forget
my
the hot
husband?
spots. There's all those
Where
hot
is my
spots.
husband? Husband, shouldn't you be keeping me under control here? Sorry.
I'm pretty sure he gave that up a long time ago.
I don't have a husband, as revealing as that is. I've had a few. They didn't last. They didn't last. They didn't make it.
Yeah, you're just too much of a
They just
bitch.
didn't cut it. You know, they were so
Oh, yeah,
into
'cause
gravity.
She's such a bitch, isn't she? Yeah.
Fucking bitch. Why are we letting her talk? Get her husband over here. Get her husband in here. Somebody tell her husband what she's doing on YouTube right now. Somebody. Find out, dox her, find out who her husband is and let him know.
Really fun, isn't it? Because they go on about peace and love and everything, and they go and they're sexist. They go on about transvestites and women who should be controlled by their husbands and the Jews.
Yeah, you know, love
and all the
love
queers and
everybody except the Jews, the Christians, the Jesuits, the Masons,
I
the
bet if you went in there and said something racist, they'd want to
women without husbands.
I like you as long as you're not a Jew, a Freemason, a Jesuit,
a gay,
Christian,
a
Glober,
like maybe a religion that's opposite of whatever I am, or some other opposing religion or something.
Smarter than me. See, they hate people that are smarter than them, and that pretty much means they have to hate everyone.
Well, they could be just as smart as us. They really could.
I don't know whether they could if they tried. No, I don't think they could
If
actually.
they
if
applied themselves,
tried.
yes. I just
But
feel
they
like it's just
could. I
another one of
mean-
those things where, you know, people make excuses for why they
I mean,
don't
if they're
succeed.
able to use basic language and tie their laces and
Are they?
operate a computer, they should be able to understand simple geometry, simple physics, just things that would allow them to understand why what they believe
You know,
is
I
such a
wonder
load
if,
of
you know,
shit.
they say that gravity, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you, but they say that gravity is magic, right? But okay, so then how is your computer working? Is that magic too? Because I mean, it's just as complicated to understand how
what is
they're
simple geometry?
transmitting a picture
Give
through a
me-
beam of electricity. Don't you think that's a little magical? But
Give
here
me-
you are witnessing it. I'm sorry.
Give me an example of simple geometry.
Simple me? Are you asking me for
Is
geometry?
there such a thing as simple geometry? Are you just making that word up? You're just attaching two words together and say,
Well, no, I mean
like
things like all the
standard refraction, like as if refraction
simple
had been
geometry
standard.
like that. All the angles in a triangle add up to 180 degrees, but only on a flat plane. So if you do geodetic surveying and you survey a triangle over a large area.
Oh yeah, you're gonna do.
No,
what's
no.
it
What
called?
you
Yeah.
do, what you do is you get a picture of corpuscular rays, and then you put a protractor on the screen, and then you can show the lines, and then that's where the sun is.
Sounds legit. Yeah.
I thought you had to use the pyramids though, because it's all like
Have you guys
sacred,
seen? There's
and
this
so you look at
video
the
that
pyramids
was.
and put a picture of the pyramids over it, and then you know, and you count the
Yeah.
bricks. Like there's so many bricks, and then that's how you know how many.
There
miles
was
away the
this
sun is.
video on Big Treads Hangout they were talking about where they claimed the plane flew over the sun. Have you guys seen this video?
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
If
No,
we're
I
over
have
the
not.
sun.
Obviously,
And they say that clouds go behind the sun, and they can't quite work out that.
well,
cameras
yeah,
are
it could be
if you've
a
seen the
photography
sun
trick.
at a higher angle, I mean, if you've seen a plane at a higher angle than the sun, then obviously the plane is higher than the sun. I mean, how can you deny that?
Oh yeah, sorry.
But I think they can't understand that cameras have got a very limited.
Here's another one.
tolerance.
Seeing through the moon. They say they can see through the moon in
Yeah.
the daytime. They never realize the moon is so reflective that it's just reflecting the sky again instead of the sun. So
How
they
can-
see they think they see the sky through it, but really they're seeing the sky on it. You
But
know
how
what I'm
can
saying?
how can a plane be upside down on one side of the Earth and the right
you
side
go.
up on the other side of the Earth? How does that
They
work?
can't.
See, the
they're-
Earth's going to be flat. It
There
doesn't
you
work.
go.
Because
Checkmate,
everything's
ballers.
attached
Checkmate.
with
Checkmate,
strings
gotcha.
To the clouds. They just they lasso the clouds. I don't fucking know, really, dude. I don't know how to answer that.
Well, the thing you have to watch for is when the moon is out.
It's so
You can't
loaded.
stand.
It's such a loaded question. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I should just throw that away.
Yeah, you can't stand in the moonlight because the moonlight just makes you colder. Yes.
Yeah, it's not the shadow. It's not.
No.
you know, it's not shadows that are colder than light.
It emits a different kind of light with different
Yeah.
properties than the light from the sun.
Yeah, because my thermometer said when I did something on YouTube. I don't know. I never did that experiment myself, so I can't really. I'm not going to comment on it. Whatever.
Mm.
But I'm suspicious of it.
If it's a loaded question, just don't ask them to shoot.
Yeah.
I've got to reply to this guy in the chat who keeps saying that, oh, well, how is there such a big temperature difference? So I want to bring up that if you look at the southern hemisphere, right, there's a lot more water in the southern hemisphere, and water is really good at keeping its temperature constant. It's like the second highest substance with the specific heat. It has the second highest specific heat of all other substances. So it's really good at not changing its temperature.
Do you mean like displacing the heat and kind of like distributing it across the surface or across the?
Yeah, and
It just retains its heat.
It's like the same concept where ice cubes keep your drink cold.
And
Because the water keeps the temperature of the ice cube.
And Antarctica is really high up. I think the average ice sheet, as opposed to 2.16 kilometers, so it's going to be much cooler at that altitude. It explains why Antarctica is much higher up, much colder.
Thank you.
I think do the ocean currents kind of box in some of the air masses in Antarctica? They sort of keep it there, so it radiates its heat out. I'm thinking that might be a possible reason too.
But
it's kind of like an air conditioner for the planet, I think, right?
But there is that I don't think any of the currents go. They just go around Antarctica. So, like,
so
none
the
of
currents
heat gets to it. Yeah.
It would tend to the air masses that are directly over Antarctica would then radiate their heat into space. I mean, if they aren't allowed to mix with the rest of the global air masses.
Oh, you're talking about air. All right.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
What to bring up?
All right, Brenda, hold it down.
And I don't know if that's. I'm just making. I could be totally wrong.
And I forgot to bring up that the reason why Antarctica is cooler, I'm not sure if we're on the same subject, but just to get this out there, when the Earth is facing away from the sun, when it's winter in Antarctica, that's also the sun's the Earth's like it's
hey, by the time, hey, your son is in the background there.
Sorry, what?
I hear your son screaming in the background.
That's somewhere in my neighbor. Yeah, they're like a bunch of kids playing outside.
That's not your son. What are you on about?
Yeah, the sun never comes down that low.
His son.
No, those are kids screaming out in the middle of the street.
Are you old enough to have children?
No.
No, see?
Well, I mean, I could be, yes, but
you could
no.
have children, but no.
Biologically, possibly.
I mean, I don't want to be rude. I mean, there's people that sound younger and they could be a lot older, but yeah, like me, for example. But yeah. But I
that killed that one, didn't it?
It killed it.
Killed it dead.
Dead.
What?
Wait, did you say when it's winter in Antarctica?
Yeah, it's also
winter all the fucking time, man. What are you talking about?
I mean, like when you have 24-hour
Are you trolling
sunlight.
me?
That's also when Earth is at its farthest point from the sun.
And also, it's
like
extremely
double
cold
whammy of
down there.
coolness.
It's
Don't
extremely
fucking troll
cold down
me,
there
dude.
because the heat
Don't,
rises.
I'm out here. I'm spilling my heart out. Don't fucking troll me when I'm spilling my heart out.
It's extremely colder in Antarctica because heat rises to the north. So
yeah, because the globe's the right that way up, isn't it? Because you're upside down in the south, and all the heat must be going up to the
But
top.
also, when
That's
we're
it.
referring
That's it.
when we're referring to the South Pole and the North Pole, the magnetic pole is actually the opposite of all of them. So the South Pole is the
Don't
magnetic
forget,
North
on
Pole.
flat Earth there is no south, so there can't be a south pole. So it's not cold there.
There's no going south. There's no gravity going down because you know what that is. You know where that goes? That goes straight to hell. You go straight to hell
Is
when you
it
go
true?
south. You
Guys,
go straight to hell
I'm
when you
one
go
of the
with gravity.
science-
When you go with gravity, it drags you right to hell. When you go south, it's to hell. You know what I'm saying? You hearing me?
Can one of the science people answer this question for me in here? Is it true that on the North Pole is actually a huge red candy cane?
Yeah, I saw it. There was this thing. There's this Barbar
You know
the
they have
elephant
reindeer there,
cartoon.
and maybe one of them has like a red nose there.
There was a Barbar the elephant cartoon thing, and he went
It's
to
like
the North Pole, and there was a candy cane there, and a little igloo with Santa Claus in it. Yeah.
Where does Superman live? Is it Antarctic or Arctic? I can never.
It lives in Gotham City, doesn't it? Or some shit?
No, the Fortress of Solitude is in the North Pole. Yeah, it's the Fortress of Solitude.
Because you never see any
All right, guys.
penguins.
All right. You're confusing the chat now. They're very confused. We gotta chill. We're
Yeah, because
trolling
that
everybody.
Jacquard guy. I mean, he seems to think the fact that we none of us are absolutely certain of why there's a difference means that I don't know what it means.
Oh yeah, he probably
It
won
means
by
we're
default.
easily stumped.
He probably won by default. Fuck it.
Yeah,
You
and
know-
then obviously the world must be flat if we can't answer the question
Have
of why
fun on
one
the
side's colder
flat
than
Earth,
the other.
dude. Thanks for coming by. Sorry we couldn't be. Sorry.
But
we're such
like,
glowheads.
so I was reading up about the magnetic poles, right? And it turns out that the North Pole is actually the magnetic South Pole, but they decided to rename it to like do the switcheroo and flip it round because it kind of made sense on a map or something. When you look at a map, it's like this is the North Pole. That's it, but the North Pole is actually the magnetic South Pole. If you look at the,
I have to say that sounds extremely unlikely.
if you look at the wiki, that's exactly what it says. From
Really?
magnetic, yeah.
Seriously.
Geomagnetic.
So we didn't have. How did we have a north? Did we have a north before we had magnets?
Conspiracy exposed. You've been exposed.
Come
on.
been exposed.
The Illuminati were behind this, obviously.
You can't trust the Illuminati, the Masons, the
So-
Jesuits, the Christians.
Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? I mean, at the end of the day, you've got two ends of a magnet, and what you call them is entirely arbitrary.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
And I would have thought that if we had a north
That's
before
what
we
they
understood
tell
what
us.
magnets do, then we would have called the North Pole of a magnet the North Pole.
maybe the
because
blue
it points
side looks
north.
better pointing
They're
upwards.
just trying to keep us. They're just trying to keep us down, though.
Does anybody else feel like
By-
this is
by
like
not
a
giving
meme
us good
from like a
information.
bad '80s movie where like a couple of kids are bullies and they're bullying the smart kid and they're like, "Hey, what do you got there, smarty pants? What are those? Your science books? What's that? How you change your diaper?" You know, don't you feel like this whole thing is like some sort of '80s movie meme?
Like Recess or something. Complete Recess.
Which 80s movie would that be exactly?
Oh, I don't know. I just feel like I've seen this meme, this whole
Breakfast
meme.
Club?
Like,
No.
you know, yeah, like you know, where like the bully kind of picks on the smart kid
On the
for being smart.
nerd.
Yeah. Fucking Revenge of the
Like
Nerds. and shit, dude,
Recess.
that
You
movie.
know, Recess, the old cartoon, you know, from the 90s. Recess.
I don't know if I remember
The
that
90s.
one.
I don't remember it.
Like Football Head, you know.
Fuck, I don't remember that.
Oh, it was a Nickelodeon
You
thing.
know, I kind of remember like a kid like with glasses and then he like tape in the middle. Maybe I'm thinking of like the Wonder Years or like freaking Revenge of the Nerds. Who the fuck knows? But I'm
Oh,
just,
probably
I feel like
Revenge
this
of the
meme-
Nerds.
I feel like this meme was played out in the '80s. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
That's all I'm getting at.
talking
Dominic,
to
did you
Picking up-
say your
picking on the
background is
kids
in
'cause they're
physics?
smart. Yes.
Did you get a degree in physics? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna brag about it because it's really shit and it's from a shit place. So like I don't feel like I'm like I'm not a physicist or anything like that. I've always been very fascinated with like physics and outer space and everything really.
Star
everything,
Wars and yeah.
It adds to my writing, because mostly what I would say is I'm a writer. So I like to do writing, and I like to be I like to do informed writing. You know what I'm saying? So I like to know, like, if I'm gonna a fictional writer to some degree mostly. So if I'm gonna write about something, I want to have like some realism in it. So like I studied physics like because it's kind of like a hobby. I didn't go to physics to become a physicist. I went to school like because I was just interested in certain topics. So I went for physics and I went for anthropology and just different things just to add to my ability to be a good writer.
But I mean, did you get a BS in physics?
Associates.
Oh, okay. I got it.
So like that's why I said I wouldn't really brag about it. It's not like I don't know, it's not the greatest credentials, but I figure like it's it's more than high school, and it is like beyond just that education that I received. I've studied physics and I've studied outer space and I've studied physicists my entire life because it's always been a fascination and interest and a hobby with me. So you know what I'm saying?
Well, we have a undergrad, a guy, an ED with an undergraduate degree in physics, who was insisting that there was a system to roulette that he could use to increase his odds of winning. So doesn't necessarily mean much.
How would that work?
He said, "You bet more when you're on a streak. You bet big. You bet big when you're winning, and bet small when you're losing."
You just play roulette more. That's all you do.
I don't stop.
You know what I say? You know what I say is the best way to win at gambling? The best way to win at gambling is to not gamble.
Just don't. Yeah.
You already won then. See, you're already ahead.
You start talking about roulette and Rumpus is going to turn up, and then we'll all be sorry.
Yeah, it'd be like playing the lotto. Like playing the lotto, as the jackpot gets higher and higher, as it reaches near its limit, you just put more and more money on. You just put more money on as the jackpot gets as when the jackpot reaches the highest point you believe
to win.
Well, you're going to increase your odds of winning, which is then that's it. So you're doing doesn't mean you're going to win. You're just increasing your odds of winning.
You go from 1 to 14 million against to 2 or 3 to 14 million against.
Yeah, exactly. So you're just
doubling the odds in your favor. Well, not really. Yeah.
Yeah, gambling is so lame. I don't know why people gamble. I'm sorry. Like for for fun, for sport, sure, if it's a fun, friendly wager, but just like gambling.
But what if you win though? But what if you win?
Think you're gonna win? What if I've already won? I'm already a winner.
What if the Earth is flat?
Because you know why? Because I didn't lose.
But what if the Earth is flat?
What if it is? Then I guess I'm gonna have to consider myself indoctrinated.
Yeah.
Wake up.
You have to wake up.
You need to get woke. You need to be woke.
For bed. Should I really wake up now?
Where's Jeremy gone? Has he sneaked off to bed, the bugger?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm still here, but I'm nodding off.
Yeah, come on, man. Get with the program.
It's my hypnotic voice trolling you, dude.
No, it's 6 a.m., so it's time to nod off, really, for me.
Not really.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
take a coffee and then just do a whole day and then go sleep. Then go sleep, like about 9 or something.
I've got to get up for work at 12.
What, tomorrow?
On a Sunday. What are you doing on a Sunday? Working? That's wrong.
Yeah, I know.
A vicar or something.
Wait, Jeremy, are you saying you have to get up in 4 hours?
6. Well, yeah, 6.
6 hours.
It's 6 there. Okay, I got it.
What the fuck do you do?
Wait, no, that can't be 8 hours. What's the time in London right now? Or in Britain?
6 a.m.
6.
It's only 8 hours. I thought it was 10 hours.
I own a company that delivers takeaways.
Man,
people want takeaways during the.
You should. How come you can work in the early hours of the morning? You should be run off your feet.
What? What now?
Well, I mean, like 3, sort of between 11 and 3, 4 in the morning. It's when people get the munchies and demand takeaway, surely.
Well, no, I'm not open.
I'm not open yet.
You have to die of hunger between.
Most takeaways are eaten at about 7, 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I guess.
It's all over and done with usually by about 9, to be honest.
I wouldn't have thought Sunday would be a good day for takeaways, would it? I don't know.
Not if there's a good flat Earth show going on at about 10. I'll order my takeout for like 9:45 so that I can get it ready.
Jeremy, are you the only driver, or do you got other drivers working for you?
Yeah, I have other drivers, but because we're not very busy during the day, I do the driving in the day, and you know, sometimes probably tomorrow I might only do like 3 or 4 orders, and they're all fairly local to me. And then when it gets to sort of tea time, about 5 o'clock, then I'll have well, tomorrow I'll probably have 3 drivers on.
You're not that guy on the bicycle with the hot box on the back, are you? What's that company called?
Deliveroo.
Deliveroo, yeah.
No, that's not us. But,
and Nottingham as well, man. What do you do? Just someone sit in the car while you get out to deliver, so that you still got wheels when you get back.
That's funny you should say that. One of my drivers had his car stolen the other day while he was doing a delivery.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I've got to go back to Nottingham on Wednesday.
He did leave it running with the keys in it.
Yeah, it's kind of asking for it, really, isn't it? It's not setting much of a high bar.
The thing is, though, thankfully, he left his phone in it as well, included, which he had his delivery app on it. So, because I just tracked it till they dumped it. And then he went and got it back. So,
the police were waiting for them when they got home. Yeah.
Well, they were right. They were a couple of minutes behind them, but yeah, it didn't take as long.
You got to laugh or you cry.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to head off now and go and get a little bit of shut eye before.
Okay. Yeah, I think so too. Nice talking to you all.
Yeah, nice talking to everyone here. Yeah, don't forget to like pass on my resume to Cortus so he knows that I'm still sane. Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh yeah, come and see us in what is it, Earth Discussions?
I think it's Earth Distractions or something. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
All right. Good night, everyone. See ya.
Good, everybody.
Good night, mate. See you.
All right. Take it.
I don't mind leaving it running if you guys want to keep hammering away.
I think this is just Dominique and I. Yeah, you should come by ED sometime, Dominique.
What's that?
Come by Earth Discussion sometime.
Oh, that's a channel too?
Yeah, it's a hangout where all the globe heads hang out.
Oh, where all the globe
That one is open. That one's up around 24 hours almost. There's always a hangout going.
Oh. Well, I don't have a lot of time. I just I'm kind of on vacation right now, so I was just kind of dedicating a little bit of time to just trying to get in there and debate with these people and see what it was like to, I don't want to just speculate. I want to put my get in the ring, you know what I'm saying? So that's, just kind of came out of the blue really, because yesterday I didn't really plan that. Just kind of got called out, so I was like, all right, fine. You know what I mean? But yeah, maybe I could step by or something,
Right then, guys, I'm going to say good night. Thank you to my audience. It's been lovely.
Yes.
And
good night, everybody.
Oh, God. My thing's jammed. Yeah, good night, everyone, and see you all soon. Bye.